Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to LYS-A-Thon 2024. LYS-A-Thon 2024. We're going to give it just a couple minutes for people to get started, to start coming in, and we're going to get right to it. I'm so excited to be with you all today to have this discussion about mentorship. We will be on all day long. So from 9 until 5. So it is now 9 o'clock a.m. on Eastern Standard Time. I am Rajon Lewis, the Executive Director of Lowcountry Youth Services. And I'm excited about today. Getting some last second stuff together just to make sure we're good to go. But we're going to be talking all day long about LYS-A-Thon, about Lowcountry Youth Services, about mentorship in all of its forms. And we're asking today that you all make a donation, of any kind to our fundraiser. This is a very important day for our organization. We are raising $25,000 today. We're raising $25,000. Now, the good news is that we are not starting from zero. We actually are starting from a good starting point. Let me pull that screen up so you guys can see. Make sure you know where we're at throughout the day. So I got this little tracker over here that I'll be sharing. Hey, you guys, as you're coming in, please say something. I'm going to be on here a very long time. So between me and my comrades, we will be on here a long time. So I'm going to need you guys' energy all day long. I'm already drinking a Red Bull early. Toya, I'm sorry. But I'm going to need you guys' energy because we are going to be here for a while. If throughout the day you feel the need to go out and come back, please do. Don't feel bad about that. I know I don't expect anybody to be on here as long as we will today. But I promise you, it's going to be good. It's going to be entertaining. You may cry a little bit. You're going to laugh a lot because we have a lot of fun over here. I don't like this auto focusing on my camera, so I may do something about that in the meeting between time. But we're going to have some fun today. I want to show you out of the tracker so you can see where we are currently. Let me share my screen so y'all can see where we are currently. Share screen. And if you can also share this out, it'd be great. It'd be amazing if you could share this out. Look at that. Right there. Boom. That's what I want. Yep. Interesting. So if you guys can see here, we are currently at $5,215. So I'm going to put that in the comment section. So it is now 9:03 p.m. a.m. Sorry, and we are at $5,215. $5,215. All right. Yes. Oh, my bad. I did not send the link to one of my guests. Let me make sure I get that to them. My first guest of the day, which I'm really excited about. We do have a full slate of speakers today, panelists, esteemed panelists, if you will, from different walks of life. We are currently, there we go, boom. So yeah, we're currently at $5,215. I'm gonna take the screen down real quick so you can see, just to orient you guys to where we are. So if you're looking at my screen, you can see at the top, look that way. At the top right, you'll see it's the LYS-A-Thon Virtual Fundraiser. We use this fundraiser every year to raise money for our organization so that we can continue doing the work that we do as Lowcountry Youth Services. If you don't know much about us, you're going to learn a lot about us today. You're going to learn about the things that we've done, the things that we're doing, the ways that we try to impact our community. And it's going to be really important that you all go to our site and make a donation today to help us to continue it, because much like everything else, there's no way to continue this work without having support from people like you in the community. We've been very beneficial to have some amazing support, and we're going to hear from a lot of those people today, a lot of those people that sort of fit into those pockets today. So that's one thing. So you may be asking yourself, what is LYS-A-Thon? So LYS-A-Thon, again, annual fundraiser that we use to raise funds to continue the work that we're doing. You may ask yourself, well, what is the work that you do? I've never heard of Lowcountry Youth Services. So let me explain to you what Lowcountry Youth Services is. We are an organization that was founded in 2008 by Officer Ricardo Perry, to be a mentoring organization. We were working with young men at Hanahan High School. He recognized that there was an issue with the young men in the schools. Many of the young men who continually got into trouble, and he was trying to find a way to support them. He also had a vision for a group home called the Benny Warren Boys Home, and he wanted to have this place where young men who were struggling, who may be homeless or on the verge of homelessness due to their behavior at home, they could come together, they could be a part of this mentoring program and grow. And so out of that vision came what was then called Connections and You Incorporated in 2008. Fast forward to the Distinguished Gentlemen's Club was the organization that came out of that. Connections and You was the name of the nonprofit organization. And Distinguished Gentlemen's Club operated in Hanahan and expanded to North Charleston in different ways. And so they served from 2008 through 2016, North Charleston and Hanahan. In 2016, I came on board as a former teacher. I was teaching in Berkeley County School District. And while I was teaching in Berkeley County School District, I started working with the after-school program in my school. And I recognized that I really enjoyed working with these kids. I really enjoyed the opportunity to see these young people grow in a different light outside of academics. Academics are very important. But what I always say is that, for all the critiques that we have for schools and for, education, for a lot of the kids that we know really need that support, that is really the only structure that they see, that they really not see, but they really get to experience is during those 8 hours that they're in that school building. And I fell in love with the idea of working with children outside of the school building. So with that in mind, I had a vision of my own to, create a mentoring program. And I had actually had a mentor of my own, Miss Kathy Parks, who told me, she said, "Hey, Rajan, there's probably somebody that's doing something similar to what you are aspiring to do." And by doing that, she gave me that advice. She gave me that wisdom. I went back and I recalibrated and I started looking around. And I ran into Lowcountry Youth Services, which was then Connections and You Incorporated. I joined the organization in 2016. Took the organization to Somerville, where me and Samuel Bellamy opened the Distinguished Gentlemen's Club of Somerville branch, and it just expanded and grew from there. Now here we are in 2024. We have 5 mentoring programs. We have Distinguished Gentlemen's Club, Queens Being. We have Girls in the Rise and Young Men Rise. We'll have a summer camp, Young Youth Leadership Institute, Youth Leadership Institute, as well as Community Pods, which is something that we developed with the Charleston Police Department. I said all that to say that we've done a lot. Over the years, we've been able to do some amazing things. I actually want to pull up a video that sort of illustrates that work that we've been doing. I wanted to have this prepared, but I didn't yet. So I'm gonna go straight to our YouTube. If you're not already following us on YouTube, if you're not already following us in all of these places, please follow us in all of these places, because we definitely need the support. And we all know that people, when you drive, when you pay attention to the social media and the stuff that's going on, that's sort of what drives the traffic and gets more people to sort of pay attention to it. So let's start with this video here. This sort of may illustrate some of what we stand for as an organization. So I'm going to switch tabs really quickly. I'm sharing that screen. Let's stop that screen. And let's share this screen right here. Let's watch this video real quick. Share audio. And give me that one. All right, and let me know if y'all can hear it or if you cannot hear it. But this here is from our award ceremony last year. So check this out. Okay, so I was told you guys cannot hear that. So give me 1 second. Let me get that straight. So I was told you guys cannot hear. So give me 1 second. Let me see what's going on with the sound, because you should be able to hear the sound. Thank you so much for that. I'm trying to make sure you guys can hear. So thank you for that. The good news is we're still early. I don't know why the sound cannot be heard, because I can hear it, but y'all can't hear it. I'll try it. Present, share screen. It said no sound. Why can't you hear the sound? To share audio, share tab. Instead, share tab. You know what? Give me 1 second. I'm going to refresh. All right, you can hear me, but you couldn't hear the video. And that's what makes sure you can hear the video, because maybe that was the issue. Let me try it again. But you don't see the tab. All right. Something's going on with the videos. I'll get that straightened out. I don't know why it's doing that. Let's try this. I'm sorry, y'all. I definitely checked this beforehand, but it's not doing what I wanted to do. Let's just put this over here and try that. All right, we're gonna try it this way. Sorry for the technical difficulties. How about that?
Your God, your plan, and your relationships. I wrote down the plan. I found the scripture in the Bible, Habakkuk 2. It says, write the vision down and make it plain so that those who read it may run with you.
Greater is he in you than he is in the world. Meaning you was born to be great. Everything around you is great. If it wasn't for our leadership community, we won't have this great group of kids born into our community to be the next leaders.
I love this program. I love what you all are doing with these young men and women. And I'm just so proud to have been asked by Rizan to come back. And I hope I continue to get invited.
Maya Angelou once said, I have learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you make them feel. I hope that all the mentees tonight feel loved and supported, worthy, confident, strong, safe, and fearless. Lowcountry Youth Services can say and do a lot for you, but feeling like you are the most important person is the ultimate goal. And tonight, this is for you.
All right, so I love that video because it's from our annual award ceremony, which we do every June. It's a great celebration of mentorship. It's a great celebration of our youth, of our young people, and of the great things that they're doing. So often, the focus gets put when we talk about mentoring programs on the people doing the mentoring, but we at Lowcountry Youth Services really like to shine the light right back at the kids, because the truth is that they allow us to mentor them. The parents allow us to work with their young people, and we don't take it for granted that they give us that opportunity. So shout out to everybody that's taking the opportunity to be with our organization and to allow us to be great, because without them, like it's really difficult to do what we do on a year-to-year basis. So with that being said, I want to make sure that I do let you know a few things. One, welcome to LYS-A-Thon. Thank you for being here. Secondly, make sure you are going to our website and making a donation. This is a virtual fundraiser. I do see donations coming in. Just so you guys know, when we turned the cameras on this morning, we started out with $5,215 already. So we're trying to get to $25,000 raised today, total. $25,000 raised today. So if you can make a donation, it gets us one step closer to our goal. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh and see if we've gotten any donations this morning. Nothing yet, but it's only 17 minutes into the broadcast. So if you haven't already, please go to our website, which you can actually get the link by scanning this QR code right here. If you look in the bottom, for y'all, bottom left-hand side of the screen, it says donate now, scan this QR code. You can actually click that and make a donation, or you can go to this link right here. Not the YouTube link. Let's get that out of there. This link right here. Where's it at? Docky. You go to this link right here, and it will send you straight to the donation site. If you click on that, it'll send you straight to the donation site, and you'll be able to make a donation. Just to read it out to you, it's bit.ly/LYS-A-Thon 24. If you go there, you can make your donations right there, and no donation is too small. As I was mentioning earlier, LYS-A-Thon is our 4th time doing it. We haven't always reached our goal, but we always do a very good job of raising funds. And again, we're going to be on here all day. We have a full slate of guests for you guys today. Let's sort of run through that so you guys will know who our guests are for today. Let's giving you out through the slate of programming that we have. So we're actually going to have our first guest at 9:30. These slides. In fact, let's bring this into brand. Nickelodeon. You gotta mind me. Sometimes I sing. All right, so let's share screen. There and right there. All right, so hopefully y'all can see this. All right, so at 9 o'clock, all right, so 9 o'clock, that's this session now. We are in the opening and introduction. That's me, Executive Director Rajon Lewis. Nice to see you. I see we had a donation just came through. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Daniel Laurie. I see that donation. Thank you so much, Daniel. I appreciate you. 9 o'clock opening. At 9:30, we're going to be having a conversation with DGC mentor and DGC parent, Raphael James, and his wife, Serena. They are not only great members of the community, but they are also members of our village, our family, and we greatly appreciate their support and them being on with us today. They've been with our organization for quite some time. You're going to be able to hear their story and what Lowcountry Youth Services meant to them and to their family. At 10 o'clock, we're going to have a community stakeholders conversation with a few CEOs, as well as members from the foundational community who have been supporting our work through funding and support of that nature. So Darren Goss, Claire Gibbons, Darren Goss of Coast Community Foundation, Claire Gibbons of the Power Ed Foundation, which is a subsidiary of the South Carolina Student Loan Foundation, South Carolina Loan Foundation. Donna Waits of Sisters of Charity, as well as MDC's own Kiara Clark. 11 o'clock, we'll have LYS Mentors. We'll have some members from LYS, from DGC and QB, who'll be talking about their role as mentors within the organization. At 12 o'clock, we'll have a conversation with current members of Lowcountry Youth Services, and talking to them about their time in Lowcountry Youth Services and what it's meant to them. And then, excuse me. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll have our LYS Parents Panel. So we'll have parents that have been a part of the organization and talking about their experience. And then that's not all, because then we go to our 2 o'clock block. So I'm going to switch screens again and go to 2. And that's going to put us with our 2 o'clock will be our alumni panel. So former members that have graduated from the organization, gone on to become, great men and women in their own right. LYS alumni panel. Then we'll have a community collaboration panel, which I'm really excited about. We'll have people from across the state who are doing collaborative work with Lowcountry Youth Services, and we'll be talking about sort of how we're working together. Then we'll have a board of directors panel at 4 p.m. And then at 5 o'clock, we'll wrap up. And hopefully, by the time we wrap up at 5 p.m., we will have raised $25,000. Now, you can be saying to yourself, well, I don't have it to give right now, but I would love to support. Guess what, y'all? We're not going to shut down. We won't shut down fundraising just because today is over. So if you still want to give after today, you still can. But again, every dollar counts. So if you can only say you can only give us $5, right? So you can only give us $5. One option that you actually have, and I want to pull up the fundraising screen so you'll know sort of how that works. Let's go back here. So let's say you say, I really like what you guys do and I want to support, but I do not have, I would love to give you all $100 right now, but I can't give you $100 right now. That's okay. You don't have to, right? What you can do, go to the site, go to donate. Sorry, you go back so I can walk you through it. Uh-oh. Didn't mean to do that. All right, so you're on the site here. You went to bit.ly/LYS-A-Thon to get to the site. You got in there. You go to donate right here. This little white button here. You click donate, and you can put in how much you want to donate, right? So you can say I want to donate, $5. So I have $5 to give, right? And I want to but instead of doing it the one time, make it a recurring donation. So I want to give $5 monthly, right? Your $5 monthly means a lot to our organization. That's $60 a year that you'd be giving to our organization. That would be definitely seeds planted into fertile ground. We don't take your money and buy vehicles for ourselves or buy new homes or take trips. This money that is spent, invested into our organization goes directly back into making sure that we are providing quality mentorship, quality experiences, quality opportunities, and building quality partnerships. And the thing that we've really focused on in 2023-24 is building those community partnerships that have allowed us to expand our work far beyond what people think about when you talk about the average mentoring program. Partnerships with organizations like the Period Pixie Project, which we use, who we work with to do our period packing project. Shout out to Monica Scott, our program director for Queens Being, for really, spearheading that effort and making sure that we are doing things to benefit our young ladies. Period Pixie Project, I'm working with NIWIC, the Naval Information Warfare Center, the Naval Warfare Information Center, which used to be SPAWAR. We're doing STEM work with them, where they're actually coming in and providing STEM training and STEM initiatives to our young people, which is very important. Partnerships with banks that we're working on, where the banks will actually be coming in and teaching our kids financial literacy. Partnerships with the Dorchester Child Advocacy Center, with whom we do training for sexual reproductive health. partnerships with Fact Forward and organizations, South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control, DHEC, which we do sexual reproductive health, providing condom access points throughout the Tri-County area. These are all things that we're able to do because of support from people like you. That's not even talking about the fun experiences that we do with the kids, the end of the year retreats, the games that we're able to go to, partnerships with the Stingrays, where we're able to go into the Stingrays games, or going to the River Dogs games, or going to Velocity, or going to it's not Velocity anymore. It's I forgot the name of Velocity, but those jump places where kids go and they jump around for hours, which I still don't completely understand that concept. Like, just jumping for hours, like, is not a fun time for me. My back could not take that right now at my current current status, which is why I have not been at the basketball court in quite some time. So I just said it to say that we do so many things within the realm of mentorship that people don't understand are a part of this work. And it only happens because of people like you making donations. So if you have not already had an opportunity to, please go in, make a donation. I will be refreshing this screen just to see where we are. We're currently at $5,250 that we've raised today. Through today, the kids actually started their peer-to-peer. I'm talking just one last thing, and then we'll get to my first guest, who I see are in the green room. Thank y'all so much for joining me. I'm looking forward to speaking to my good friends, my brothers, my sister. But the kids have actually, and some of the mentors are actually doing their own fundraisers. So right here, the first name that comes up is Mr. Kyrie Bryant. He's raised $10. So what I'll say is this: if you want to go in, when you go to the link, instead of just going straight to donate, if you scroll to the bottom of the screen, you can actually see the kids' fundraisers that they've started and the mentors' fundraisers that they've started. They all have set their own goals. We didn't tell them what to set a goal for. But as you can see, all these kids, all these people have set up their fundraisers. If you see one, like if maybe you go and you say, oh, I want to help a kid that hasn't raised any money yet. And there are some kids in here that have not yet raised any funds. Maybe you want to donate to that kid's campaign because they are also competing, which we will talk about as this goes on. But please come in, make a donation. We'd love to have your support. I'm going to run this one video and then we're going to get started. Nope, I don't want to do that because y'all won't be able to hear that. So give me 1 second. Let me copy that link. Put it over here because then y'all can hear the sound. We're going to watch this one video and then we're going to get started with my first guest. Stop, present video. Let me get this right at some point.
To be on the grassroots of help starting an organization that would affect positive change in the community. And being a part of that process, I had a child along the way. It did me a lot of service to be able to bring my son to be a part of the organization that I had a hand in creating. And to see the program continue to flourish, it really does my heart joy.
As I look back, I know now that this was a part of my journey because of the joy that I get out of this. The joy that I see my girls with a smile on their face and how excited they are to see each other and the mentors. And so, and also to see the girls develop over time because of coming here. So I know for a fact that I was meant to be here.
It's like another home that you are welcome to as soon as you walk in, and the people are loving and they're caring. They always want to know what's going on in your life.
It's exciting. Every month that we meet, it's just something to be cherished, really, because I'll definitely be taking the stuff that I've learned here throughout the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Here at Lowcountry Youth Services, our vision is that every child wins. And one way that we try to make sure that we're doing that is by providing positive mentorship experiences for our young people. Young people need to be matched with mentors, positive people in which they can see themselves and to see a positive future for themselves. We also want to provide positive outgoing experiences, opportunities for them to go out and see the world that they otherwise may not get an opportunity to do. And then also providing those positive job skills. We want to make sure that they're ready for the workforce as soon as they leave high school or college or whatever the case may be. But we do want to make sure that they not only see themselves as a member of the society, but a member of the larger world in a positive capacity.
All right, all right, all right. So, without further ado, I get to my first guest of the day. My first guests of the day. I am excited about speaking to them. Now, this is what I'm gonna tell you. This is how beautiful life is and how great God is, right? So, yesterday, I'm sitting around. I'm thinking to myself, like, I am supposed to have a speaker for my first guest, and I have not locked anyone in. And then I was like, hold up. I have overlooked probably the most perfect people to interview for this spot because they know this organization inside and out because they've been with me since 2016 when I got started, even before then, in different capacities. But you will know these names, you will know these faces, and when I tell you these are two of the most beautiful people inside and out I've ever met in my life. Without further ado, I'm just going to bring them on. Raphael and Serena James, my friends, my brother, my sister. How are y'all?
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. We're doing great. Thank you for that glowing introduction.
Yeah.
Truth is easy, man. Truth is easy. Thank y'all so much for joining me this morning. I'm every time, like, seeing y'all's faces just always like light me up. So thank y'all just for being here this morning. I know y'all could be doing anything on a Saturday morning, but y'all are here with me, and I appreciate that. So with that being said, please introduce yourselves to those who may not know who you are.
All right. Well, my name is Raphael James. This is my wife, Serena James. We've been together since 1992.
Wow.
We met in college, and we've been kicking it ever since. And life has been great because of this lady here in it.
Oh.
We have 3 children. Jaden, Grant, and Nia. Grant is a member of Lowcountry Youth Services, but this organization definitely impacts our entire family.
Absolutely, it does. So when Raphael said, hey, we're going to have an opportunity to kind of share more about DGC, I was like, are you kidding me? The answer is 1000% yes. It has, Grant is the member, but it has affected positively the entire family.
Nice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Serena, so we all know Raph, so I'm going to talk to you really quickly. Where are you originally from, Serena?
I am originally from Aurora, Colorado, and no, I don't know how to ski. People ask, so that's usually the next question. But yeah, I'm from Aurora, Colorado. Lived there for about 12, 13 years, and then I wanted the HBCU experience, and I applied to Payne College in Augusta, Georgia, and Clark Atlanta, also in Atlanta, Georgia. And I got into both, but I leaned towards Augusta because it was a smaller HBCU, and I kind of wanted that experience. Went there, and I met this guy to my left, which was also life-changing for me. Yes.
And I'm glad
what was your major in college? Were you in the same major as him?
English with an emphasis in communication. So he was more mass communications journalism, but yeah, we're both writers. Yeah, it's so funny. On one of our first dates, we actually went to a river walk and just started making up stories based on the environment, based on what we saw. And I think God had the biggest laugh because he would give us lots of content. Lots of things to write about much later in our relationship. Yes.
True story.
That's amazing. And you guys, so you mentioned Grant. Grant, who's your son, who's a member of DGC and has been since 2016. Grant has a special place in my heart. Y'all already know that. So can you sort of explain sort of your journey with Grant and sort of how he ended up becoming a part of the organization?
You want to start?
You go ahead. I'll fill it.
All right. So back when Grant, start from the beginning. Grant was diagnosed with autism. He's diagnosed on the autism spectrum disorder. Some things come easily for him. Some things are a struggle. Understanding social cues. Sometimes the communication. He didn't have any language at all until he was like 6 years old.
Yeah,
something like that. And so we have always been trying to figure out what this means, because autism is a spectrum. It's a broad spectrum. It's not like you know somebody with autism, so you know everybody with autism. It's very nuanced. Everybody is different. But our challenge was to figure out how that was going to impact our son. What can he do? What can't he do? What is he going to need help with? And how do we best set him up to be successful in life? So that's how we've kind of approached everything, try to put him into places where he can succeed. When he was in 5th grade, he had the opportunity to be placed into a classroom with a dynamic young teacher who really had a heart for the students, and he was different from anything that I had seen. And he really related with each of his students. Matter of fact, they all had special handshakes, and he took the time to remember each student's handshake. And I believe Grant probably knows that handshake today. That young teacher who made such an impression on Grant was none other than Rajon Lewis.
Yes.
And from there, I believe you got involved with Distinguished Gentlemen's Club and brought a chapter out to Somerville. And I thought that would be a good opportunity to get Grant among other young men that he could learn from, grow from, and learn some aspects about being a young man.
I will say that 2 stories, lots of stories stand out since he's been a member there, but 2 are just completely highlighted for me. The DGC Creed. Grant learned it so well that it comes out in the most just profound ways and unusual times. But one of the ones that I can remember, and we still have videos from it, but there was one time when, in particular, when Grant we had to seek help for Grant outside of the home. And there were sensory balls in that place, and there were just other things that kind of help him cope with the anxiety and everything. And so while he was away, they said he gravitated to the sensory balls. And then they asked, and what is this thing that he keeps saying? And I said, well, what does it sound like? And the nurse said he would go into, I am a gentleman. And he would just say this creed over and over. And it was so soothing for him that it became one of his tools. And so I say that we have sensory balls and we have the DGC Creed. And both of those have helped him just cope. And I love the Creed because it's so powerful. It reminds him of who he is. And so I want to thank you for that. Also, recently he took a trip to Chicago, first plane trip, and I had the mommy anxiety over it. I was like, oh my God. Even though Raphael was going with him, I was concerned about, socially what hiccups would be there. And oh my goodness. And so this is the way Raphael explained it to me. There are 3 siblings in my family. I'm the youngest, and I have 2 older brothers who I'm very, very close to. Shout out to Mike Chipman, Dave Chipman, who have been just dear friends for all of my life. And he said to me, if you said you were going on a trip with your brothers and I said I was worried, what would you say? And I would say, oh my, they're my brothers. Are you kidding me? And he was like, well, these are Grant's brothers. Did you see? These are, and they're going to, and the calm and the peace that can, and I think I really got it then. Oh my goodness. These are relationships that have been built over these years. And it was so nice to know that. And then to see that in action when you guys got on the plane and off the plane and everyone's like, hey, Grant, this is going to be great. It was awesome. So those are my favorite 2 DGC stories.
And you're right in terms of it being a relationship. I had some anxieties on that leading up to that Chicago trip as well. What would it look like? Is he going to be able to handle it? That first airplane ride, if we get on the airplane and he can't take it, there's nowhere to go. We're stuck, So all of that was playing in my mind, but I had a framework of what to expect, because when he first joined the program, we took a trip to Carowinds. That was one of the retreats. And I learned something about my son on that trip. And that was either he had no fear or he was afraid of being afraid, because he rode every single ride. And he went on it like a champ. There was a water slide once we got to the water section of the park. It was a big water slide that he wanted to go down, but he got to the top and he got stuck. Now, this was the first trip with the group, and we were becoming, I can't think of the correct word, but the two groups, the Hanahan group, North Charleston, Somerville, they were coming together. So we were all learning each other for the first time. So he was up there in the group, and for whatever reason, he couldn't go down. I don't know if he was afraid or what, but one of the older guys, Kevin, I'll never forget you, Kevin. Kevin's like, I'll go down with him. Kevin didn't know Grant. He had no relationship at that time with Grant, no expectation other than, this is my brother and he needs me to go down. I'll go down with him. And he did. And from there was no more problem. And that touched me as a father, to see a young man in this group look at my son and say, I got it. Because I was on the ground. They came and got me and let me know what was going on. So by the time I got there, Grant was sliding down the tube with a big smile on his face, with Kevin right there with him. So this group, it really does mean a lot to us in so many ways. And we can talk all day long about the benefits that we've received from it. So I said all of that to say, by the time we got to the Chicago trip, I really did feel that. I really did feel like he's going to be surrounded by his brothers. And look at that. And that's what it was. It was so touching. We got on the plane and I'm like, hey, champ, you okay? And he was like, yeah, I'm good. And then as the plane took off and we kind of settled down, I saw him. He's trying to follow the flight on his phone. And I said, you okay? Like, yeah, I was a little anxious. I'm a little scared. He admitted I'm a little scared, but he did it. And after that, because he loved Chicago, he had traveled on Google Maps to Chicago forever. And so when we got there, it was a dream come true for him. And I really am grateful for all of the other mentors, all of the other young men who it really is a family. I'm sorry, I'm talking and I'm running on, but it just is an overflow from my heart of how impactful this group of young men has been to my family.
And I think the key word that keeps popping up for me is togetherness. The way that DGC leaves, it's because of that togetherness where you're less alone. And whatever, because they're varying things that pop up. So I love how the support is there, the commitment to, hey, if you're going to do this, I'm going to show up this way. And I love how in tune they have become to each other. That's very important in all groups, but we're talking about DGC. So I will say that the mentors and everyone who has worked to help cultivate this, high five, the biggest applause from our family, because again, we all feel that. Grant is the member, but we all feel the effects of that membership in the most beautiful, positive ways.
When you have a child with special needs, you, in the back of your mind, you're always wondering, is the world going to be accepting of my child? So I try to stay close, no matter what anybody else says, I got your back. I'm going to be here. And when he joined and when I decided to become a mentor, I did so that I could kind of keep an eye on him. If things went left, I'd be there to jump in and help things out. But after a while, I began to get the sense that I wasn't in it alone, there was no need to ride shotgun everywhere Grant
Yeah.
was. He didn't want me everywhere he was.
Right.
So when he left middle school, I made the decision, I'm gonna let you go, son. I'm gonna stay back in middle school and be a mentor to these other young people. And you're gonna go to the high school group on your own. And I feel like he's thrived. And I'm so grateful to all of the mentors for just the love that they've shown.
So Grant has gained brothers, but also Raphael has gained brothers, and that's one of the ways when I say it's affected the whole family. That is one of the biggest things that I am talking about. Not only has Grant gained a bigger family, but Raphael has seen people step in, and his brothers step in for him in remarkably beautiful ways. So we're happy. Happy about it.
Y'all are so dope. I knew, like I said, man, I just knew like this, y'all would be like the perfect way to start the day. One, just because of how you glow as people, but your use of words. I'm always baffled at you guys' is just use of words. Like if y'all don't follow Serena James and just read her stuff and just get inspired, like I don't know what you're doing with your life. All right. But only good follows, no weirdos. No weirdos following the sis. We will ride on you. As she said earlier, Raph does have a bunch of brothers and we do ride on people. Anyway, you mentioned several things about G and about like the way he's grown within the organization. I will say, I remember the first time we sat down and talked about the possibility of Grant coming, on board and the sort of the concerns that you had, Raph, about him sort of being in that space. And the thing that we committed to very early with Grant was to make sure that he was one of the guys. Grant is not a kid on the spectrum in our group. Grant is a kid in our group. And so we really do try to cultivate an environment as an organization where every kid, regardless of what your situation is, regardless of your background, you can be a straight A student or a struggling student. You can be a perfect attendance student or a near truant student. You can be a kid on the spectrum or be a kid that's not on the spectrum. It does not matter. Come to us and work with us. Raph, from the inside, you've seen us from a mentoring standpoint. From a mentor standpoint, could you sort of see the sort of things that we've been able to do to sort of cultivate that type of environment?
Absolutely. And, it kind of helped as a parent as well, because, you become so lock focused on what challenges your child has that you maybe lose track. And I know this is true. You look at typically developing people and you feel like, okay, their lives are perfect. Their children don't have any issues. And that's just not true. Everybody has issues. And when I was able to allow Grant to be his own man, so to speak, forge his own paths, I was able to minister, and I think that's the right word, minister to the needs of the other young men who were dealing with things in their lives. And it's what I like about the structure of this program. You may have times where the mentors, I don't want to say come down hard, but they're stern. I'm saying this to you and I mean this, and I'm not smiling about it. And I have a very stern face while I'm talking to you, and that's part of it. But there's love behind that. There is intent behind that. And I think we are guiding these young men. And, I can't tell you everything, but when you have an opportunity, when you stay on a guy, and I say a guy because we're distinguished gentlemen, there is also Queens B, but we have more direct relationships with the young men. When you stay on a guy and you pour into them and you tell them, look, I'm doing this because you're smarter than this. You've got more intellect than this. You can make better decisions than this. And then you see them finally get it. But they come to you and say, hey, remember what we talked about? I did that. And I like it. I'm proud of myself. Or when they get into a little trouble and they come to you and they know they messed up, and you can give them encouragement and not be one of the thousands of people who are beating them up for the mistake that they've made. Those are the things that make it all worthwhile. Those are the points and moments in time where relationships grow. And that's when you see a man being developed from a boy. And that's why we're doing this.
And I will add to that, I love the peer accountability that has also come. The young man who was just gifted the card, and Zach. Oh my goodness. Zach. The people in Grant's classroom know who Zach is, because sometimes Grant will just take that voice with him and he'll be like, Zach says I'm a good guy, and, you know, or Zach says I can do, and you just see, oh my goodness, what mommy and daddy sometimes tell you all the time through a peer, it just sounds a little bit different sometimes. So I also appreciate that accountability where your like-minded peers can come in and say, hey, you know, I know you can do this, or I know you can do better. And so it's just all around a good vibe that you get from being in this group. I've witnessed so much growth from Grant. And let me tell you something, if he's going to this meeting, he will clean his room, because he knows DGC meeting is today and I know I have to clean my room first. So I love how he looks forward to this. This is one of his favorite things to do, is be involved with you guys. And so it's an easy day when it's a DGC meeting or a gathering or whatever you're doing. It's an easy day because he looks forward to it so much.
And community service, that's not foreign to him. That's not, what is this? You know, okay, this is what we're doing. Let's go.
Yes. See, and community service, I mean, like, there's so many things y'all said that I sort of want to jump into, but I'm not going to, because like y'all said, we could literally do this all day. I was sent this one picture though that I wanted to talk about, because Serena, you posted about it. Let me send it to my phone so I can talk about it really quickly with you. I just was sent it. There was a photo that was that you posted, Serena, that was of Grant. And in this photo, Grant is looking at a photo of his DGC brothers. And you talked about sort of what that meant for him. So for those who don't know, every year we do a senior graduation cap and gown shoot. Shout out to Trinice Elmore and Your World on Film, who does this for us at no cost. Thank you so much for the love and for doing that. But for our young people, she makes sure that they have a cap and gown photo that we can use, that they can have, and she charges us nothing. She charges nothing for all of the services, and it's professional. It's professional. But you posted this picture of Grant looking at, I want to say that year it was, that was Matthew Piggs, Zaven Edwards, and Brandon Corley, who are graduating. Serena, can you talk about that photo and sort of what your sentiments were about that?
Yeah, Grant was scrolling on Instagram and he stops and he's like, these guys are cool. And it was such a moment, because I think also with DGC, he's always had the next level to also look forward to. He's always had an example of, hey, this is what your next could be and could look like if you work hard and you do what's required and you do hold yourself accountable. So I think for him to be surrounded by the stories of greatness, you know, again, it's his peers and he's watching them move up. He's looking forward to graduation. Why? Because he's seen it all around him. He's seen the caps and gowns, he's seen the ceremonies, and he's heard from guys who are like, hey, I'm out now. I did it. I did the requirements. And I think that energy in real time has been wonderful to witness. I mean, you can see on his face, he was so happy. Happy for them, yes, but happy because, hey, I'm kind of on the same road here. This is what I've got to look forward to. And I that's the beautiful thing too. As long as he's been in DGC, he's had something to look forward to. And we all need that, right? We all need
Yeah.
to have something on our calendar that says, hey, this is coming. This goodness is
Yep.
coming. And so that's what it was. He was looking on there and he was like, these guys are cool. Very good examples.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. I wanted to do. Dang, where's that photo? I sort of got into my photo bag. I was trying to do. I wanted to do a video collage of like the memories over the years, because again, y'all been with us since 2016, and over that course of time, there's so much that happens. You know, we grow, we develop, the kids get bigger, but I wanted to sort of give y'all sort of that send off with it, but I wasn't able to get it taken care of because I got loopy after being at my computer for, I want to say 16 hours yesterday.
Oh, wow.
But I did want to sort of just go through some of the photos just so we can just sort of walk through it together, the journey, right? So, you know, this was before I even came on board with DGC. This was Raphael was our keynote speaker at one of the end of the year awards ceremony. That's him with McKendrick Dunn, who you're going to see a little bit later. He's now our associate executive director. This is one of our early meetings. I remember this meeting here, Raph was actually giving, we had one of our members, two of our members were going to be in a speaking competition that day, and Raph gave them some tips on speaking. And I remember like that was at Sires Elementary in my classroom.
That's right.
This was at Miracle League. When that was like the first year, we was out there just helping the kids, the special needs kids and adults. Actually, there's little Nia.
Speaking of the whole family, yeah.
Listen, and it's always been a family thing. There's G, early G, with the suspenders in my classroom. My guy, love that kid. There's Raph at our awards at the first induction ceremony.
I remember that. Yeah,
that was the first induction ceremony. Again, anytime I always tell Raph, I try not to push the Raph button too much because it can become cumbersome. But when I push the Raph button, I need my guy, and every time I push the button, he comes through. There's G, with one of our first inductees. That was our first induction ceremony. Grant was a part of that. We had never done it before that. That's me and it. We both look so much different now. For some reason, we both figured out how to grow facial hair since then.
Yes.
There's G and Lore.
Yes.
That was the parade, the Somerville parade.
Wow.
My
that was really fun. I'm gonna skip ahead. Car wash, that was dope. That was us car wash with Laura and Riley.
Yeah.
And this is and just going through these pictures, it just speaks to again the longevity and the time that you guys have spent with our organization.
Absolutely.
Love that you. So there's G, when G did the creed that year.
That's right. That's right.
G did the creed for us that year. So Serena, you talk about, him learning the creed. We know the difficulty that he's had learning things. But the creed is something not that he learned, but he's committed to as a person.
Right. And he'll pull it out now as a tool. Like I said, it's like a coping, and it's a wonderful thing. He lights up when he says it. I have to send you a video of when he first memorized it, and the tone of his voice. Oh my goodness, it was like several octaves, so high. I mean, his voice has changed so much, but then his voice has changed so much. His confidence has grown so much by being a part of this. And so when I hear him say it now with all this bass in his voice, and I look at where he started, I'm like, oh my goodness, the changes have been remarkable.
Oh man, I'm looking at some of these pictures. I see Dennis's kids. They're so tiny. I'm like, these are grown men now. Wow.
Yeah, they're all so big now. It's insane. That was us at the
Atlanta trip.
At the Atlanta trip. Yep. See, the Atlanta trip. Yep. That was the David Buster's, the longest Stars and Stripes, the longest trip to Stars and Stripes that anyone has ever taken in the history of time. Us playing pool. Now, so just to, really quickly, because I know we got to wrap up. Really quickly, I was waxing everybody in bowling. I remember very vividly beating everyone in bowling, and then Raph said, "Okay, well, come over to this pool table real quick." Let's just say I didn't win anymore. Like there was no more winning for me.
Fun times.
And I wanted to do one last thing. I did Chicago trips earlier. I wanted to G's birthday. We were in Chicago, and it was G's birthday.
Yes.
The day that we did the this. The day that we went to the naval basic training facility.
Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness.
Just another great day. And we sang G Happy Birthday at Giordano's.
That's right. That's right. The waitresses came out and treated him special. Look at that. Man, we had so much pie.
There's G.
Yeah. That was a
Oh,
very
my
special
goodness.
birthday.
Just amazing.
Yes.
As soon as he got off the plane, he's like, "Can I take you guys back there?"
Yeah.
And that's the thing too. You've exposed him to wonderful experiences where now he's like, the confidence he has that I can do it. I took a plane, you know. He was just so excited. I'm so grateful for all the experiences because it has helped grow his voice, literally grow his voice up. And this picture tells it all. He was ecstatic, just overjoyed.
That's my guy. Well, I want to thank y'all so much. You guys this has been like amazing. Again, I am super grateful for all of you, for everything that you guys have been to our organization. You never ask for anything. You just show up and you give and you give and you give. And we are so grateful. Thank you for trusting us with your family. I always say that, you know, our youth are our most valuable asset. And like, we have to do everything we can to cultivate positive relationships with our youth. And not only with your son, but even with Nia and even with Jaden. Like I felt like I've been a part of y'all's family since I came on board originally.
Yes, you have.
And like but it's right there in the model. So I am so grateful for everything that you guys have been. Y'all are giants in the community. And the fact that, you know, y'all come on board and you're just one of the parents. You know, it's never well, I have this pull, so you better do this. Or it's never that. It's never ever that. Your humility, your forthrightness, your integrity means so much to me. And I love y'all. Y'all know how I feel about y'all. I'm not gonna cry on this camera. I'm a thug on the streets, and I can't have people thinking that weird stuff about me. But dead serious, like y'all know how I feel about y'all. So thank you. Any closing words before we end this?
I just want to say the feeling is mutual, my brother, to you and your family, and of course our DGC LYS family. When you find things that work, you need to support those things. And DGC and LYS, it works, not just for my family, but I've seen it work for so many other families. I mean, I promise you, I could talk about it all day long. I have seen transformations take place. I am seeing transformations take place. I am seeing young men who thought nobody liked them now develop friends, not only friends, now they have brothers. I have seen those bonds be formed. I have seen young men develop confidence where they didn't have it before. I see them take chances to step up and stand out, even though they're afraid. They do it scared, knowing that there's a group of mentors and a group of adults that have their back, and there's nothing that they cannot do. We need programs like this in our community, and I'm big on the community. You can look at the community and say all of the things that are wrong. You can see the stories that we run that may not make you feel so good about the community, but then you can look at an organization like this and see the positivity that it adds to this region is undeniable.
Enough, Serena?
Oh no, I co-sign that 1,000%. And again, the effect that it has on families. These guys are walking testimonials of what you can do when you say it takes a village, right?
Absolutely.
DGC, the village, y'all got it going on.
We are the village.
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Again, I love y'all. I appreciate you, and I value what you bring. So thank you for spending this morning with me. Go do something fun. Go enjoy some sunshine. I heard there's an air show happening at the Air Force Base. So I'm pretty sure you like reporting on it or something, Raph. So
we got somebody there for sure.
Oh, word. Okay. Well, thank you so much, and I will talk to y'all soon.
Yeah,
love y'all.
Thank you.
My brother.
Love you too. Have a good one.
Yes.
Bye.
Have a good one. Bye. All right. And so it is now 10:05, and we're gonna roll. So first of all, thank you to Serena and Raphael James, like just amazing people who took the time on a Saturday morning just to talk about this organization and the work that we do. It means a lot that people take the time out to come out and do it. They don't have to. Again, if you're just joining us, this is our LYS-A-Thon Virtual Fundraiser. And what we do here is a virtual fundraiser. This will be going on all day long. So we started at 9 o'clock this morning, and we'll be on until 5 p.m. We are trying to raise $25,000. We are currently, I'm going to refresh and share so y'all can see, because I don't want to lie to y'all and be like, oh, we have raised $10 million. We have not raised $10 million. We are at, stop screen, present screen, share screen, window, boom, there we go, bing. All right, we are currently at $5,250, so $5,250 that we've raised so far. Again, our youth started raising money on April 1st, and now we're April 20th, so we're at $5,250, and we are looking to get to $25,000 at the end of the day. And I have a very special announcement after this presentation here, after this invitation. 1 second. One of my guests is use this link. Sorry, use this link to get into their space. And StreamYard. Sorry, again, technical difficulties. All right, so we are currently at $5,250. If you have not already, you can scan the QR code right at the bottom of the screen with your phone. It says donate now. You just scan that QR code and it sends you directly to where you can make a donation. All right. With that being said, I'm going to move right into my next panel, which I'm very excited about. Again, if you have to know me to understand the inside of my brain, and many of y'all don't know me well enough to know the inside of my brain, nor do you want to. But I was sitting around trying to put together this year's schedule. Every year, I sit down with the team and like, these are the things I want to do. And every year we take a different approach. This year, I really wanted to talk about youth development and mentorship, but also the foundational space surrounding it, because none of this work happens, again, without donations from people like you. But there's also another wing of this that is really the philanthropic space, the foundations that are supporting the work that we do. So I actually reached out to the organizations, several organizations that have provided us funding and support of other kinds over the course of my time with LYS, especially in the last couple of years. And I reached out and they actually said yes. So sometimes you just got to ask and be me. I mean, I think being me helps, but ask and be like, have a little bit of street cred when it comes to these people. And they are willing to come on. So I'm going to introduce my guest for the next panel. I don't know if I've ever seen the four of them in the same place. So I think this may be a first time for all of them, at least I'm just going to call it that. I'm going to start with Mr. Darren Goss Sr., who is the president CEO of the Coastal Community Foundation. We have Claire Gibbons, who is the executive director of Power Ed, which is a subsidiary of the South Carolina Student Loan Fund. And then we have Donna Waits, who is the president CEO of Sisters of Charity. I will fix this screen so it doesn't look like this. I don't want it like that. There we go. And then we have Kiara Clark, who is y'all don't understand about Kiara. I'm just telling y'all don't even understand. She's with MDC. Y'all don't know what MDC. MDC does not stand for anything anymore, y'all. I'm just gonna let y'all know that I'm just gonna start with MDC stands for nothing at all. It used to mean something. I asked a question. It no longer means anything. But she is here and she is ready to impart wisdom about this as well. So thank you all so much for joining me. Y'all are all on mute, except for Claire.
Well, thanks for having me, since I'm not on mute.
Yes. So Claire, since you were unmuted, thank you, Darren. And Kara. Hey, Donna. How's it going?
What an intro.
I mean, MDC doesn't stand for anything, except for increased opportunities for people in the South, state of the South, da-da-da-da. So in fact, since I said MDC doesn't stand for anything as an acronym, I'm going to start with you, Kiara. Please introduce yourself.
That's what happens when you come off mute and you say something first. So, but hello, everyone. Hello, other members of the panel. Some might know, Nice to meet you, Claire, as well. Wonderful to be here with you, Rajon, and everyone who's watching. So my name is Kara Clark. I'm a program director with MDC, which technically doesn't exactly stand for anything, but we are trying to find something else for it to stand for. So some of what we've been talking about is having it stand for meaning, dignity, and community. That's new, Rajon. You haven't heard that one yet. But those three
I like
words
it.
need to encapsulate most of the work that we do, we seek to change in the South. So we envision a South where systemic equities no longer exist and all people thrive. Our work is focused on the South, but much of our work is directly in the Carolinas. So our work includes activating change makers, strengthening capacity, framing key issues, and cultivating networks, all with equity at the center. We have 4 different issue areas right now: rural prosperity, educational equity, equity, security, and mobility, and equity-centered leadership and philanthropy, which is how I know Rajon and how our work directly connects. So I'll stop.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to go up to Darren. Darren, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Darren Goss Sr. I'm the president and CEO of the Coastal Community Foundation. We are headquartered here in North Charleston, South Carolina, but serve the entire coast of South Carolina. So think from Myrtle Beach down to Hilton Head, and includes the counties of Hampton, Jasper, Colleton, and Dorchester, Berkeley counties. The Community Foundation exists to help create vibrant communities by uniting people and investing resources in 6 really focus areas: economic mobility, education, coastal resilience, health, mental and physical well-being, coastal resilience, culture and inclusion, and future philanthropy and philanthropic leadership. So we fund everything from pocket parks to youth programming like Lowcountry Youth Services. And so it's just great to be in this space with colleagues from around the South. So Kara, good to see you.
Thank you so much, Darren. I appreciate you. All right, I'm going to zigzag down to Miss Donna.
Good morning. Thank you so much. It is great to see all of you. And what a fun thing, by the way. So
Oh, thank you.
Fascinated by this. So yeah, I'm Donna with the Sisters of Charity Foundation, and we are a statewide foundation. So we have the pleasure of working with all 46 counties and do partner a lot with Claire and Kiara and Darren. Our mission is to reduce poverty in South Carolina, and we do that through partnerships with our grantee partners like Lowcountry Youth Services, but we also have a big effort for our advocacy. We believe that in order to meet our mission, we've got to see some systemic change. So a lot of our work also is in the advocacy and research space.
Okay, thank you so much, Donna. And Claire, definitely last but not least.
Saving the best for last. Thanks for having me today. I'm excited to be part of this fundraiser. I feel like we should have somebody coming out with a thermometer periodically holding it up, some Vanna moments. So Power Ed, as you mentioned in the intro, is the corporate philanthropy. We're the philanthropy of South Carolina Student Loan Corporation, which is a private nonprofit lender. Our mission really is about breaking down economic barriers to education access, whether that's through student loans, through grant making, and hopefully one day in the future we'll launch a scholarship program. So you heard that here first. We focus on helping students middle school age through adults connect with, whether it's continuing their education through a 2 or 4 year school or getting the workforce skills they need to go directly into the workforce to get a better paying career, to help break the poverty cycle, build generational wealth for families. We focus on underserved communities, underserved populations across the state of South Carolina. We are a statewide funder like Sisters of Charity. So we focus on rural communities in particular, minority communities, those communities where your zip code you live in should not determine or predetermine your opportunities in life. So if our funds can help great organizations keep doing what they're doing and scale, that's what we're about.
Nice. Thank you so much. And thank you all for that introduction again. Saturday morning. It's a beautiful day outside. Y'all could have been doing anything, but y'all are here, and I just want to honor your time and your commitment to this work. I want to dig right into it. What made you? I want to start personal. What made you want to join the philanthropic space? And if you did not want to join here and you just landed here, I want you to make up a fake story as to why it inspired you. You can go ahead at the pace that you decide.
Well, I'll start if you guys don't mind, but Rajon, I have to tell you, every Saturday morning is my golf Saturday morning. So I'm giving up golf to be here with these colleagues, and that's the only respite I get is the golf morning on Saturday. So anyway, no, just a little tongue in cheek there. You know, Rajon, I actually was the beneficiary of a college scholarship to go to and attend and graduate from Wofford College. And I didn't realize until probably my sophomore year that the family that made my scholarship possible did that through an endowment that the college had. And so I started to research this thing called an endowment. I was on my way into the military after graduation, but it was understanding what the Taylor family did, how they did it, that really piqued my interest for philanthropy in general. And so for years I had given to the United Way and always wanted to give back through volunteer services, through mentoring, through those things as I raised my son. And then when I had a chance to come back to Wofford, sort of at an inflection point at the ripe old age of 31, I had the chance to go work for the United Way in Greenville County, South Carolina. Golly, it feels like a lifetime ago, but 17 years ago.
Craig,
that opportunity really wet my whistle in terms of not just raising money, but the joy of working with donors, companies, and others to give money away for no other reason than people have a heart toward other people. And so that's what inspires me every day about the work. But that seed of philanthropy really started with me as an 18-year-old when I realized how I got to pay for college and graduate from college debt free.
Wow, that's a great story. All right, who's next?
It's a true story, Rajon, by the way.
I'm glad you didn't make that up. I love that. No, that's amazing.
I just have to say, I'm impressed with the hype squad that just came up while Darren was talking with his staff members. That's next level marketing happening right here.
I love my team. I love
it.
Yeah. Shout out to Sam and CT.
Kira, we haven't met, but I know Carrie Forrest very well, who is now part of Coastal Community Foundation. So shout out to the other members of the hype squad. So I'm probably the new kid in philanthropy. I spent the bulk of my career in strategic communications. I started out in campaigns and government, and then went into corporate public relations, working for international firms in DC and Los Angeles before settling in Charleston about 17 years ago, and worked in economic development, global marketing, helping attract people to live and work in Charleston. And people are now really thankful for that because of the traffic. But I see what economic and workforce development can do to make sure that there are opportunities for all in the community to thrive. So when I was thinking about what is next for me and how can I make a difference and give back, I just talked to friends in philanthropy, corporate, family foundations, community foundations, to get a sense of it, and was fortunate enough that the opportunity came available with Power Ed almost 2 years ago when the founding director resigned. So I love it because I get to learn about fantastic nonprofits like Lowcountry Youth Services and others across the state that are really moving South Carolina forward. And I have the privilege of being able to learn about them and be able to bring financial resources to help programs like yours do more of what you do. And that's thrilling part of my job.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Claire. We want to go next.
So, to Rajon's earlier point of trying to come up with a story, it's a true story, but in some ways I ended up here. And I am relishing the fact that I ended up here. So all of my reasonable career history, let's leave out the retail, all those other things that you do earlier in life. All of my career experience has been spent in nonprofits. So I've always worked at some sort of organization that was somehow connected into community, doing something for the community in one way or another. As I continued throughout my career, I moved from more of sort of the direct service in the nonprofits to sort of the program manager, the program director, working with the CEO in one way or another. And that was sort of my entry point to understand, well, here's where the money is coming from that we actually use to do our work. So throughout my time at MDC, I've been fortunate to see the inner workings of some of that and why decisions are made, how equity comes to play in decision making. And I think that's what's kept me in this space because I see how important the work that nonprofits do directly in communities. And the organization that I'm in, we're a nonprofit, but we serve as sort of an intermediary role. So while we operate as a nonprofit, we are also in direct communication and coaching and guiding with foundations and helping them along their journeys, which both gives us an entry point into philanthropy and helping to shift the way philanthropy operates and filters down through the organizations that we work with.
All right. Thank you, Kara. All right, Donna, it's on you.
Oh, yes. And so sorry earlier for the guest appearance from my husband, who
We love guest appearances here.
Clearly didn't listen when I said I was going to be on live camera. So back to how I got here, and mine's a story that's true also. But I grew up in Gaffney, South Carolina, and Gaffney at the time of my growing up had been severely hit by economic depression related to mills that were closing. What used to be a thriving little community became not so thriving. So just knew what it was like to grow up in areas that were under-resourced and were struggling with barriers. So I knew I wanted to do something that could help people like my family and like our community. And I accidentally landed in fundraising. I did a podcast called The Accidental Fundraiser one time, and that's the truth, where I wanted to help people, but I wasn't a social worker. I wasn't a nurse. I'm not a teacher. So how could I use the skills that God did give me to help? So I landed with Healthy Learners, which is a ministry of the Sisters of Charity Foundation. The Sisters of Charity, the Order of Nuns that I still work for 24 years ago. So I was Healthy Learners' first part-time fundraiser. I had to wait tables at night just to help pay bills. But it was a calling for sure, and stayed with fundraising with Healthy Learners, and then Providence Hospital for quite a while. And then when the opportunity came to come over to the foundation, the Sisters of Charity Foundation, to be on the other side of philanthropy, was honestly a dream, to be able to take everything that I learned from being in development to working with a small nonprofit to now support nonprofits. It wasn't how I planned it for sure. But nothing ever really is. And I wouldn't trade it for anything. Now having the ability to be in relationship with people, with organizations that are doing that work that I felt called to do all those years ago. And to just play a small role in helping to make Rejan's work happen. And I saw Ricardo come up earlier as well, and all the hundreds of wonderful organizations that we get to support. So it's been a long journey for sure, but one I wouldn't trade for anything.
Absolutely. Y'all definitely have some very interesting stories and different sort of avenues and ways that you sort of ended up in this space. I always like to sort of find out people's origin stories, like in the beginning of Avengers, like they'll tell you, how somebody became Iron Man and all these things. You guys are all superheroes in your own individual way. And like I use that term for a reason, because in the philanthropic space, you actually have the opportunity to help something exist that without you can't, in a lot of cases. I'm very familiar with the work of, for example, the Coastal Community Fund that has something like the New Fund that allows organizations that are more grassroots level to get their first like taste of what it is to go through that grant writing process. Like things like that are very important. And so what I wanted to do today is sort of center that conversation on youth development, and maybe what reasons did you guys decide to support Lowcountry Youth Services as an organization? But also, I sort of want to dig also into maybe some of the things that people in the youth development field can sort of get, sort of tweak themselves on, so we can make ourselves more likely to get funding from foundations like yourselves, because a lot of times we don't know what we don't know. And we don't know because we don't ask, and we're not in those rooms. And I've had the opportunity to be in rooms with each of you, to sort of to tell my story and to sort of tweak the way I do things to better do it. So I sort of wanted to get a little bit into that, if that's all right. If it's not, we already here, so y'all can't stop me. Anyway, but I want to start I will start with why for your organization was it important that you support organizations like Lowcountry Youth Services? Anybody can start. Bob and Weaver.
I'll start. Rajon, I think supporting organizations like Lowcountry Youth Services is important for the Community Foundation on probably 3 levels. One is, and I'll just start not in any priority, but just in the ways that we think about equity. The first is, you are a Black-led organization serving a community of stakeholders who, and your website says it, doesn't have to be at-risk youth, because they could be making straight A's, or they could be challenged, but they both groups need opportunity, right? And so, and so for the Community Foundation, when we say in our mission statement that we unite people, invest resources so that everyone in our community can reach their full potential, that literally means everyone. That's the young kid who's in a single parent home, or the kid in a dual parent home where those parents are working and they need support, so forth and so on. Organizations like yours provide that support. So on the one hand, it's very specific to increasing access to equitable opportunities. So you read our mission statement, it talks about access to opportunity. And then the first part that I mentioned is because it's a Black-led organization. We absolutely know, and I think this is not a problem for youth serving organizations as much as it is a problem for philanthropy, that we have to both recognize and make commitments, investments in organizations like yours, Rajon, that support and go places where other organizations may not be capable of going, not because they don't have the capacity, because they don't maybe have the cultural understanding, the readiness to meet people where they are, and the built-in sometimes trust that marginalized communities or disadvantaged communities may have. I think the third thing that's important for the foundation as it relates to supporting youth serving organizations is embedded in our education platform and our economic mobility platform. If we can help overcome barriers to success, I love what you see on your website, so that these young people can win. I always think about putting people in position to win, and that's really what it's about. We can't, and I think, Claire, you said it, we can't determine as a child who we're born to, or where we're born, or economic situation when we're born, but the community around children should wrap themselves around those children, the village, right? And ensure that those children have an opportunity to be successful in life. I think if you talk to anyone on our team, any of our board members, that's an internal sort of guiding principle. Inclusion with equity is one of our values that just simply suggests that people should have the opportunity unencumbered to be successful in life. And so, but for youth serving organizations, there's not really a silver bullet for you. You have to do what you do with integrity, with fidelity. And I think it's incumbent upon funders to be committed to the work that you need the funding to support, quite frankly, in ways that make sense for you, so we don't make you twist into a pretzel to get the money you need to support the communities and the young people that you're trying to support. And I saw CT and Samuel chime in earlier. Samuel's a program officer with the organization, so he'll back that up. We've got to do some things structurally to make resources more readily available to organizations like yourself, and we're in the process of trying to make that happen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sure. Anybody want to follow him up?
It's hard to follow. Yeah. It's hard to follow. Go ahead and try.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm officially jumping in. Darren, I appreciate you saying the visual of folding up into a pretzel, because that was the thing that was sticking out to me when Rajon asked the question just about like what could organizations do differently, because in the work that we do together, we are all about flipping that whole topic on its head. And why should organizations have to do something different when we know that it's really philanthropy that's in the way? So I'll stop there. But I think while it was important for us to support organizations like Lowcountry Youth Services, so we think that we think that there are different points of intervention into the cycles that many of our organizations seek to disrupt. So we know like education, trade, certifications, social safety nets, those are pathways or tools that assist in youth being able to thrive. So we need organizations that are accessible to youth where they're at to provide those services and support so that they can succeed. And I think that an organization like mine, where we're a nonprofit, we're an intermediary, we have connections to foundations, we don't get to see what that work is. We don't always get to connect directly into communities, and that's by default because of the type of organization that we are. But being connected to an organization that is doing that work, it helps us really understand what's actually happening in community. So we're in spaces with funders and spaces with other networks and spaces with other resources. We can help uplift and amplify the work that Rajon and Lowcountry Youth Services is doing up into the spaces that help give them eventually more support. And it helps us actualize in a way the mission that we're talking about. So we're not caught up in the data, the statistics and numbers, but actually hear like the real stories from the people.
I'll go next. So for the Sisters of Charity Foundation, the mission is to reduce poverty in South Carolina, and there's so many ways to go about addressing the issues and the systems that created and exacerbate poverty in our state. But for us, in terms of supporting organizations like Lowcountry Youth Services, something that we acknowledge as a staff and a board when we are looking to support organizations is everybody isn't a pretzel, to go back to that analogy. And there's so many different ways to address poverty. But one of the things that we love about this type of program, and all the distinguished gentlemen and the queens and all of the work that you do, is that you create a community that's safe and encouraging. And when I have an 18-year-old and a 20-year-old, I'm almost 20, children, and the environment that our young people have grown up in is fractured and it's divided. And then when you layer on to it, living in communities that have been disinvested and under-resourced, you add in so many different additional layers of trauma and barriers. And don't get me started on social media and the fact that our children have, they've had to create, or either don't know any different, artificial relationships that they carry around with them in this little device 24 hours a day, and think they're in relationship with people. And when our youth that are facing additional challenges don't have that in-person physical support system like Lowcountry Youth Services creates, then for the rest of their lives, they're that much further, in my opinion, behind. And so when a natural community and a natural affinity group doesn't exist, we have to create it. And that's what you've done. You've created these communities of the small groups to the big groups and all the mentors that are pouring into. I watched a little bit of the couple before, and I mean, what a beautiful testament to the benefit of the mentors, the benefit of the people who are pouring into, like they experience benefit from it and the blessing from it. So holistically, I'm really kind of going all over the place and chasing squirrels, but we think that this, from the Sisters of Charity perspective, that holistic, from spiritual to physical, the environment that you all create is setting up the young people for just success. And we're grateful that your organization is taking the time to pour into in such a wonderful way.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Claire, did you want to say anything?
I always want to say something.
All right.
I think what I want to say is I love and we love what your program does. You know, we believe that community members know best what their communities need. And, you know, Darren talked about being a Black-led organization, primarily serving Black students. I think that's critical. I know I'm not looking for my organization to come in as some sort of white savior. You know, we very much want to use funds to help communities scale their programs to serve more of their community members and lift them up, because there are systemic barriers in our state that have been there for generations. So if there's something that we can do and our funds can do to boost equity and inequality, address those inequalities, and make sure that education access is more equitable, that's really what we're here for and here to do, is to help boost that access. And I think the programs, whether it's the Distinguished Young Gentlemen, Queen's Being, Girls on the Rise, is helping build confidence, build problem solving, build leadership skills, certainly addressing any sort of summer learning loss and academic support. But if you see it, you can be it. And you want to have models in your community that you can, look up to and look after and see a pathway forward. And that's what I see in what you're building and your board is building with Lowcountry Youth Services. And, you're very well thought of by other funders in the state, not just those on this stream today. And I'm excited to be part of the family.
Well, thank y'all so much. Darren, I see.
Yeah, let me just add something to the youth serving organizations, because Kiara, you mentioned it, and we always talk about results and evaluation, particularly in the funding community. And let me just plug to every youth serving organization to reach out to Samuel Bellamy and learn about results-based accountability. It's a simple but powerful to me framework for how you can communicate the impact of your program. Ask really 3 questions. How much did you do? How well did you do it? And is anyone better off? And if you get sophisticated, how are they better off? And if you can articulate those answers to those 4 questions in a way that demonstrates how you've used funder dollars, I think you will have no problem, quite frankly, making a case that your program's worthy of the funding that it receives. It already is, but I think to satisfy the need for funder evaluation and accountability, you have to be able to do that, right? So results-based accountability, please get with Samuel, look for an opportunity to hear from him on that, because I think it's really a great tool to help educate us about the work that you do and the impact that you're making, to Claire's point, on young girls, young women, young boys, and young gentlemen.
Yeah, I think where you just sort of took us exactly where I wanted to go next. So thank you for that segue in. I want to know, because again, in this space, one of the things that we definitely run into is the fact that in a lot of cases, again, y'all know I soapbox. Those who know me, y'all know I soapbox a little bit. I'm trying not to. But mentoring organizations have really been pigeonholed into a very unique space. There's like, oh, it's a hobby. You know, this is something like you tell kids, hey, put a tie on, pull your pants up, don't cuss people out. You just did that. You just mentored. And what we've tried to do at Lowcountry Youth Services is to the point that many of you made is to establish, you know, what we call the village. And in the village, you know, we are providing the breeding ground for the young people to become what they have the potential to become. Not because we're so great, but because the community is great. The community is vast. The resources are vast. And we feel like if we can bring those kids into this one space and bring the community into this one space where they have access to all of it, now the community doesn't seem so limited to them. So with that being the case, just to say, like, mentorship is so much more vast than it is. You talked about RBA. You know, I talk to Sam a lot, so we've definitely discussed RBA. And we've done our sessions on that. In addition to that, like, what are some things that the youth development organizations can sort of do to let the foundational space know, one, that we exist, and two, that we are doing amazing work? Because there's so many of us that are doing great work, but we may not have the ability to get in front of, once I figured out I could just like call Darren, like call CC up instead of meeting with Darren, it sort of changed things. But Darren has people who you make meetings with that can get you to meet Darren or Donna or Claire or Kiera. So if we're in that space, we're like, man, we're doing amazing work. We think we're doing amazing work. What is the thing that is going to take us to the next level so that we can get on the radar of one of your organizations?
I'll go first. I'm sorry. I'm passionate about this. Let me just say something to the power of mentorship, and then I'll just talk about what I think may be an opportunity. If you ever get a chance to read my little short pamphlet book called The Leadership Option, in there you'll see that I have had mentors my entire life. As a young Black boy growing up in Charleston, South Carolina, without knowing my biological father, it was my little league football coach, a white man, who was that father figure, who was that caring adult outside of my mom, that literally kept me on the straight. And they had this unholy alliance in my mind at 13 that if I didn't get like a 2.5 or better GPA in school, I couldn't play football. And they made that consistently clear, right? And so about 21 years ago, Rajon, I read this article, a study by the Johns Hopkins University when I was an administrator at Wofford in the Student Affairs Office. And they talked about the importance of every young person having a caring adult in their lives. And I think the science, the research validates the work that you do in your organization, the work that other youth serving organizations do, and the reality that there are children that we work with every day in our communities who come from families that don't have that well knit together family, who need caring adults who can expose them to opportunity, who will in some instances just listen. That's such a powerful tool in helping these young people gain a sense of belonging, which is, I think, what you do, a sense of like they can thrive. And Kiera, if this sounds familiar, as well as they can contribute. That's an MDC thing, right? And so I think that's what's important. I would say to any executive director or program person for a youth serving organization, when you're talking to a funder, have the research. Know the research. Know that this is valid interventions that actually work and the numbers suggest that they do. So have that, cite the research, put it in your RBA framework. The other thing is be true to who you are as an organization. Don't go chasing dollars. Help us understand why the dollars you get and that you should consistently get year after year are making an impact. And sometimes funders want to go wide when organizations like this, by the very nature of what they are set up to go deep. And we ought to be able to respect and appreciate the fact, Rajon, that your organization goes deep and these children need that depth of relationship. So articulate that in the framework, articulate that on your online, have the digital storytelling like you do, get those things out there, and then be very concise about why you do what you do and the impact that it's making. That's what I would say. This is like a Saturday preaching kind of thing for me.
This is good. I love it. Anybody want to go next?
There's not a whole lot to add. There's not a whole lot to add. But to be transparent, I think with the Sisters of Charity Foundation, it's relatively new that our staff and board have given the attention to mentorship programs that they need, that they deserve. And so if we, for years, sort of looked at, like you were saying, you know, what your bias toward or against a mentorship program truly is, and take everything that Darren just said, the how do you know what you're doing is actually working? Yeah. Of course, it's a loving, wonderful, supportive, and encouraging program, and we all want all of our youth to have that type of environment and that community around them. But most funders will want to know, well, then what's the so what? And there is research, just like Darren said, it is valid research that shows that what you're doing makes a long-term impact and transforms lives. And the more you can show through the stories, through you've got a track record, you've been around for a while. The testimonies of the people, the young people who are now young adults, and where they are and how this program impacted their lives, and breaking that cycle of what would have been their path potentially had not you all intervened. So that really would be the only thing I would add.
I want to go back to something you said in teeing up this conversation, which was you didn't really know you could reach out to Darren until you tried it and it worked. And I would encourage any other nonprofit that is interested in funding to take the time to try and reach out, whether it is to the ED, to a program officer, or just to, you know, a generic info at mailbox on a philanthropy's website. Take the opportunity to reach out, because so much of what we do is yes, you have to have data and outcomes and try to be able to quantify what success looks like. But more importantly, you need to build a relationship. And if I have someone applying for a $200,000 grant that I've never spoken to until I get the application, you need to take the time to try and say, hey, this is who I am. I'd like to introduce my program and what we're doing. Can we talk? 9 times out of 10, the philanthropy is going to say, yes, absolutely. Whether that's a site visit or whether that's, like we're doing online or on the phone, but take the time to have those conversations, because I guarantee you your application is going to be better and stronger based on those conversations. And you're building a trust relationship with a potential funder. And that may not immediately bear fruit. Sometimes there are so many quality applicants and limited funds that it may take multiple times to apply. But by continuing to keep those lines of communication open, what's happening with your organization? How are things progressing? What are challenges or pivots that you have? It's really critical for us to know that, because many of us have board members or committees that are actually reviewing their applications, and for us to be conduits to tell that information to them can absolutely make the difference when the competition is so strong and the funds are limited for a grant cycle.
Thank you so much for that. I sort of want to pivot to thank y'all for that. That is very good. I want to harken just a little, just to sort of reiterate the point that you made about the importance of building relationships, Claire. It is so key to know who is where doing what. And to my fellow nonprofit leaders out there, I cannot emphasize the importance of having relationships within the foundational space. Not just by, yes, you want to reach out to those foundations, but take part in fellowships. take part in these opportunities to get to know more about the space. One, because it grows you educationally, it grows your what I call institutional knowledge of the game and how it actually works. But two, you get introduced to the Donna Waits of the world, the Claire Gibbons, the Kiara Clarks, the Darren Gosses of the world, because they are in those spaces looking for people like us who are doing this work, who they can support. But you have to find a way to separate yourself from separate the wheat from the chaff in a lot of cases. So I wanted to pivot to Kiara in that space, because I know, Kiara, you work a lot in the facilitation space, in the gathering of the fellowships and the sort of that behind the scenes work that may not be directly giving funds, but helping people identify opportunities, i.e. the State of the South conference that you guys do, i.e. the ILOC Fellowship, which I was a part of. And so I wanted you to sort of talk about that lens of it, and sort of how leaders of youth development organizations could find a way to get involved and to build those relationships.
Thank you, Rajon. And I'm glad we were on the same page, because I was trying to figure out how I was going to answer that, because we don't always get to decide who gets the money. But when we do, it's great if we have sort of that background and understanding, that knowledge of what the impact mentorship really has. So just continuing to reiterate what other fellow panelists have just shared about the research, figuring out how to communicate the impact, figuring out how to tell the story, so that organizations like mine that are sort of the resource, the intermediary, when we are in other spaces, we can help tell the story to hopefully reach more people, more funders, who eventually hopefully will change their understanding, their mindset. I also wanted to elevate the idea of like, who else is telling the good word about you in those spaces. So both my sort of organization, but other funders, even those we have on this call too, like in the other funder spaces, are there other funders who support you, who are also telling their colleagues, here's this really great organization and here's why we value them. So whether you can support that organization too, or if there's another mentorship organization in your community, can you support them? And here's why that's important.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Darren.
Yeah, let me just say, I think relationships with the CEO or executive director of a philanthropy is important. To me, more important is the program officer, in our case as a community foundation, stewardship officer relationships. Community foundations, by its nature, most of our funding, the majority of it comes through what we call donor advised funds. And so donors make individual recommendations. Rajon, you've gotten money from CCF through DAFs. And so for that case, let me just throw out some names and put some of my people on blast. If you're in the 4-county South Coast, as we call it, Hampton, Beaufort, Jasper, or Colleton, Virginia Henneberry is the person you need to reach out to, or Amy Page. If you're in the Charleston area, North Coast, then that's going to be Victoria Blunt. That's going to be Karen Quadrio. That's going to be Nivea Collins as a program officer, Samuel Bellamy, who I've referenced a few times, Helen Wolf. Get in touch with those people, sit down, have an informational conversation, tell them about the program. If you want to get with me, the best person probably is CT Burton, because she's the de facto gatekeeper, but I'm happy to meet with you as a calendar and schedule allows. And typically once that happens, like Rajon knows, you get my cell phone number, and then you send text messages, and we're pretty responsive that way. But anyway, we've got a great team at the Community Foundation. Any one of those names I just mentioned are happy to help, happy to listen, understand what's going on in the program, and help direct you to the best way to build a relationship with the foundation.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Now, what I would tell y'all is, like Darren just said, those relationships are important. Don't expect to get the CEO every time. CEO is not always available to talk to you. They're busy people, but there's somebody within the organization that you can build the relationships with. Build them from the ground up, and don't walk into the door expecting something. It's really hard to build a relationship with somebody that you only see when you want something, when they want something. And that's personal, professional. Darren, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm gonna just push back on you on the expecting something. I'm gonna just push back on you respectfully. I think, we're foundations. We're endowed philanthropy. Whether it's 5% in a private or 4% in a community, with our community fund, we have to put money out. We have to. And so I think it's a reasonable expectation for the nonprofit sector to expect that they're going to get money from the community foundation or a foundation. Now you have to figure out how to get that money, but it should be a reasonable expectation that you should get funding. And you should put, as my mindset tells me, a demand on us to try to figure out how we get the resources where they need to go. It's completely inappropriate for you to come to a meeting with anyone at the Coastal Community Foundation, and because all of us know that's why you're there, for funding and for network and connections and everything else. So don't hide the ball. Just understand that we're going to provide coaching, we're going to provide opportunity, we're going to provide information. You got to do your part, and then we have to do our part. Our spendable is 4%. We got to get it out. And if we don't, then that's a accountability issue for me and my board, right? So I get graded on that. So we got to get the money out. Expect that you should put a demand on us to get it to you.
Right. Okay. Anybody can add to that?
Well, I just reiterate too, we can't meet our mission without y'all. Like, and if we don't, so all of the ideas that are being tossed around about how to build relationships with us and how to get the information to us, there is ownership on our part too. But the more you can help me, the more you can help us, the better. And I love what you said about, if you're able to be in spaces with funders, whether it's showing up to Together SC or all the different places that you might happen to run into us. And from my perspective, find me and stop me and anybody on our team. That's why we're there. So Rajan, you don't ever have any problem going up and introducing yourself to people, but I'm sure that's intimidating for some, that here you've got a funder, especially if her title is president, but she's not going to want to talk to me. Well, let me tell you, absolutely, I want to talk to you for as long as I can. So I would, that's just me. I can only speak for me, and I can only speak for the Sisters of Charity Foundation, but I invite any opportunity to speak with you.
All right. Thank you so much. We are starting to wrap up. We have 3 minutes left on this call. I did want to make an announcement because we in the foundation space, we have my funders on the call. We actually we told y'all that our goal is to raise $25,000 today. When we turned on the call, we had $5,200. I wish we had $2,000. $5,250 when we turned the call on. I am happy to announce that we've actually received a donor match. We received a donor match of $5,000. So for the rest of the day, $5,000, up to $5,000 will be matched. So you can double your donation by making a donation today, up to $5,000. After that, they can't do that. But we really appreciate that support. I want to leave a space in case anybody has anything that they want to say. All right, cool. Any closing thoughts before we close out this session?
Hey, John, I just want to give you your own props, celebration, claps, cheers, like all of the things, because I appreciate who you are as a human, a human being coming into this work, how you show up as a Black man leading the organization that you do, and how you show up in the spaces that I am lucky enough to share with you. And I know that only emanates further into your organization and throughout your community. So appreciations to you.
Appreciate you, Kara.
Thank you for what you're doing.
I'll see you next month.
Ditto.
Oh, thank you, Claire. Thank you, Darren. And thank you, Donna. You guys are amazing. You guys, this was even better than I hoped it could have been. Thank you for taking time out. Darren, thank you for missing golf for me one time. Invite me out to play golf. I don't know how to play golf, but I am really good at conversation. And I will make you feel good about your game because I'm so bad at it. So
do that.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, we should get out together sometime, Rachel.
I'm still learning. Mr. J is teaching me how to play golf. He gave me a set of clubs. So I am now learning. I am lefty, so I play lefty. But thank y'all so much for being here. It means a lot to me. Not only from a funding space, like I said, like you said, y'all can't do the work you do without us. We definitely can't do the work without you guys. Everything that you've ever contributed financially, spiritually, emotionally, I really appreciate. And continue to do what you do. Thank you for your role in the space. Sometimes what y'all do is a thankless job as well, because sometimes people, don't get the funds that they want from you, and then they automatically have like a sour, opinion. But you can't do everything for everybody, but you do as much as you can. And so we're going to continue to do the work that we do. We're going to continue to trust you to do the work that you do, and we will see each other very, very soon. Thank y'all all so much.
Thank you.
Good luck today.
Yep.
All right, we're going to get there. Yeah, have a good one.
Bye.
All right. So, bye. Just want to share my I forgot to share my whole graphic that I had earlier. Yes, like I announced, double your impact today with a donation up to $5,000 matched. So if you donate $5, you just donated $10. If you donate $10, you just donated $20, up to $5,000. All right, please, 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 please make that donation today. It means a lot. So this is actually the end of my morning shift. I get to hand it off to my esteemed friends, my friends, my coworkers, my family, these amazing people, man. Kiara said, that sort of my energy, emanates through the rest of the organization. And I will say this. I like to think that I do have really good energy and that my passion for this work shines through. But I will say that nobody can pour from an empty cup. And I have a team that fills my cup daily, who makes me feel like the wild ideas, the crazy things that I think up actually can come to fruition, because every time I put something before them, they help me run the ball home. I'm never running on my own. I'm never running alone. So these people that you're going to be able to meet over these next couple of hours mean much more to me than just quote unquote employees or volunteers within my organization. This is my family. These are people that I rely on, I depend on, and mentor me in so many ways. So with that being said, I'm going to bring on some really dope people. My guy, Associate Executive Director, McKendrick Dunn.
What's up?
Girls in the Rise Program Director, Alana King Wilson, as well as my personal mentor, Mr. Jerome Colden, who is our oncoming Distinguished Gentlemen's Club Program Director as well. Just to do a little housekeeping, I will be in the background while they're rolling. But if you haven't already, make sure you go to our sorry, banners, move that. If you haven't already, scan this QR code right here at the bottom of the screen, and it'll send you right to where you can make a donation. Again, we have that $5,000 match. So you are literally doubling your donation every time you make a donation. So if you donate $5, you just donate 10, yada, yada, yada. Thank you, thank you, thank you for those who are making those donations. I will go to the background and probably grab something to drink, because I've been talking for 3 hours straight now. All right, I'm gonna hand it off to Ken.
All right, good morning. Oh man, it's been a good morning starting out so far. I've been trying to stay tuned in and listen to a lot of the interviews that were happening earlier today, as I'm sure some of you have as well. So we'll briefly kind of introduce ourselves. So really, we're facilitating this session as our mentor section. So we'll just have some conversations talking about mentorship in its entirety, and why we do what we do and why we keep coming back year after year. But we'll start with introduction. So again, my name is McKendrick Dunn, currently transitioning to the Associate Executive Director for LYS. I've been affiliated with this organization now since 2010. So been around for a while, seen a lot of kids come through the program. We actually have alumni panel later on where we'll talk to a few of the recent graduates and talk a little bit about what they got going on in their lives. I'll pass it to Ilana for introduction.
Hello, I am Alana King Wilson, Program Director of Girls on the Rise. I have been with the organization for 2 years now, I 2.5 years now. So I'm the baby at LYS, but I love it. I enjoy the space that I'm in. And just excited to see where we're going. Girls on the Rise is an in-school programming that LYS offers. We go into schools, and it's still mentorship, but we're just in their space, the part of their life that is currently their job, if that makes sense.
Yes, awesome. So myself and Alana will kind of act as facilitators for this session, and Dennis and Jerome both mentor in this space, and we may have a couple of others that will join here shortly as well on the ladies side, because we do have multiple programs actually under the LYS umbrella. So just to talk a little bit about the programs themselves, Distinguished Gentlemen's Club is the male mentoring program. We're supporting young men ages 8 to 18. As I mentioned before, I've been in this space since 2010. So that is how far back the Distinguished Gentlemen's Club goes. Since then, we have grown and expanded several times over. So we now have the female program going into their third year. They are Queen's Being. That is ran by Monica Scott. That is the sister program of Distinguished Gentlemen's Club. And they are currently supporting young ladies ages 11 to 18, primarily supporting middle school and high school. But within the next year or so, we'll also be bringing on the elementary school kids for the Queen's Being group as well. In addition to that, we have 2 in-school programs, and I'll let Alana King-Wilson talk about those 2.
So one is Young Men Rise, which our executive director, Rejan, has graciously been involved in going into schools. They are dual, and mine is called Girls on the Rise. We both go in for 10 weeks, and we just provide them with some social and emotional supports in that space of school, but the skills also support them in regular life, and they become the leaders of their school, and it saturates throughout the community. And then they eventually graduate into our community-based programming that Ken just talked about. The kids come in and they learn about self-acceptance. They learn about accountability. They learn about just how to communicate their emotion in spaces. The people they're connected to, family, friends, how do they relate to their preferences, the food they eat, the music they listen to, TV, just the consumption of what builds a character. Young Men Rise, again, works the same way. And then at the end of that 10 weeks, we have a huge graduation celebration. And the children just kind of get to celebrate where they are and the growth that they've made within themselves. And then they come and transition to be a long-term family and work with these gentlemen that are on this call.
Yep. And I think the celebration piece is definitely a big part of who we are. We also have a celebration that we recognize all the young men and women within the community-based programs, Distinguished Gentlemen's Club and Queen's Being, every year in June. Some of the people that you've seen on thus far will be part of the recognition of those young men and women. And we also like to do some type of celebration or be part of the celebration for our in-school programs as well, to acknowledge them completing 10 sessions of these evidence-based cohorts that we provide for the kids in that space. So the celebratory piece is important to make sure that these kids feel like they're really part of something big. They're contributing to something bigger than themselves. The community, kind of the community support and service that we also provide is a big deal in identifying who we are.
I was going to add to that piece on that side of LYS with the programming of us being in schools. It definitely builds the saturation of just the organization as a whole and what we do. And it also supports the relationships between the children we service and then the staff. Like it begins to get them to see the children's personalities and come connected. And then the partnership we get with schools as well. I don't think I mentioned, like we're in a number of schools between Berkeley County and Charleston County. And we're very grateful for those partnerships and retention. And so if you have a middle school, we service elementary, middle, and high. So if you have an elementary, middle, or high school and you're looking to, I got to advertise too, Kit. And you're hearing this and you're listening to us live, Call a school counselor, call a principal, get us in the school. 10 weeks of growth.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that said, so that is, more about the programs that we provide. This panel is primarily focused on the mentors who support the organization. So from here, one we want to continue to say throughout the broadcast is donate, donate, donate. Yes. As Rajon mentioned in the last hour, we have an anonymous match of $5,000. So for anyone who is donating, your $5 now becomes 10. Your $500 now becomes $1,000 if you're that ambitious to donate to our organization. But we're trying to get to a $25,000 goal is what we like, where we like to be. Any little bit helps. So I want to continue to reiterate the purpose of this LYS-A-Thon is to expose you to who we are, what we do with different panels and different discussions. But the objective is to raise money. We're trying to raise money to make sure that the work we do never gets compromised, and we are able to continue to provide good quality mentorship to the young men and women who we support each and every year. So that said,
Vanessa joined. Let her introduce herself.
Yes, well, all of them. We haven't actually had the mentors kind of introduce themselves yet. So now let's turn it over to the mentors and have each of you introduce yourself. How long have you been in this space? We'll start with Mr. Jerome, then we'll go Vanessa, and then Dennis.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Jerome Colden. Little background about myself. I'm a military retired veteran, 25 years Navy. Came into this space back in 2016. Again, my original reason for joining was, again, I had two boys. Once my youngest son went off to the Naval Academy, I had a lot of free time on my hands. So I was used to, again, pouring into these to my two boys. And I look at some of the other mentors that has their sons in the program, and I just look back and I'm like, wow, that was me some years ago with my two sons. So I kind of missed that. So I was like, okay, what do I need to do to again take up some of this free time that I've had? And I was introduced to Rajon back in 2016. We met at a Starbucks, and I'm not even a coffee drinker, but we met at a Starbucks, and he somehow, with his energy, got me into, coming out to the club meeting, and the rest is history. I started out with the elementary boys, moved up to the middle school, graduated to the high school, and hey, I'm moving right on up the ranks, so to speak, right? So it's been a joy. I mean, like I said, I got into it just to take up some time, but it has since become a passion, a huge passion of mine. And that's what I do. I tell you, Rajon couldn't have picked a better group to come on and start this thing this morning than Serena and Ralph James. I mean, that captured all that we do. I mean, hey, let's get this straight. I ain't no punk, but I mean, that had tears in my eyes this morning listening to that. Because that's what we're here for, man. That's what we do, is try to make a difference in these kids' lives. And then when you hear the differences that we're making, that's all the motivation that I need. That's going to carry me through for at least another 5 years, man. So I'm good for at least the next 5. Thanks for everyone. Appreciate it.
All right, then we'll go to Vanessa.
Hello, are y'all able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, great. All right, so my name is Vanessa Seiler. I have been a part of Lowcountry Youth Services as a Queens Being mentor for a little less than a year. What attracted me to Lowcountry Youth Services was the work that I saw being put into the kids, and that just speaks to the power of social media. Because I believe at some point I started following Rajon, and I saw the constant updates from the Distinguished Gentlemen's Club. And also I ended up following Monica as well, started seeing the updates about Queens Being. And when you see work being done, because so often we talk about the direction that our youth are going in. And often, at least from what I hear, It's a negative direction, at least that we often hear. But organizations such as LYS put in the work. And when I saw that work being put in, I had to join. So that's how my journey began with Lowcountry Youth Services. I can honestly say that it is a wonderful organization. It is extremely youth centered. Um, you can see it in the work of the mentors. You can see it in the work of the of McKendrick and Rajon. Y'all do an amazing job running this organization, and I am just proud to be a member of it.
Thank you so much. And Dennis Green, jump on and introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Dennis Green. I've been a part of this organization since 2018. I just want to tell you, I hope you guys are donating because for a mentor, it's a great thing to do, but it is definitely not easy at all times. I'm multitasking today. I just got off of a call. I'm at my son's track meet, and I had to get on this call just to be able to contribute because it's really that important to me. Being there for my sons and being able to be there as a part of a distinguished gentleman's club has just been a really big part of my life. I teach high school. I teach culinary arts, so I cook. I teach kids to cook, and pretty much I get to mentor all day, every day. So it's just one of those things where, as a mentor, you've got to figure out how to keep yourself balanced, and you want to be everywhere. And so, unfortunately you can't. So it's one of those things where you just look and say, all right, where can I be impactful now? And how can I be of assistance? And being surrounded by all of these different mentors, all the different people who volunteer in the organization, that's one of the things that keeps me coming back. It's just, I'm surrounded by so many people who have a common goal. We don't have to walk the same way to get there, but we got a common goal and we can be there to assist one another. So if there's any reason for me to come back, it's the kids and the peers that I have around me.
Awesome. Appreciate that response, Dennis. And I think that kind of leads us to like the first question, which is, what is it that keeps you coming back? Or sorry, Lana, did you have something?
Yeah, I was going to read it, but you're good.
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes me keep coming back? I think that's the question, right? What makes me keep coming back?
Yeah.
It's always a moment, man. It's never like a particular thing, but we'll have a moment and we'll have like a little breakthrough in conversation, and we'll have a moment and we'll have a little breakthrough with someone, one of the guys kind of realizing their potential better. And when you see the light bulb go off, no matter if you tried 16 times, from the 17th time it goes off, you're like, all right, bet, I'm locked in. I got to come back again. Let's go.
Yeah.
I think.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I want to add to that a little bit to the question too. I think you all spoke to how you guys became apart, but speak to like as a mentor, have you been mentored in that space as far as the keeping to come? What are the benefits that you're getting as a mentor to keep coming?
Mr. Jerome. Jerome. Mr. Ken.
Oh, yeah.
I would not have gotten Mentor of the Year my year I got it had I not been able to be surrounded by Mr. Ken, Mr. Jerome. Like, I saw Mr. Jerome get it, and I was like, I'm next. Like, I'm next. And then it happened, and it was just like,
yeah.
So there's been so many people who've come through, and the respect. I think the respect is huge, because I cook food. So me cooking food, some people look at it and it's like, oh yeah, cool, you cook food. But when I start talking around the gang, it's like everybody's locked in. Like, whatever I'm about to talk about with food, whether I'm talking about crunching up potato chips or we're making a full course meal, everybody's locked in. And it's one of those things that you don't get everywhere. Like, not everybody gives you just respect like that on a level to which I feel like I receive it. So for me, absolutely. I will tell you, Mr. Jerome, Mr. Ken, Mr. Rez, like Mr. Ralph, like we can keep going on and on and on about the other guys that TV influence.
Yeah, I would echo that as well. For me, I mean, growing up, I had an older brother that stayed in Buffalo, New York. I was in South Carolina at that point in time, but I had so much respect for him that a phone call is all it took, for him to, give me a call. And yeah, if I was, again, doing something I wasn't supposed to do, that's all it would take. And he was 1,000 miles away, but I just had that much respect for him. So I realized then how important it was to earn, the respect of that younger generation. And if, once you do that, it doesn't take very much to, again, reach out, speak to them, and they get it. And so it was those experiences that I learned a long time ago from my experience with my older brother on what it takes to, again, make a difference in these kids' lives. And again, like like was spoken earlier, working with some of the other mentors in our organization, outstanding people, man. They're outstanding people. So I look forward to my interacting with them on a monthly basis. And that, again, iron sharpens irons. And that's my outlook is, hey, get around folks that's doing things that's like-minded, and you can learn as well. Because again, I never stop learning. I'm always, every club meeting I go to with open mind. Every interaction I have with the other mentors, it's always with an open mind. So always learning, still learning. So that's a great thing.
Awesome. Wow. What about you, Vanessa?
As far as what keeps me coming back, the kids. I have a very stressful job. And there have been times when the main thing I look forward to that week was a meeting, a group meeting. The energy from young people is is so it's inspiring, I can
Yes.
say. It's just really inspiring. And then also I learn from them, whether it's a new TikTok dance or just learning. I was watching some TikTok dances with them last week, and I could take it home and try it out with my nieces. And now I'm a cool auntie because I know all the TikTok dances. But not only that, but the ladies, Tanisha, Monica, Mary, Tanika, I love being around the women as well. It's always a good time with them. But yeah, the energy of the youth really keeps me coming. As far as whether or not, I think the second question was, have we been mentored? Was that the second part of the question?
Yeah.
Or the
Yeah.
benefits of being a mentor or a mentor you've had, or if you've
Yeah. Well, I can say that just speaking generally as it pertains to mentoring, um, I like to compare mentoring kind of like an internship for young people. Speaking to the youth specifically, mentorship is like an internship, but an internship in life. Mentors act as, I guess, in an internship, a supervisor. And that supervisor aids you in navigating whatever profession you're going into. When it comes to mentors, we help the kids navigate through this profession of life, because adulting ain't easy, life ain't easy. And I really wish that I had been in a mentorship program as a young person, because I would have benefited a whole lot from just learning about certain things, whether it was learning about finances or simply learning better social skills via having a mentor. Um, I truly would have benefited from that had I been exposed to it. So just learning how to navigate through life is extremely important, especially nowadays when these kids have so many distractions, and a lot of these distractions are in the palm of their hands, their cell phones. And kids can be so impressionable. So it's really important to have mentors to help keep them focused and navigate through life, this internship of lifing, essentially.
Yes.
All right.
Awesome.
Miss Latoya Lewis has joined us.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Morning.
morning.
All right. So, Toya, introduce yourself, how long you've been mentoring with the organization, and Why do you keep coming back? And you can't say that somebody makes you.
I will not. I will not say that. Okay, so my name is Latoya Lewis. I've been with LYS since 2016, and I've been a mentor with QB for 3 years. This is my 3rd year with the program. And the reason I keep coming back, I think, is just because kind of just a piggyback, on what was just said. Like, there's a need for it, and I'm just grateful to be able to be a part of providing that to the community. The girls and the boys that we see and work with every month, we become family, and an extension of their family, and an extension of people that they can lean on, and that's super important because, like they said, children are impressionable. So being able to be a part of that village, as we call it, is something that I definitely don't take lightly. So I'm super happy to be able to do that with you guys.
Awesome. So a couple of things that were said makes me think about just our impact on the kids that we're serving. And oftentimes, people think that they can't be mentors because they're not either cut out for it or they don't have the time for it. But oftentimes it is your experiences that really position you to be a mentor and provide some type of lesson back to the young people. So can you speak a little bit about, and I mean, Toya, since you're kind of still on the screen up front, about how valuable it is to kind of have that experience and how that translates into giving these kids sharing that with the kids in a way that helps them?
I would say, just first speaking to the part about people who are saying that, they don't have enough time or they really don't have anything to offer. There's so many things that our children are inundated with daily that they gravitate and experience things from and learn things from. TikTok, social media, there's so many things, at the touch of their fingertips that they can get immediately. And so I think being able to have an impact and provide them with, proper information, education, confidence in the skills that are going to be able to take them, to a place in adulthood, which they're learning now, how to be adults, is very important. And I think because there's so many things that they see that may not be positive, that may not be good, that it's important to be able to also fill up their cup and provide them with other tools and things that they can use and take to adulthood, becoming, people who are going to college, people who are starting businesses, people who are going to be somebody's husband or wife in the future, someone's teacher, someone's doctor and lawyer, and being able to kind of, for us, get in on the ground floor. And to do that is something that's super important, and definitely is something that anyone who, is out here and working and doing things in this world shouldn't take lightly. You may not be able to do that with an organization. You are doing that with your neighbors next door, your nieces, your nephews, your cousins, people that you are impacting on a daily basis. And maybe somebody who comes into your job, you're still being able to plant those seeds and provide that. So even if you're not able to do that with an organization, your conversations, your little pieces of advice and things like that you provide people is still providing them information that they can use in the future.
Yeah, wholeheartedly agree. Jerome, did you have anything to add to that experience?
I would say that, I've learned at this stage that, everything that we go through in life, everything that God allows us to go through in life is not always about us. It certainly could be about, again, sharing those goods and bads with, some of the younger generations to help them navigate through some of those things to avoid them having to make, some of those same mistakes. So I say to everyone out here that, whatever you've gone through in life, good or bad, you have something to offer this younger generation because they haven't gone through any of that yet. So if you could, again, share your stories, and I do that a lot. They tell me I share too many sea stories, so to speak, but I do that for a reason. To again, hey, this is either I've seen it or I've witnessed it. I've done it myself. So again, I'm sharing this with you guys, and again to hopefully avoid you from having to go through those pitfalls. So when you do that and you see it's making a difference, that makes it all worth it for me. That makes it all worth it.
All right, Dennis, you had something to add, or Ilana, did you want to take the lead on something?
I
Yes,
think
go ahead, Dennis.
the only way I've been able to sum it up short when I talk to people about mentoring and people feel like they don't have time, because I know I didn't feel like I had time. And then I kind of found my rhythm. And I think the biggest thing about what we do is being where we say we're going to be and being present when we're there. And I think that's probably been the most important thing, is because with my sons being active sports athletes, doing well in school, um, it's been the last couple of years has been a little more trying for me, trying to be everywhere at once. But I realize as long as I'm where I say I'm going to be, and I'm supporting how I said I was going to support, and I'm actually present in those moments, I can still be effective, and I don't have to feel like I'm stretching myself too thin or I'm not doing enough, because sometimes that's all one of the kids needs. They didn't need me to be there, all week long. They didn't need me to be there, at their last three events. But this particular day, when I said I was coming, I came and I was present, and that was the moment that helped them connect or helped them get over their hurdle or whatever it was. So just to sum it short, be there when you say you're going to be there, and be present when you said you're going to be there. And that's been, at least for me, that's been one of the biggest things that I could do all the years that I've been doing this.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to add, I love how Mr. Jerome and everyone pretty much connected to the sharing of the knowledge in their experiences. And can you say that, like, that's the way you grow and develop a community? And we primarily, over the last couple of years since COVID, have talked about how there's been a disconnect with, us younger generations learning how to take on those challenges, Mr. Jerome, that you spoke to when coming to, and we haven't experienced them yet. But hearing your story is a reflection of it. So the openness I hear you guys share about as a mentor, about being a mentor is great.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys really know how we guys talk, but when we get together and we can have a moment to talk, and decompress, or talk because one of us is hurting, or talk because we just want to celebrate, like those moments really help build just on the mentor side, just a stronger community to be there, better for the boys.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
So from there, I wanted to pivot a little bit and just talk about lessons that have been important that you've seen us instill in some of these kids, right? So we talk about a lot of things within the program as mentors and as leaders that we're trying to impart, wisdom from our experiences and things that we, that we know of. But what do you feel like some of the most important lessons are that we have contributed to and continue to contribute to for the young kids in the organization? And I know, Vanessa, you didn't get a chance to talk on the last point, so I'll start with you, and you can talk a little bit about the previous question as well. But what are some of those skills, or the skills that I would say, or lessons that you think are important for the young ones to know?
The first thing that comes to my mind is confidence, because people really don't recognize how important confidence is as far as navigating through life is concerned. I remember one meeting that we had with the girls, and we were speaking about confidence. And I believe, I was facilitating, co-facilitating that particular day. And I got a little vulnerable with the girls, and I shared with them how I struggled with confidence growing up, always being compared to a uber gorgeous older sister, right? Um, and I saw it on some of the girls' faces that they were shocked, like, you struggle with confidence. And I had very negative, I have very negative image of myself growing up, at least. And because of that, I struggled in other areas of my life that I had to work on a whole lot to get to the point that to this point that I'm at now. So confidence is so much more important than what we realize, especially now with social media. Everyone's perfect on social media. Now you've got filters and AI and all this stuff. You can hide your acne, you can hide all of your flaws, all of that. And these kids, they're not processing that when they see these images online, right? They're not realizing that no one's going to reveal their bad day all the time. So I would definitely say confidence is a very valuable lesson that we teach. Additionally, life skills as well, not just confidence. Like Bosch was in last week teaching the girls uh, how to problem solve, essentially. So life skills, job skills, social skills, those are extremely important lessons that LYS teaches. So make sure y'all donate because, you know, if you got to pay for the change you want to see in the youth. So donate, donate, donate. Had to throw that in there. But yeah, these kids are learning and we're putting in the work to make sure that they're learning how to navigate through life in a way that will be good for them.
And I really love that because I agree, right? A lot of the things we do is helping to instill confidence in these kids, right? We're challenging them on learning a creed and saying a creed in front of their peers, right? Not only during club meetings, we even do it at the award ceremony, right? You got to have confidence to be able to do that. We allow them to come up to do introductions for our speakers, right? Again, another way that we instill confidence in their ability to do certain things. We heard Raphael and Serena talk earlier about Grant and his desire to go on some of the rides at all the parks, right? His confidence soared, honestly, being around peers and mentors like each of you that are supporting them and making sure that we got their back, right? So I absolutely love that one, Vanessa. Confidence is definitely another one. Who else would like to contribute to that question? Dennis?
I think the way Mr. Jerome and Mr. Sally have some of these background things that we're working on to kind of like teach the kids and kind of help them anchor their future. We talk a lot about future planning and we talk a lot about trying to understand where you want to go, and confidence definitely comes into that. But when you think about some of the other things that we've done, like during Black History Month, we had the session with the young men, and we talked about their legacy. Like, what is their legacy going to be? That's not something that you do. The actions you take now create your legacy going forward. So what are you doing now to prepare yourself going forward? So when we talk about money and finances, we're talking about maintenance on the car. We're talking about confidence. I'm talking about being able to present yourself. Like, how do you address a young lady, right? Like, we're talking about these things, and that February meeting when we talked about what's their legacy going to be. I think we really had a chance to instill in them, like, the things that you're doing now are going to be what impacts your future, and it's going to be how people are remembering you. And what do you want people to remember you as? Do you want people to remember you as the kid who always got your earbuds in? Or do you want to be remembered for your accolades in sports? Do you want to be remembered for your accolades in academics? Like, how do you want? Because whatever you show us, that's what we have to believe. And I think the combination of things that we've done really helps to get them future thinking. Like, all right, the decisions I make today is what people are going to remember, or it's going to affect the career I have or the family I have, and all those little, niche things that, it's kind of hard to pinpoint and talk about in one particular moment. So I like that aspect because it reminds me too that I still have to be present in my life to make sure that I'm remembered not as the dad who was always gone or who's always helping some of these other kids. Like, I'm also as the dad who's here for my kids, but I'm also can be here to support other young people as well.
Awesome. All right, Mr. Jerome, how would you answer that question?
Yeah, great points, Dennis. I would have to say, although brotherhood is the cornerstone of one of the things that we certainly strive and believe in and try to instill in the boys. And Ralph, stated it earlier this morning with a kid that was, again, assisting Grant coming down the slide. They didn't even know each other. But again, it's that brotherhood that we instill in the boys that, hey, you don't have to know this. You guys are of like mindset. He's your brother, and you help out wherever you can. So that is a cornerstone. That's one of the things that we teach again, amongst, the financial preparation, that's something they're, kids may or may not get in school, but we kind of make sure they're getting it here with us, because again, that's most important to, again, prepare them now to learn the value of a dollar and learn what to do with it. So amongst other things, we just, again, try to teach them as young boys what they're going to be required or expected to know as men. And the more we pour into them, just to sit back and watch, and as they mature, they're getting it. They're getting it. And then once they reach, graduation date, they've got it. And that's it, man. That's finality as far as we're concerned, as far as, we've achieved what we were hoping to achieve. And I heard the group prior to us talking about the statistics, and it's those things, it's the stories, that's going to keep us moving forward. So that's a great thing in my eyes.
Good. Anyone have anything else to add to that?
So I'll pop in. I would say, just to add, I think we do a great job, honestly, of, just teaching the kids like initiative, as well as service. So those are the 2 points I want to touch on. So initiative for us is kind of just making sure, that we're giving them opportunities to kind of use that voice, to kind of use that confidence that Vanessa was talking about, and giving them opportunities to, lead club meetings or lead girls talks, or even do those things in their daily life, whether that is things that they do as far as extracurricular activities, things that they do in the church. And then also service, we do the service projects, but in addition to that, we're helping them and teaching them about a life of servitude, from whenever they come to us, to be able to continue to use that, the skills that they're learning, and then paying it forward, and then growing into adults that are going to do the same and teaching other people how to do that.
Yeah, and I think that's a good one, because service is definitely something that defines who we are. And just to, I guess, answer the question for myself, and Alana, you can as well. I mean, I would definitely say authenticity, teaching these kids how to be your authentic self, right? So a lot of times we see, different people, different spaces, different rooms. And a lot of times the kids talk about, oh my gosh, the times I have to code switch to turn certain things off and certain things on throughout the day or throughout, my week. But we also talk about, like, your authentic self cannot be diminished. Like, you can't shrink who you are authentically just to fit into a room. Now, there are certain things that are professional that should be adhered to versus things that are non-professional, that doesn't change or go away. But allowing kids to be their authentic self is something that I think is important as well. And I like to think we do a good job of allowing that, right? Again, there are certain things that are in certain spaces that we just won't tolerate or accept, like wearing headphones during someone speaking, or got a hoodie on when it's not the right time to have your hoodie on. But we don't want to take away from these kids being who they are, and allowing that person to always show up when it's time to show up. So I think that authenticity piece is important as well. And I think that's one of the things that we teach, not so much directly, it's almost indirectly. We don't have like a lesson that says, let's talk about how you can be authentic, but we allow them to show up in a way that's kind of embedded in what we do and who we are.
Or your expectations can too. I think you guys do a great job at setting the standard of what you want to see in this space, that it causes the kids to kind of, the youth to just kind of, rise to the occasion and be who they are in the space. Yeah, I do. I'll say that.
What's most impactful, and I've sat back and watched this a few times as well, is some of the older kids that's known, the do's and don'ts of what we expect of them, when they approach one of the other kids and correct them without us saying anything at all. That is impactful, man. That's like, yeah, that's what we want. And we don't always have to be there to know that the kids are doing the right thing. because we got the older kids to step in and make those corrections as well. So that's great to see.
So that kind of leads me to another question. How has this impacted your life? Like, how has being a mentor in this space for the time that you've been a mentor, like, we know and talk about the benefits it has to them, but can you talk about the benefits or impact that it has had on your life?
Where do I start? Wow. I can't, I don't even know where to start. It's been huge, man, because again, like I said, I just got into it to, again, occupy some of the free time that I had on my hands at the time. But it has come to be so much more now. Like I said, it's a passion of mine. And the feeling that you get, after like every club meeting, the feeling you get after, some of the various things that we do with the kids that's the reward within itself. It's like, you keep coming back for that feeling, and it's impacted my life in a whole lot of ways. And I must say, I have to give kudos to my wife, who's been so supportive and all of this, because again, that time that I spend, with the boys, that's time taken away from her. So she understands that, and she's very supportive of that. So with that, I can't be remiss without letting her know how much I appreciate that.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. J. Toya, would you like to chime in?
Sure. Yeah. So for me, it's something I look forward to. Like, the funny thing is, like, Rajon and I got to the place where we're like, okay, we're done having kids. We have a lot of kids, as y'all know. And I'm like, oh my gosh, but I feel like our family has grown like exponentially. Like, I can't tell you how many girls and boys we have now. And just being able to just be a part, of the village and, the parents and the kids, and just supporting and being able to be there. I think back to, like, just looking back at the pictures, and we do that occasionally, where we just see, the boys and the girls where they were so tiny, and now we see them, grown up, like towering above us, at graduations or games, volleyball games, track meets, or anything like that. I literally am on the sidelines crying, like, oh my gosh, like, I remember when they were so small, and now they're growing up, and soon they're going to be adulting and doing all those things. And just, the opportunity to be a part of that is just something that I'm gonna forever cherish. So super happy that we get the opportunity to do that, and grateful for the work we do in the community.
I will say, for me, being in school and supporting community base, it has changed me on a personal level of how to show up. Kind of connected to what Dennis said, like showing up, but just kind of not allowing anything that you're going through or life, to impact you. Kind of just showing up in that space for that purpose, finding purpose. So it supported me, just being able to see, like, why am I here? And, what is the work I need to be doing, and sticking to it. So I will say that is one of the personal growths.
Awesome. Vanessa, anything you wanted to add?
Yes, it's been fulfilling for me, because I just love being around the young people. Like I said earlier, their energy is extremely inspiring, and it's something to look forward to. Additionally, I was avoiding going into any sort of mentoring, anything of that nature, because I deemed myself as too busy. However, just to piggyback off of what Ilana said, show up. It is easy to say that you're too busy to put in this sort of work, right? Because we always find time to do other things. But when it comes to service, because I do consider mentorship a service, it's much easier for a lot of people to say, well, I don't have the time. But it's so fulfilling serving the youth in this capacity. And you see the rewards in real time, whether it is the looks on the faces of some of the girls when you share some information with them, or when you see them really stepping into leadership positions. And I think of that. And I say that thinking about the bridge run. The girls, well, the girls and the gentlemen were volunteering at the bridge run. And one of the mentees, she was by the buses. She was directed traffic. I got photos of her doing it. And it was so fulfilling just watching her do that. So it brings me a lot of joy. And then it also teaches me to show up and, don't take the easy route and simply say I'm too busy to serve the youth, because I'm making the time and I'm busy.
Yeah. And I think a lot of us kind of feel that way from time to time. But the reality is, I have always been more of a solutions person. So you don't complain and then don't do anything about it, or at least come up with a suggestion of something that needs to be done. Like, I don't like engaging those conversations, because I'm like, you can't complain that it's cold outside and you ain't gonna get a coat. You know what I'm saying? You can't complain about youth doing something bad and you ain't gonna help mentor them. Like you can't, you just can't do that. So, and you brought up a good point as well, Vanessa. And I was gonna ask, just kind of, as we're getting close to the time here, you mentioned the word fulfilling, and it made me think, just how do you feel? Like, as a mentor doing this work day in and day out, you said real-time rewards, which is very cool, because sometimes, and I think Mr. Jerome said something earlier, and it made me think about the conversation Rajon was having with one of the other panels about getting that feeling and playing golf. I suck at golf. I try to play golf, but every now and then when you're playing, you'll have like this one really good hit.
One shot. That's all you need to keep you coming
one
back.
Good shot. And guess what? You chase that thrill to do it again. Right? And that's what I think about with kind of the mentoring piece, right? And the real time.
That's a great analogy.
Because the reality is, everyone's not going to be a perfect hit, right? Everyone's not going to be a knockout of the park. But when you recognize those wins when you get them, and hopefully that's enough to plant that seed to want to do it again, and to keep coming back, and to find the next kid who can be that win. So my question is just, how do you feel as a mentor in this space? Like, how do you feel going home, waking up, club meeting day, service project day? Like, how do you feel?
And along with the feel, because my question was like, what are the changes you've had to make? As Jenny, a lot of you have been mentoring. I know, Ms. Vanessa, you have been kind of on the newer end along with me, but I know Toya, Mr. Jerome, and Ken, you all have been veterans in this space. How have you managed to transition with those changes and those feelings? You get what I'm saying? As youth come a part of the organization, and like, how does it feel to have to change, or or make those changes, or what are some of those challenges and changes you've made along with the feeling that you get from doing it?
Yeah. Ken, you're going to hear that one again. I'm going to steal that one from you. That's a great analogy. But the change, I mean, it's been a welcome change for me, one that I didn't expect. I felt that I probably, would get into it, offer, because here's the thing. When you're pouring into, you're pouring and you're pouring and you're pouring, and you're not seeing any results, you kind of, for me, you kind of, back away and shut up. Okay, if you ain't gonna listen, I'll keep the advice to myself. So for me, at that point in time, I was like, okay, I'll probably get into it, and I'll pour, and they're not gonna listen, because again, that's the mindset you get with the younger generation sometimes. And I'll walk away from it after a year or so, knowing that I'm not making a difference. So I'll probably walk away. But that wasn't the case for me. Not all of them, listens at the time. But again, I realized you have to have the patience. You have to build that relationship first. And once you build that relationship, that's where the impact comes. So once I started seeing that, then the change came easy for me. I was like, okay, this is definitely one of the things on my priority list, atop my priority list that I've got to stay with. And you'll then make the commitment. And that's the key is making that commitment, because if you're not going to be committed to it, you're probably not going to stay with it. And that's anything in life. You got to, at some point in time, make that commitment to, like you guys said earlier, be there when you say you're going to be there, do what you say you're going to do. And once you do that, it becomes a whole lot easier.
Awesome. Toya, what about you? Feelings, changes?
Feelings. So 2 words. One, I would say empowered, and then blessed. For sure. We get to see, the impact, like, was said previously, like we can get to see the impact like in real time, in anything that we're doing. And that may not be the case in most things in life, but we get the blessing of being able to see that. And I would say changes, things that I had to change, coming from a military background, and again, having as many kids as we have, learning how to pivot, and then learning how to change with the times. Like, I think we've learned so much, like from TikTok dances to, the latest trends, as well as, how to relationship build with these kids. And for me, that is something that I think is something that has changed with me. Previously, like when I was younger, I did like serve and do things like that, but I think it's changed once you become an adult. Like we said, these kids are, going to be our future leaders. And for us, I know a lot of us have seen like the little quote that says, be the change you want to see. And I kind of feel like we live that on a daily basis. And we're also imparting that into the youth that we serve.
I wish we had like a lot more time, because I'd love for you to elaborate, Toya, on how do you shift between, and more than Toya, because all of you are parents on this call, how do you shift between mentoring your children and parenting your children at the same time? Do that. And kids spoke to changing the role change when you get into different spaces, like how, but again, that's just a thought. We can keep it.
That's an important one though. That's important. And I'll just real quick, I'll be brief, promise. So the difference that I saw is, or the difference that I see is, in the mentoring space, you got to be careful not to browbeat, because again, whenever a kid has done something wrong, everybody else is already browbeating him. The parents and whomever else, the principal at school or whomever else is already browbeating them. So the last thing they want to hear from a mentor is more browbeating. So you have to put on a different hat. Again, your approach has to be different. You have to, again, start building them up. Okay, you did this, but again, there's always tomorrow. So again, learn from those experiences and bounce back. And you kind of build them up. So that's what we do more as mentors. Whereas as a parent, that wasn't my role at that point in time anyway. So that's a major difference, I think.
All right, awesome. And Dennis, I know you kind of stepped away for a minute. We were asking, how do you feel? How does, kind of closing out with, how do you feel as a mentor in this space with the work that we do? How do you feel going to bed, waking up, coming to a club meeting, going to a service project? Can you put it into a couple of words or a sentence? How do you feel?
It makes me feel like I'm contributing positively in my community, and it's helping me to be the well-rounded individual that I should be. It feels good, and I'm going to figure out how to do more and kind of continue to recruit more people to see that it's very gratifying to be able to give back to your community in the way that we do, how we do what we do.
Awesome. Vanessa, you kind of started this. I don't know if you want to add more. You said the word fulfilling is how you feel when you're working with the young ladies. So I'll let you in. Is there anything else you want to add to the feeling you get when working with the young ladies in the program?
Or what advice would you give to someone who wants to come into mentoring?
Oh, that's a great one too. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, yeah, we got 1 minute, y'all, because y'all know Rez is in the background. 1 minute, he has an announcement too. We got to stay on time. What is it?
Make the time. Do whatever you can to make the time. That's my piece of advice. Just make the time to do it.
Awesome. Mr. J?
Oh, I agree. Make the time, because
the
again,
time.
I think once you make the time and get involved with it, you'll find that it's so much more that you can contribute. And I would say just try it. Come on out and give it a try. And donate, by the way. Donate to keep us doing what we're doing.
That's right.
Money.
All right. Toya, anything?
We're grateful for you guys, joining us this morning. And definitely, as everyone has touched on before, you can do this. You can do anything, you put your mind to. You have, something to give, whether that's funds or your time. And we want that.
Yes. Dennis?
Man, it's easier than you think. It's not as hard as sometimes it seems to be perceived. It's so much easier than you think, and you will learn so much about yourself when you have someone that's going to talk and listen to you and just show you their perspective, talk to you from their world. It's much easier than you think. Come on and do it now.
Yep.
Awesome. Great words from ladies and men mentors in our organization under Lowcountry Youth Services. Again, this is valuable information that we wanted to share during this panel. Please continue to donate. The work that we do, we all know that it's needed. We understand that in some cases, this is the most you're going to be able to do this year, this month, this week, but we'll take it. If you're donating $5, $10, again, we got an anonymous match in the last panel of $5,000. So this is a great time to donate. Your money is going to go much further. I want to say thank you to all the mentors that are on the panel. Thank you to the mentors that support the organization. Ilana, anything you want to add before we wrap up with mentors?
Yeah, no, just the same things you said. Thank you to those of you who are participating, shedding light on the space of mentorship as a role, and also donate. If you're not able for the money, spread the word about us. Spread the word about us.
Outstanding. Well, on that note, I think we'll be able to let our mentors go about their busy days. Thank you again for your service and support.
Hold on.
We'll let Rajon give a quick update. What's up?
Yeah, hold on. I actually wanted y'all to stay on for this because this is a dope announcement.
Oh,
right? So
we got another announcement.
Yeah, I know we started the day with $5,000, right? Roughly over $5,000. We actually just got a big donation from very like my homie. Shout out to Kima Chapman, Chapman Realty Group, as well as she's also the creator and founder of Divas in Training and the Dream Sparkle Shine Conference. She donated $1,000 to the organization. Thank you so much. And we are actually at a total right now of drum roll $7,275, right? $7,275, which is well short of our goal, but that means we're moving closer and closer and closer to it. Thank you to everybody who's donated so far. I'm gonna go back to the background again. Great conversation from the mentors. I definitely enjoyed hearing from you guys. I'm looking forward to continued amazing discussions. Handing it back over to Ken and the gang.
All right. That's good news. And we like to hear that it happened during the panel that me and Ilana were facilitating. Yes. That means that all of you contributed to pulling on the tears of the people listening that made them dig into their pockets. So I think that's great. Again, I appreciate y'all. I think 12 o'clock, we got the next panel about to get started. So Jerome, Toya, Vanessa, Dennis, we'll let you get back. Thank you for your contributions and your time this morning. And we will see y'all on the flip side.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Everybody.
Have a great day.
Ilana, thank you for co-hosting this portion with me. I think, will you be back on at some point later?
I am. I'm going to find that out. Yes.
All right. So hopefully we'll see you a little bit later. I think there's a different co-host is coming on. Hopefully everything is ready. So Alana, we'll check back with you later on. I'm sure you'll be tuned in from the sidelines, listening to things that are going on. So we'll catch up with you a little bit later.
All right. See y'all.
And we're gonna run a short video before we start the next group.
All right.
Before we start the next group, that way we can give people a little bit of chance to breathe. All right. Video coming in 3, 2, 1, and action.
Diving in while the current's fast. Gotta leave the past, it's in the past. Yeah, I won't look back. Strike a match, watch the flames go higher. We can burn much brighter if we don't look back. What does it take to leave it all behind? We'll see it happen one step at a time. Here we go. Never slowing down, darling, here we go. We get lost until we're found, darling, here we go. Feel the blood rushing through my veins. Got some brand new wings. No, we won't go back. What does it take to make our dreams collide? The smallest change can make you feel alive. Here we go. We're never slowing down, darling, here we go. We get lost until we're found, darling, here we go. What does it take to feel this alive? Every day we're gonna try. What does it take to feel this alive? Chase down our fears till they're forced to hide. What does it take to feel this alive? Every day we're gonna try. Here we go. No, we're never slowing down, darling. Here we never slowing down. No, we're never slowing down. We'll get lost until we're found. No, we're never slowing down. Darling, here we go.
All right. Here we go.
What's up, homie?
What's up? We got Monica Scott in the building. What's up?
What is going on, man? I caught some of the mentor panel. That was dope.
Oh man, we've been having some great discussions. I've been off and on most of the morning, trying to listen in to as much as possible. With some of the other panels, and it's been cool. It's been real cool.
Yeah. I'm excited about this panel though.
Yep. Yeah. I'm excited as well. So, cool. So that said, this session is going to be our member panel.
Mm-hmm.
So here we're going to talk to some of our current members of the programs. So they'll be coming in and turning on their cameras and having a conversation with us, just talking about their involvement in the program and telling us a little bit about themselves. So
Yes.
We got so far. Can't see the
See,
name.
you can't either. Oh, I see Kayla. Hey, Kayla. And Michael. My girls. How y'all doing? There we go. Look at them pretty faces. I love it.
Yes.
Hey, Queens. How y'all doing?
I'm doing good.
Awesome. Awesome sauce.
All right, so I got my guys, I guess, will be showing up. Hopefully, I actually had a note saying that somebody was waiting in the waiting room. So we'll let me see if I got a clue where they may be here so we can get started.
Ken, y'all, Monica, go ahead and start. And
Gotcha.
Ken, I think they're in teams, so I'm trying to see why they're in teams. But
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Awesome sauce. Well, we have two of actually these two young ladies, these beautiful queens. This is their first year with our program, so I'm very excited to hear their experience and their thought about so far being a part of Queens Being. So I'm gonna ask you, ladies, like first of all, you know what was the reason why you decided to join a mentoring program like Queens Being? And they can start. Let's start with Michael. Go ahead, Michael. Answer that question. What was your reason for joining QB?
The reason I wanted to join Queens B is because of my brother. He was in DGC, and then every time I went to a hockey games, and everything looked pretty fun. So I always wanted to I always asked when I was old enough to join, and when I was eligible to join this year, I was really happy. So that's why I joined.
Okay. Awesome. So Kayla, same question for you. What was your reason for joining QB?
My mom just told us about the youth services, and me and my brother wanted to.
Say the last part again.
Me and my brother just wanted to join.
Okay. Cool. So so you and your brother joined DGC and QB. Cool. So how has been the experience going through the year so far? This is your first year. You get to meet a lot of new, young ladies and even your brothers from DGC. What has that experience been for you so far?
It's been good. Everything. We get to do new things and learn about others.
Cool. Michael, what about you? How's it been?
Yeah, same thing. The experience has been pretty fun. Every time we do a community service, it's pretty fun. Also, when we just go out to have fun, it's pretty cool.
Cool. So, what would you say is your favorite? Because we do several things throughout the month, from room meetings, we have our own girl talks, we have outings, things like that. If you had a favorite activity or a favorite event, what would you say it was this year?
My favorite would be the outings. They're pretty fun, and then especially the recent one that we just did, everybody was singing along with the hockey game. It was pretty funny and stuff.
Right, y'all had that whole room lit up with all the screaming together, but it was dope. It was fun. Kayla, what would you say would be your favorite event for outings?
Probably the fun outings and community service.
Cool. Do you have a favorite community service event that you did?
So far I forgot what it's called. The one we recently went to.
Oh, the River Bridge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, cool. Because we did work, but we did have some fun that day for sure. And it looked like we got someone from DGC. Okay.
Zakai Pinkney has joined. What's up, Zakai?
What's up, man?
All right, Zakai, introduce yourself. How long you been part of the program? I can't hear you.
One minute. Gotcha.
I might have some technical difficulties.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, we're gonna keep this party going while we get his technical difficulties together. So, ladies, what would you say is your most important quality of your mentor, like all the mentors that you met, because in this QB we have like over 10 mentors that all of our girls have access to. And what would you say you have learned or taken from your mentors that you've had this year? Let's start with Kayla.
Probably being respectful to others. And
Try to be respectful to others. Okay.
Yes,
yeah. Okay, awesome. What about you, Michael?
Like even though we like doing community service, like try to have fun, but also like try to follow the rules while you're doing it.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, you made new friends, right? Like we had like over like close to 20 girls this year. Like how was that experience developing new friendship and being able to, create and build in a relationship that y'all had with NQB? Tell me about that.
To build a relationship, at first I was like kind of scared, but like as like the year went on, it was kind of like fun to like find new relationships with people and have like new friends.
Yeah, absolutely. What about you, Kayla?
I guess the girls in the group was like they first talked to me because I wasn't really a people person and like put myself out there, but I guess I came out of my shell a bit.
Got you. Yeah, just from y'all two out of the group, I've seen y'all grown over the years, especially with seeing you around the girls and things of that nature. So I can guarantee that what they're saying is true. A lot of these girls, especially them, may come in quiet or timid, but once they start developing friendship and being a part of the program, they grow fast. So yes, I truly believe that.
So I got a question for you. So how often do Kayla, you and Michael, how often do y'all see each other? I mean, are there times, because y'all go to different schools, right? What school do you go to, Kayla?
I go to Timberland High School.
Timberland? And what about you, Michael?
Neighbors.
So do y'all see each other outside of like the monthly club meetings, or do y'all talk outside the club meetings?
No, sir.
Not really? So that was one thing that we actually is important, right? Because we're building a community of people that may not have ever had a connection before.
Absolutely.
We're in schools literally all over the Charleston area. And a lot of times the kind of social networking piece doesn't happen until club meeting time. But when it does happen, we show up and we're just like family all over again. So the club meeting is definitely an important time for the young men and women in the program to connect with each other, and but we don't want to take away from how important the club meetings are. So how many people have you met like outside of your normal circle at the club meetings? Like how often do you meet new people? Is it like almost all the time? Because you don't see these people often, right?
I see like one of the QB girls often, but that's because like I practice at her school, like practice basketball at her school, so that's how I see her.
Okay, so is that pretty cool to like now that you go to her school to practice, you see somebody familiar from QB?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. What about you, Kayla?
I don't see any of them outside of school. I mean, outside of the meetings, probably because like I live further. But
gotcha.
I have been planning to hang out with them.
So how important is it for you to connect with new people that you don't get to see that often?
Important because it helps you grow as a person.
Okay. Awesome. I see Zakai came back. Zakai, did we figure out the sound? I don't think so. I still can't hear you. You can hear me? Okay. I cannot hear you, but you can hear me. I'm not sure. I resent the link. I mean, and you're in, so I'm not sure exactly what we would need to do differently. It's probably some setting on your phone with your microphone that you have to check. All right. See if you can figure that out. Try to leave out and come back in for Zakai. Okay, Monica, sorry. Back to you.
Cool. Okay, so yeah, just picking back on what you said, Ken. A lot of these are youth. They do enjoy the fact that they can come back and connect with their friends, especially being that they are not, all of them are not at the same school together, but also just to throughout the year while they're creating relationships and friendships, they're also building up certain skills and development. So ladies, I'm gonna ask you, like, what skills or what knowledge have you gained from being a part of this program or part of these different activities that you've been a part of? Because we also have community events that you all come out to too. So what would you say some of the things that you've learned or was able to gain while in this program?
Kind of to be like more social, like like I was saying before. I'm not like I used to not like be social, but the more I come to the events, the more I can be like social and try to like talk to new people that I see.
Cool. Yes, absolutely. What about you, Miss Kayla?
Probably teamwork, because like I'm just not really good with working with other people, but I still need help, I guess.
You say that last part?
I still need help. Like I need others to finish up what I need.
Yeah, but you can't say that you've grown though. You've developed in that area, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Absolutely, because I've seen it. But so when you have this opportunity to be a part of this, I know you have other friends at school outside of this program. Like if one of your friends was be like, you've been going to QB or you've been going to this mentoring program all year. Like, why should I join? Or why should I join any mentoring program? What would you tell them? I said, Miss Michael.
I would tell them like it's a really fun thing. You could like more people are like nice to you, and you could find more people that like have the same thing in common. And if they don't, you could like try to introduce them to new things. And also, they can like find more people to talk to, and just go on group outings. Because at the same time, the group outings aren't just the girls; it's like the girls and the boys, and they're both like kind of a fun mix to do.
Absolutely. What you think, Miss Kayla? What's your thought? What would you tell anybody that you knew that was looking for a mentor program? Why would this benefit them?
I mean, like, I would tell them, why wouldn't you go? Because I guess there's really nothing like a consequence of joining a mentor group, and there's more positive outcomes than negatives.
Absolutely. I like that answer. I love that answer. Okay. All right, ladies. So if going into, every year we always try to do something different and we always try to make sure that we are bringing in something new for you all. Do y'all feel like y'all have a voice in telling us or letting us know, hey, we enjoy this. What do you think about this? Adding this to the program, or we're not really sure if that works. Like, do you feel like you've ever had that opportunity to do so within this mentoring program?
Yeah, I feel like I have.
Awesome, Zaz. What about you, Kayla? Like, do you feel like you get a chance to talk about those things? Just be able to just tell us your opinions and your thoughts about certain things that you like or may not like, because it's important that y'all voices are heard.
Yes, ma'am.
Cool. Oh, Kai's back. Hey, Kai, you good over there?
I think the audio should be working now. Yeah.
Yay, Zakai, I can hear you. All right, glad you're able to get in and get the technical difficulties put behind us. How you doing today, man?
Doing pretty good. Hot outside. I've been out basically all morning. So.
Okay. All right, so we are live on LYS-A-Thon. We have Zakai Pingley with us. Zakai, kind of introduce yourself. How long you been in the program?
Well, hey everybody, my name is Akai. I've been in DGC for about I want to say 7 to 8 years now, going on 9. So it's been a ride, and I love it here. To be honest,
Awesome. And what grade are you in now?
I'm currently in 10th grade.
10th grade. I've been in here for 7 years. Like, man, that's like half
Wow.
your life. So, let's talk about your experience in DGC over the years.
Okay. Well, let's start. I guess I should start like towards the very beginning. Um, I first got here because my godmother first like dropped me off at the very first meeting spot. And at that time, I was just like, I have no idea who any of these people are. And I was like, I don't really know if I want to be here or not. And then, but after a while, making friends and actually getting to know everyone, like my mentors and whatnot, I I've grown attached to this program. For the years that we've gone on our retreats and had all of our community service events and our meetings. I feel as if that over the years I've just gotten more and more attached, and I hope to be here for a really long time.
Awesome. That's really really good to hear. Talk about your experience with some of the things that we do in the program.
Are like community service wise? It's like anything.
Anything.
Okay. Well, a few of the things that we do like in the program are like community service, like, and one of the things that we did more recently was the Cooper River Bridge run. That was pretty fun. Um, Helping people out get to their buses and whatnot, and just volunteering. And obviously we also have our meetings and whatnot, which I always find a great time because I always get to hang out with some of the guys from DGC. I don't usually always get to see outside of DGC itself, so I find it like a great bonding experience as well.
Yeah, that's something that we talked a little bit about earlier with the young ladies that were on, because we have kids that come from so many different places. Sometimes the only time y'all get to bond with each other is at the club meeting. So just tell me about like what kind of friendships that you've been able to form just at the club meeting with people that you probably would not have ever met.
Well, man, a lot of the people that I've met here at DGC, I feel like we're gonna be friends for a really long time. Like a few, not to like there's a few names with this on top of my head, like RJ, and then a few like my other friends like Zach and um shoot, I there's so many. Like honestly, and I can't believe that if I feel like as if I didn't stay and like commit to what I was doing, then I feel like I would never been able to get to this point at all, and I would never had the chances to have that I did, staying with this program.
Awesome. Okay. If you had to rank club meetings, community service, and outings, which one is the most fun?
But under three, personally, I really like the community service. Like I find it really fun, and sure, the are always usually really fun. We all just get to hang around, just kick it with everyone. But like I feel like the community service, like just as a whole, just brings us all together as like one big like kind of like family. I guess I would say personally. So
Okay, that's cool. Monica, any thoughts?
Well, I'm being that Kai has been around for so long. Like I can remember when Kai came in, and I'm like I said, my girls, and I'm sorry, I didn't even ask Michael and Kayla. Can y'all tell them what grades y'all are in? I didn't even ask you that earlier.
I'm in 5th grade.
5th grade, okay,
I'm in 10th grade.
great. So as you can see, these young ladies from different grades interact with each other. But just thinking about Kai, who been around for almost 8 years, like what has been something that you have grown to learn within those 8 years with DGC, as far as when it comes to obstacle navigating challenges? Like, what have you learned?
one of the main things that I really was like not huge on before I got into DGC was asking for help. I feel like me staying around these like my mentors and the men that surround me has like helped me grow as like a person and be able to just sit there and be like it's okay to ask for help and it's okay to um talk to people like and stuff of that nature. I think it's one of the biggest things that I've gained from it. There's many more things I could just go on and on about, to be honest, but I feel like it's the main.
Absolutely. I appreciate that for sure, your honesty about that. Same question for Kayla and Michael. Like just in the year that you've been with us, like how have you felt how has the mentors or the volunteers that has been around help you navigate challenges and obstacles in your life?
I think also what Kai said is asking for help, because I'm not really a person who like asks the questions first, and I'm able to like talk to my mentors easily without like getting anxious.
Yeah, like same what Kayla said, like it's like mostly just asking for help because like me as a person, I don't really ask for help, but like the more the volunteers and mentors just like help out and like when I ask like don't know what to do, it's just kind of like easier for me to ask teachers and stuff for help just for like work and stuff.
You
So
want to
I
go?
got a
Yeah.
question. So what are the challenges that kids your age face today? Like, what are some of the things that you see at school, on the internet, or anywhere? Like, what are some of those things that are like, you know, things that are a little bit of a challenge for some of the kids that you see, like drugs, mental health, like I don't know, confidence. Michael, what do you? We'll start with you. What do you see as some of those challenges?
I don't know, like just social confidence. Like people in my class, some like yeah, sometimes people in my class don't know how to be like social. And I used to be like that. I just don't know how to be social. I have to find the group of people that I like, and that's what some people struggle on, just finding the group of people. And online, I don't know because sometimes people can be a whole different person in different places. Like people can be nice in one place and rude in the other. It just how people like depend on that, but with how the person is.
Have you met people thinking that they're one way online, like when you see them or talk to them, but then you meet them in person and they're different?
Yes, I have.
Okay. All right. Zakai, what about you? What are some of the challenges or struggles that you see from some of your peers?
A lot of things that I have to do that have to do with me that I've noticed is that not really many people really know how to not how to socialize with us. They're just not really confident in themselves. Obviously, I'm not saying that like not saying like they should just be like you guys should just man up and like no. I'm just like obviously everybody's a great person and the way that they should feel good about themselves and be very and try to be confident about themselves. But in order, maybe sometimes in order for them to be confident in themselves, someone has to be confident in them first. But but that's one of the things. Another thing that I really noticed, is that there's a lot that not many people like sorry, a lot of people like Michael said, just don't really socialize, and and then when they do find that group, and they really do try to find that group of people that they can just kind of kick it and get along with. But not many people. It's kind of hard to do that, especially when people like in my school. Oh my god, it's just kind of like not really nice people or people that you really want to talk to. It's like a searching for a needle in a haystack. To be honest.
And with you, did you find that group that you can connect with DGC?
Oh, honestly, yeah, I feel like there's about three or like for really close people for in DGC for me, three or four people that I can feel like I can trust, anything too. And then obviously there's also all my mentors that I can really talk to about stuff like that. But outside of GUC as well, I have like a few. I have like 3 or 4 friends that I can kind of talk with and just kind of hang out with and be myself with. It's like it's really nice when you actually get to that era of like being able to be so comfortable and like in your own skin and being yourself instead of trying to put on like a mask or anything like that for other people so they can feel like they can like you.
Gotcha. Okay. And Kayla, same to you. What are some of the challenges that you see amongst the other kids your age or at your school?
Pretty much what Zakai and Michael said. Like just people wanting to get validation from others and trying to fit in. Like they feel like being with other people is better than being by themselves, even though the other people are like bad influences.
Okay. I like it. All right. Monica, did you have something else?
No, well, you know, looking at DGCQB, they're brothers and sisters, right? So it's like over years they have developed this culture of being brothers and sisters. So I'm wondering, like, with y'all talking about the obstacles and the things that our kids are dealing with in school, like, how has brotherhood and sisterhood looked for you all when y'all came here versus being in the school? Because you know, you have friends, we all have our best friends and things of that nature, but when you come into an environment where everybody loves each other, everybody are brothers and sisters, like, what was that experience for you all coming here? Anybody can answer. Let's see, Michael, let's start with you.
The experience was like I said, the first time I came here, I was a little scared because like validation is like most of like the kids sing in this era of time, because if you don't have validation, like people get scared. So at first I was searching for validation, but as like time progressed, I was like, I could just be myself because these are all people who just don't even like know each other, but they can act friendly and be friendly with other people.
Awesome. What about you, Kai?
Me personally, obviously, the first time I was here, it was more. I think it was 3rd grade. I think I said it earlier. Um, but yeah, 3rd grade, obviously, like really, like for a moment, it was like really surreal. But as I got to know everyone, it was just kind of like, shoot, well, I don't need to put on a mask for these people. I don't need to act a certain way for them. I can be myself, and we can all just have fun. And so it was really nice finally being able to just like be so friendly with everyone and just being like out there and actually being sociable with them, with my brothers and sisters.
Awesome. Thank you, Kyle. Kayla, what about you?
I think my first time being with the girls was probably awkward because I didn't really know what to do until like we had the group meetings, which like made us all come together and be as like friends and family.
Yes, ma'am. Awesome. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, Ken, like, you've been around longer than I have been, and you've been around your boys since 2010. Like, brotherhood is important for y'all that y'all established in 2010. And I'm interviewing you now with the mentees. Like, what? Like, to explain to me why brotherhood is so important when it comes to developing that within DGC.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is you're hearing a lot of it from the members that are part of this panel, right? So I think we basically grow up together. And by growing up together, these become your brothers and sisters in this journey. Zakai talked about it earlier. I mean, I've heard it in Michael and Kayla as well. You know, that's one of the first things that we really talk about to embrace coming into the organization, the brotherhood and the sisterhood. And I get it that not everyone's going to be best friends forever, right? We've serviced hundreds and hundreds of kids, and now with our in-school program, we're going into the thousands, right? So I get it. You're not going to be best friends with everyone. But Zakai mentioned it earlier. Like, man, I got like 4 or 5 people in my circle now that would not have been there if not for DGC. And those are people that he'll be able to lean on in the future for advice that honestly he probably never would have connected with at all if not for programs like ours. And I think the social networking piece is huge. Like we're connecting kids from across all 3 counties in Charleston that never would have connected before.
Right.
And they have no clue how that's going to benefit them later, but it's going to pay dividends, right? It's going to be the level of confidence when you walk in a room and see, oh, there's Kayla. Like I remember her from QB. There's Zakai. I remember him from DGC. If I don't know anybody else here, I know I can at least walk up to them and have a conversation because I have now like developed a connection with an organization that has allowed me to see people in places that I may not have ever seen, may not have ever connected with. So the brotherhood and sisterhood becomes a part of who you are. And the more you see the value in that, the more it like pulls at you to keep coming back, right? Which is how you get people like Zakai, who has put in 7 years into this thing. And I can honestly say you're probably going to see something similar with your girls, right? You're going into year 3. You got 2, very powerful voices on with Kayla and Michael. And I feel like the benefit and dividends of even being a part of this, we talked earlier about gaining confidence, being on this panel, like to say, Kayla, you are on live YouTube streaming right now. Michael, you are on live YouTube streaming like now, being recorded and will be out there forever. It takes confidence to come into these spaces.
Absolutely. And I just want to give my girls a shout out. They volunteered to be a part of this conversation this year. And
you're back. We lost you for a split second. You're back.
You lost me? Oh.
We're back. You're back now. We got you.
I'm back. Oh, okay, great. No, I was just giving them kudos because they volunteered to be a part of this. What's going on?
Oh, okay. I think we.
Why is it doing?
Okay. You cut out for a quick second, then you came back. All right, Monica seems it might be having some Wi-Fi connection issues. We'll give her a second to come back and see if she's stable. All right. Okay, so while we wait, see if Monica will come back, we'll start talking about what excites you about being part of the program. What excites you about coming back next year? So, Kayla, we'll start with you. What excites you about being part of QB?
Probably the future events and seeing like what's up next, because I know there's going to be better stuff coming up.
Okay, how much better? What do you want to see QB do?
Pretty much anything. Like it doesn't really matter. Like I'll just go with the role, but I know it's going to be fun.
Okay. What don't you want to do?
Boring stuff, I guess.
But boring has not been your experience so far, has it?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Michael, what about you? What are you excited about for QB in the future?
In the future, just like next time when it's like time to like register, like to see more new kids and like try to like have fun. And that's really it. And like just go to like the community services. Those are really fun because like you could just like make jokes and like have fun while you're there, even though you're doing something like work or something, which is really cool.
Yeah, okay. I like that answer. Zakai, we gonna come to you. What excites you about what might be forthcoming with DGC?
Honestly, I always enjoy meeting the new inducted mentees every time at our award ceremony and whatnot. I always really like seeing them like come into the program and be like a little nervous about it and then like being like and then watching them grow as you watch me grow within DGC itself. And it's really cool to see people and like kids just kind of come together and just kind of really what's the word I'm looking for? I guess bond. Yeah, we seem to come together and like really bond with each other. It's always nice to see more and more mentees come up through DGC and just.
Okay, and then so Zakai, since you got the mic now, we'll start with you and kind of go backwards. What is the relationship like with the mentors that have been supporting you and the program?
Well, I'm hopefully really close because I feel like I talked to you guys a good bit. Mr. Lewis, Mr. Rich, you, Mr. Dunn. I even Zach, even Zach is one of my mentors at this point because I've looked up to him and I will keep looking up to him for a really long time because quite frankly he was like my inspiration for a little while, and like me being able to talk to you guys just so comfortably about anything that's going on, I feel like that's something I would never really have again if I never joined and stuck to the program.
Okay, awesome. All right, Kayla, what about you? What is the relationship like with the mentors?
It's pretty good. I'm not like scared to talk to them about anything, and like just knowing that there's trust in the relationship with my mentors is great.
Good. I mean, and I think that's really what we try to build is that bond. So do you feel like you have at least connected with, some of the mentors or a mentor that you can trust and go to and have someone that you can, reach out to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, good. Michael, what about you?
Yeah, I think like the bond with the mentors are pretty good. I could talk to like all of them really good, which is because of them. Because like sometimes being social is scary. So since I could talk to them, it's kind of more fluent and easier. Like just speak your mind.
Okay. All right. Monica, I know you were kind of in and out here. Let me know if I just saw lost your camera there for a minute. So I'll be able to close this out. If not, no worries. Last thing I want to just kind of touch on a little bit was social media influence. Like, how big of an impact does social media play on your life right now? Kayla.
For me, it's like really nothing much. Like I don't really care, but I think for others it's pretty like it really depends on who you are and how like your personality is. If like you're easily fooled, I guess.
Okay, Michael, what about you?
I don't really like I like to do like the trends. I like to do the dances and stuff. But like I don't really like take off of TikTok's influence because just how the world is just changing. So I wouldn't just take off influence. I would try to make my own influence and like just try to show people how I am and just be myself.
Okay. What about you, Zakai?
Personally, I try my best to not be on social media a lot. Because there's a lot of things on there that could, personally for me, I'm kind of scared of the false news and stuff of that nature. I don't really like seeing everything that's going on. It kind of overwhelms me. But I do use it for stuff for like DGC and other things of that nature, like my clubs and whatnot. So honestly, it's helpful for like connections and everything else like that. But like when it comes to anything else, when it comes to social media influence, I try not to let social media be the thing that has me in its grasp. Like I don't want it to be consuming my entire life because I like getting out there. I like doing things. I don't want to sit and I don't want to be like, yeah, let me just scroll through Instagram reels for like 30 hours and not do anything. It's just like it's something that I really try to use in moderation.
Okay. All right, that's cool. And that's a great answer. Like anything in excess is not good for you, including social media. And the only reason I asked about that is because a large part of the influence in your life can come from different places. Good to hear that social media is not like very high on the priority for you. But I mean, I know that it's important to a lot of young folks, and we understand that, we respect it. We see, especially like the young ladies doing the TikTok videos. I try to get in them every now and then, but I get kicked out when I be trying to do my little dance. Y'all be trying to move me out the way. Like, I don't know why y'all don't want Mr. Dunn in your videos. I feel like I got some pretty good moves that I can add, but it's okay. I digress. That said, who are the biggest influences in your life right now? Like, when you think of people that you watch on TV, people in your house, people at the club meeting, people at your church, people in your community, who would you say are like 3 people that are influential in your life? Michael.
One person is my cousin Jaden. He's like an influential person in my life. He's like funny, and he just like gets me a lot. Like we have mostly the same things in common. He's an influential person in my life, and then my dad. He's also an influential person in my life. Like I feel like I take a lot off of him. And then my mom, she I love her, and she's also an influencer in my life. And I have one more person, which is my brother Matt. He can be a little bit rude sometimes, but it's like all love and games because at the end of the day, I would be rude back. So it's like kind of like a love-hate situation. Like we have their good and bad days, or good or bad and bad days, but at the same time, it's all just love.
Okay, then we're talking bad about Matt. Matt's one of my DGC guys, so I got to defend my guy.
Nah.
That's my guy. We can't be talking bad about Matt. All right, Kayla, what about you? You got like 3 or 4 people that influence you?
Probably my mom and dad and my siblings, because I guess like I grew up with them my whole life, so like if whatever they're doing good, like I'm gonna want to do it, I guess, because the people who live in your household is the most, like, how do I say it? Someone you look up to if they're good.
Yeah. So we always still say time equals influence, right? So the people and places that you spend the most time will have the biggest influence on you. That goes for everything. Like the music you listen to, the more you listen to it, the more of an influence it will have on you. The more time you spend reading books, the more influence those books will have on you. The more time you spend in your house, the more that will influence you. The more time you spend on social media, that will influence you. So I say all that to say, just be careful and knowledgeable of where you are spending that time, because Kayla, you made a very good point. Yeah, these are people in your household. So they're going to have a bigger influence on you because you see and spend the most time with them. But there are times when you're in your house, but you're so isolated from everyone else that you could be getting that influence from like TikTok or social media or the internet or, whoever, right? So that influence can come from anywhere. So just be aware of that. Zakai, what about you? Where would you say some of your influence comes from? You got 2 or 3 people?
First thing is my little sister. To be honest, no matter how much she annoys me sometimes, I love her all the way to death, and I would do anything for her. My mom, she's always been a great influence. Obviously, she's always on my back about stuff, but like that's only out of love because she just wants me to succeed. I'm glad that she is. I'm glad the way she is, even though I get frustrated sometimes.
Hey, Zakai. I think his transition between his Bluetooth and his phone. Monica, you seem to be back.
Am I back, Lord? Oh yeah, he's in the car.
Yeah. All right.
Technical difficulties today, man. They don't want us to be great.
And do indeed.
I muted him. Keep going.
All right. Okay. All right, Monica. Anything you wanna? We're getting close to wrapping up.
I want to do something fun that I think will be interesting. Girls, if you could think of a song that you like, that is your favorite song that pretty much describe your character, your personality, what song would that be? I see you smiling, Kayla.
I don't know. Like I don't really know.
Pick a song, any song. It could be your favorite song. It could be a song that's heard, whatever song you like that you feel like it vibes with your character and your personality. I'll give you a second to think about it, Kayla. What about you, Michael?
I have two songs, but one of them is like a song that my older brother played, which is "I Don't Want to Fall in Love." It's a really good song. And then another song is Haters Anthem.
That's what's up. A Haters Anthem. I gotta look that up.
Michael. I was just thinking about that myself. You got one? You thought about one, Kayla?
Probably "Nights" by Frank Ocean.
Frank Lucian?
Ocean.
Ocean. Okay. Cool. Kai is
No.
Oh wait, say it again. Kai?
You guys hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, hello?
We hear you now. Yes.
Okay. Jeez, did I cut off during that entire explanation?
On the back end of it, you did.
Oh goodness. I'm so sorry,
okay.
you guys.
It's okay. All good. Monica had one more question. Oh, did we lose Monica? Oh no, she's back.
I'm back. I'm sorry. The connection is horrible here. And you want to close us out, sir?
Sure. Well, I don't know that I have a question. Just more happy that the program has really been influential on each of you in a way that you still desire to come back each year. So I will end it on a fun note as well. So if you were a dessert, what would you be? I am a red velvet cheesecake because I like red velvet cheesecake. It is actually one of my favorites. Michael, what are you?
I'll be bean chilling, which is basically ice cream. I would be like either cookies and cream or like milk with chocolate ice cream.
I like cookies and cream. That's a good one. Sakai.
For me personally, first of all, you took what I was gonna say. But I guess another really good dessert is crepes. Crepes are really good. I've only had one once, and it's like a really thin kind of like pancakey kind of thing. I don't know how they make it, but it's good.
It's good. I agree with you. I like crepes as well. Kayla?
Probably mint chocolate chip ice cream.
Okay. Got two ice creams in the selection. Monica? Oh no, we missed Monica's connection right before she could tell us. Come through. Okay.
Don't let me be great.
It won't let you be great. I can hear you a little bit now. All right.
Pound cake.
Pound cake. Pound cake is good. Pound cake is good. Listen, so for those that have been tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, this is some of our kids in the program who volunteered to speak today during the member panel. We hope that you have been inspired by some of what you've heard. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in the program. I'm always excited to hear that everything we do is fun. even the community service piece, a big part of who we are is donating back our time to help our community. So that is something that is very important to us. And I always like to hear that the kids actually enjoy that part of the program as well. It's easy to enjoy the outings. The outings are fun. They're always going to be top of the list. But to know that they make connections during our club meeting and then also enjoy serving the community is something that is very powerful for us as a program as well. So Michael, Kayla, Zakai, thank y'all for joining. We really appreciate you. We will let y'all get back to your day, having a good time, and we'll see y'all at the next club meeting. Bye.
Thank you.
Later.
All right, Monica, thank you for jumping in and co-hosting this part of the program with our members. Always fun. Hopefully we inspired some people. We need to figure out what the donations look like. I felt like that was a good time that we would have been collecting more money. Last time we got over $1,000 in. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we're gonna quite get as high this go around, but you never know.
So we're gonna grade that session. There's a lot going on there.
You know what I'm saying? I'm still taking credit.
There's a lot
My
going on
face
there.
is on the screen and the money coming in. I'm saying, thank you, Shakima. That's my girl.
Oh my gosh, that's hysterical. That's what she saw. She was like, "Oh, Ken's on the screen. Let me send $1,000.
Now it's time.
1,000. Boom.
Bam.
All right, word. we did not confirm the time of that donation, but that's hysterical. I think it was during your session though. We are now at $8,110. So thank you so much to everybody that's donated. We now have 89 donations. We have 27 fundraisers going. And
who were the
just
donors
y'all,
in
so y'all can know.
in the last window?
Huh?
Can you
say
show
with the-
who the
Oh yeah, I got you. Sorry.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right, let me switch.
let's show the
I
people.
got you. Let's put it on the screen. Let's put it on the screen.
Yeah, show the people.
Show the people. It's good to hear from you, Monica.
Give them a shout out.
Here's the screen. All right. So again, 27 donations. 27 fundraisers currently going. 89 donations. We're at $8,110. And as you can see right here, there's still 11 days left in this fundraiser. So if we don't get to our goal of 25,000 today, we will be able to keep. You can still donate later. So don't feel like if you missed it today, you can't donate. Also, with that $5,000 match, that actually puts us at $13,110 as opposed to just the $8,110. So we're right along the way. I did want to shout out some individuals who are like nailing it in the fundraising. Mr. Jerome Colden, who was on earlier, has $3,005 raised. Shout out to Mr. J. Dude he's doing it. Amongst the youth, there's Mr. Ken right there with $370. Hey, Mr. Ken, good job.
Yeah,
$370.
got a little something going.
Carlin Gadsden Jenkins has raised $900. Shout out to Carlin. Great job, Carlin. Scrolling down. Other people doing great job. If you are donating and you want to donate to a kid, like a great way to do this is if you see a kid in there, because they are competing for dollars. So if you see a kid there that's not gotten the type of support that you like to see a kid get, you can go and donate directly to their campaign. Just when you go into the link, just go down to the bottom and you can find these kids and select one to donate to. Zachary has over 100. Monica has 325. Hey, Monica's catching you, bro. You got 370. Monica has 325.
1,000 that came in should have been.
No, that doesn't. They didn't put it on yours. They didn't put it on yours. Sorry. That's how this works. Benisa Saller, who was on during the mentor panel, has 275. Christian Stewart, that's Miss Rosalind's grandson. He has 485. Great job. Alden Tolliver, young master Alden Tolliver, has $325. Good job, Alden. And John Wesley has $175 raised. So there are some donations in the pot.
So I think I had some of my business partners donate last go round as well. So shout out to Got to Go Logistics and my team out of Georgia. I think they dropped. I saw the name in one of the when you had the scrolling list of people.
Oh yeah. I did see that.
Yeah.
Where is it at? I'm just thinking to the view page.
Yeah. I was looking at it earlier. It's like, oh, okay.
I see Erica Taylor. Thank you, Erica Taylor. Herbert Simmons. Hey, that's my step pop. Hey, Herb, what's up?
Hey,
Wanda Lockhart. Donnie Elmore. Miss Sandra Robinson. Miss Sandra Robinson, you've been donating to us for a while. In support of Monica Scott. Love you much. Brett Wofford, my guy. Thank you, Brett. $25. Arden Bugs.
There you go.
Biggs, keep up the good work, young man.
G2G Freight.
GTG Freight. That's your people?
That's my people.
All right. Shout out to GTG Freight. If y'all want to get a sponsorship for this upcoming club year, let us know. Train Productions LLC. I think they did an anonymous donation, so it doesn't say how much. Timothy Lewis, thank you, Mr. Tim. I appreciate you. Jed DeHaven, thank you. Renee Marengue. Oh, for Carlin. All right. Miss Gwen. Hey, Miss Gwen. I don't know if you're still watching, but I love Miss Gwen. That's my lady. Anonymous. Jaden Charles. Hey, Jaden. Angelo Simmons. Shakima. We thank you. Thank you. Dwayne Mazik. My auntie. Hey, auntie. I love you. Carolyn Louie. Roderick Cummings. Thank you, Roderick. We actually met Roderick at the Men of Color Summit, Ken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we met him. He was at one of the booths that we spoke to. And we will be doing some work with them in the future as well.
Sweet.
I think it's Life Squared organization. Sonia Currington, T. Gadsden, Nakia Backman, thank you. Herschel Daly, Theodine Gray Davis, and on and on and on. I'm not gonna read everybody, but 86 total donations at this time. I'm gonna double check before I pass it back off. Yep, we're still at $8,110. So again, with the $5,000 match, we're at $13,110. So thank you all so much. I'm going to try to go and put that in on the back end so we can see it on this front as well. All right, Ken, back to you, my guy.
I appreciate it. Yeah, all right. Just wanted to get a pulse check on how well we are doing with the fundraising efforts that are happening as we speak. Yes, we are live, everyone, and trying to continue to raise money to support the work that we're doing in Lowcountry Youth Services. We've been around these parts for some time now, and I love seeing the different panels and being part of the panels and communicating with the different people that continue to support us. But a big part of that is also the parents. So we've heard from the kids, we've heard some from the community supporters, and the next panel that we are going to bring up, I believe, is our parents panel. So starting now, 1 o'clock, we should be having some of our parents in the backstage coming to the screen to talk about their involvement with your air show happening in the background. Not sure how loud that was on your end, but it was pretty loud over here. But yes, so welcome parents to the panel. We will allow brief introductions. Oh, I think I'm waiting on one other person. Let me check. All right, so we will get started with the parent panel. All right, so we are officially in the afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We will go around the panel and let everyone introduce yourself and your connection to the program, your child, how long you've been in, that sort of thing. So we'll start with Algeria.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Oh. Hi, I'm Algeria. I'm the mother of Kyrie Bryan and Keelan Nesbitt. They both are a part of Distinguished Gentlemen Club. Kyrie has been a part. This is his second year, and it's Keelan's first year. So I'm excited to have both of my boys join this year.
Awesome. All right, we'll jump down to Hezekiah.
So I am Hezekiah Grice. My daughter Michael and my son Matthew Grice are both in the program. Michael is in Queens B. Matthew is a distinguished gentleman. I'm also a mentor to the middle schoolers.
Sweet. All right, we'll jump up to Shayla, then Nicole.
My name is Shayla Tolliver. We have 3 sons, one who is a Distinguished Gentlemen's Club alumni, and then we have Joel, who has been a part of the program for almost 4 years, and Alden as well, Alden Tolliver as well. He is a 7th grader. He has been a part of the program almost 4 years as well. So I am a parent. I also work for Lowcountry Youth Services, and I am a board member. So thank you.
All right. Nicole.
Hi, Nicole Nevels. My children are Ronald and Kayla Hutchinson. They've both been a part of the group. This is their first year, and it's been amazing so far. I've seen amazing changes in both of them. So good to be here.
Awesome. Thank you for joining. Paula Toria, are you with us? Maybe some technical difficulties there. All right. So
yes, I'm here.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
All right. Introduce yourself and your affiliation with the program, kids in the program, that type of stuff.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paula Tori Walls. So we are a new family to the program. So we haven't even been here a year yet. I am the proud mother of Zachary Jones, and I think I'm done for right now.
And my co-host for this panel discussion is Tanisha Slempa. Introduction of yourself, ma'am.
Yes. Hello. My name is Tanisha Slempa, and I too first and foremost parent to a 15-year-old who has been in DGC 3 years, I think. And I should know 3 years. And I am also the associate program director for the girls group Queens B.
And also the co-host for the panel today.
Oh yeah, the co-host. My apologies for being a little late.
All good. So thank y'all for joining us today. We wanted to, of course, have a session with our parents so that we can also hear from you of how you feel about the program, how things are going, being a advocate for what we do, and continue to, this is a fundraiser, right? So we want to continue to say things that will bring money into the organization. So I guess the first question is, how did you even hear about the program, and what was it that made you want to join? And I think, Nicole, you were probably the most recent with your kids in the program. So let's start out with you. How'd you hear about us, and what made you want to join?
I had been looking for something positive for them because in some of the areas that's lacking in some of the communities. And so I think what drove me towards you guys was I saw you on Facebook, and I started hearing people talk about it, specifically DGC. And I just thought it was the coolest thing that you guys made the guys wear the ties and making sure that they were dressing appropriately, but also making sure that they were doing community services, and it was just positive influences. And I kept seeing different things that you guys were involved in. And then I found out about Queens B. And so I applied, and I think we may have missed like a deadline before, and I kept trying and reaching out, and finally got them in, told a lot of people about it. And yeah, it's I love the program. I love what you guys are doing.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Shout out to Javari Lewis, who's been managing our social media. So we've been trying to be very active on social media, making sure that people know what we do, when we do things, how we do things. And that takes some time and commitment to social media to make sure that those things are active. So definitely shout out to her. She's our social media intern, and always good to hear that the work that's being done is being seen, recognized, and there's an impact. So great job to her for doing that. Hezekiah, you got a few kids in. Talk to us about why you joined, what keeps you coming.
All right, so why I joined was really simple. It was important to my son. I've told the story, and I will always tell it. Matthew was thoroughly committed. I got to admit, as a parent in the home, when my son first came and was introduced to mentors, I wasn't enthused because I'm like, hey, I'm here every day. What does he need a mentor for? But what I realized was he was learning something from people, but he was also exhibiting what he was taught. And I think he missed a meeting, or he's late for a meeting, or whatever it was. But I seen how upset he was for not being part of it from the beginning, or missed. And I said, if it's important to him, I have to make it important to me. So of course, Rez, his ever present, got to get you in because you're a great person, kept pushing me. I was really hesitant. I went to one of the sporting events, and a lot of kids were talking and interacting with me. And I was like, I'm not going to let these kids down, because these parents and these mentors aren't letting my son down. So I decided to become a mentor. And my daughter, Michael, as soon as she heard there was a Queen Bee, she just wanted to be part of it. I want to be part. So it keeps me coming back because it's so important to my children, but more importantly, it's important to other people's children. And they make me feel like I'm important to their life. So I love that. And I just love the continuous cycle of giving and being part of the giving. And it's amazing as a mentor, parent, and just being part of that village is amazing.
And I will co-sign on the fact that you are important to these kids, right? I would say, a lot of times we walk in these doors and we have no idea what baggage these kids are bringing with them. So to have an organization like ours that brings in mentors that are supporting the effort and being part of the village to be an influence in their life is definitely important. So I applaud you on the mentor side, and I'm thankful that we've been able to provide a space for your kids to thrive and to grow as well. Algeria, what about you?
Well, the first thing that brought me to Lowcountry Youth Services was Google. I was new to the area, and I was looking for a mentoring program for my son at the time. And of course, there were multiple ones that came up. But what differentiated Lowcountry Youth Services Distinguished Gentlemen's Club for me was the mentoring approach. That it's multiple mentors, like it's a group mentoring approach. So my sons have the opportunity to glean from multiple men and different personalities and make connections with different men, as well as the community service was something that nudged me as well. And then just seeing that the boys, the different age ranges, knowing that the boys can grow through the program as they progress through, boyhood from, 8 all the way to 18. So that's what brought me to Distinguished Gentlemen Club.
That's awesome. And glad to know that you can find us on Google. Like, bam, like best in the city. Hopefully you looked up the absolute best mentoring program that ever existed on earth, and Lowcountry Youth Services came up.
Just giving all of that.
Yep. See, that's exactly what I was thinking. And you touched on a couple of good points, right? We provide group mentoring services, right? We don't try to force one-on-one relationships with anyone. We've seen evidence of those not working in the past because it becomes a pretty high-level commitment. So to be able to provide a group of mentors that your child can connect with and get advice from, we think is invaluable, right? And I think that that's how we have built this program and how we continue to separate ourselves from others that are out there in the industry. So I appreciate it, and I'm glad that the kids still love coming to all the stuff that we do. Shayla, what about you?
Well, we first heard about Lowcountry Youth Services, in particular Distinguished Gentlemen's Club. It's been probably our son, who is now senior, Joel. He was in the 5th grade, and he had a little friend at school who would come I think it was Wednesday or Thursday. He would come and he would be dressed in his white button-down shirt with his bow tie and his slacks to school, like a 5th grader. And so he would come to school and Joe would be like, come on, let's go. Let's get on the swing. Let's get on the sliding board at recess. And he would be like, no, I'm a distinguished gentleman today. And it was like professional day or something. And so every week this young man would come with his bow tie and his white shirt and his slacks and just acted very professional. And we found out from him that he was a member of the Distinguished Gentlemen's Club. And so I didn't know a whole lot about it. And I thought, well, maybe it's a program for young men who don't have fathers in their lives or something like that. So I really had little information. And then a few years later, I was able to find out that no, any young man can join. You just have to go through the application process. And so we kind of looked into it a little more. My husband kind of did some digging and he said, you know what, I think that this would be something good for our boys to be a part of. And so he signed them up, and they have been a part of this wonderful organization ever since. It's been great, the things they've learned just from mentors and people in different walks of life. And I just think that it's just helped them to be more well-rounded, and they've made some really good friends through the organization as well.
Awesome. Yes, of course, we love Joel. We love Alden. We love all of the Tolliver family and the support that they continue to give. And I'm glad that we've been able to, work with them and be an influence. Paula Toria, what about you?
Yeah, I heard about it from Mr. Colden, actually. We actually worked together, and I was telling him I was trying to find a place for Zachary that would be great for brotherhood, as well as something that I can mentor in as well, because I'm a big advocate of we don't just leave our children without us as parents putting in our part as well, because that can be a lot on anyone. And he mentioned he was a part of this program. I live not realizing that I'm going to have to wait a couple months to actually get in. So I'm excited about when we actually had our orientation, things of that nature. So that's really why I'm here. It's like I want my son to be around not just great men, but great mentors. And as one of the parents was saying early, it was really excited knowing that it wasn't one mentor for a bunch of boys versus they're getting a lot of different perspectives, but everyone holds that same ground, that same, what's the word I want to use, foundation when it comes down to what makes a gentleman, what makes a lady, think how to conduct yourself, how to act as a whole. So that's why we're here. And I'm excited for what we have learned so far. I'm excited for what I've seen so far. So I'm just looking forward to just more as it comes.
Awesome. Well, I'm definitely glad each of you took the step to become, part of the organization, and allow us to be part of your children's lives. It's also really good to hear that, you heard of us from different avenues, like some through Google searches, some through word of mouth, some through social media. Really shows that we're trying to do our part to make sure that people know we exist. That's the main thing, because for us, we don't turn kids away. Like, if you can get your kid to us, we'll accept them. And it's not about any stigmas whatsoever. Single parent household, low, medium income, like whatever socioeconomic background you come from, doesn't matter to us. We want to be influences in your kids' lives and allow other kids to influence each other. So not even just about, what impact we can have on the kids, but also the impact that they can have on each other. So thank you for answering that question and allowing us to mentor your child. Tanisha, what about you? You're a parent as well. So you want to answer the question, and then do you have a question?
Yes, I can go ahead and answer that question, because you mentioned the different avenues on how parents heard, saw, seeked. And so my son was in middle school at the time, and I had heard about the Young Men Rise program in the middle school. And I had asked a counselor more about that information, more about what they do. And I'm like, yeah, that's what my child needs. How do we get into it? And so hearing about the requirements, eligibility, all the whatever that was, I'm like, no, all kids need a mentor. We didn't fit some of them, or the counselor was like, oh, I didn't think because he didn't fit some of the categories that, that a child may need as a mentor. All children need a mentor. All adults may need a mentor too, right? And so I was like, yeah, no, please give whomever our name, because I think this would be a really good group for my child to be in, just for the things that they would be learning. And so that's how we got started. We have not turned back. This is year 3. And so the question that I wanted to bring to you parents, and I can certainly answer it too, after my involvement with the group, coming to the first club meeting, just in awe of what I saw. And I was like, where has this been? Like, I've been looking for this all my life, really have. Where has it been? And so it was just fabulous, even what I saw on day 1. And so the question that I'm going to ask you, and I'll answer first, is how do you stay involved in your child's participation in the program? And what role do you play in supporting their development through the program? And so, like I said, after I saw the first club meeting, I was like, oh, sign me up, right? Sign me up. I want to be a part of this work. And the girls group was just, like 2-3 months in, first year, brand new. And so I was like, oh yeah, where's the volunteer sheet? Like, I should have done that last year. And so I went ahead and did the volunteer stuff and was active, ever since then. And then of course, with my involvement and talking a lot with Monica, I am now the associate program director for the group. The cause is wonderful. It's great. Our girls needed this before I was even born. Glad to see that the boys had this and very well established. And so I was really excited that my son was involved in it. And so my participation in it now is, being that associate program director. However, I got to meet little Zachary, young man Zachary, for the first time last Saturday. And, we shook hands. How are you? My name is, and that's wonderful to see that in our boys and girls as they're coming through, that any mentor that talks to them, you can see the growth that's happening in their own little subgroups as well. And we are that village, right? We are that village. And so we're going to make sure that we are pouring into them just as much as their mentor, whether it is the boy mentors, sorry. Whether it is us, we are a village, we look out for one another and we make sure of that growth. And so, Palatoria, since you went for last, I'm gonna get you first with that question. How do you stay involved in your child's participation in the program?
So I do my best to be at everything that you all allow me to be at. At the same time, I do my best to respect when I can't go. It's not because I don't trust who has my child, just more I understand there's some things where the parents just need to step back because a child is a little different. But when I know that I can do something, I know that I can bring something to the table, then I do my best to be an asset, not a hindrance at the end of the day. So that's one of the biggest ways. Right now, I am not a mentor, so I call myself more on the back end. I try to make sure when it comes down to serving, things of that nature, I know that's just as important in feeding you. The mentors feed their minds. I do my best to make sure we feed their bellies as a whole. So I don't mind it. So I'm almost like, wherever you need me, I will go. Right now, this is where I've been called, and I will stay there until you choose to put me somewhere else. What I do afterwards to still be a part is Zachary and I have conversations on the way home sometimes. What did you learn today? Since I wasn't part of those meetings, did you make any new friends? Did you find out something new about someone in the program? Is there something that they said or they did not say that you didn't understand? And we talk about it because I've noticed with my child, if you give him time to regurgitate what he learns, he actually gets it better. versus, whoa, well, you said that. I don't know what that means. Maybe you should ask your mentor the next time you see them again, how it goes. So I just want to make sure his mind is constantly utilizing what he's being taught in that hour and a half. And it's not just a check in the box every month as a whole.
Oh, that's awesome. And just to be clear, like volunteers are a big part of what makes us work. And Paula Toria, I know you do a lot behind the scenes with volunteering and helping to, you know, make sure things run smoothly, and is definitely willing to jump in at any minute to help do things for the program. So we do appreciate that. You know, not only as a parent, but as a volunteer behind the scenes, making things happen. I definitely appreciate that as well.
Yeah, we'll make sure to see how you can do more for us too. So don't worry. don't worry on that one, because you know, volunteers and behind the scenes make it work, right? Absolutely. Everybody makes it work, and when you feed us, oh yeah, it's gonna work. It is definitely gonna work. So thank you for that. Algeria, I'll go to you. How do you stay involved in your child's participation in the program?
Well, what I do is we have a family calendar, and we know that being a part of the program requires commitment. So we look at, you know, what's coming up, whether there's meetings or community service events, and I hype it up for the boys, and then I'm happy too because it gives me an opportunity to just see them in action with their mentors, as well as, you know, speak with other parents, say hello. Another involvement of mine is the parent advisory committee. You know, if there's donation of food or snacks, or whether it's to volunteer my time to help serve, that's one way I stay involved. Another way I stay involved is I share what my boys are learning with family members or community members or people at school. Like right now, their teachers know that, you know, there's fundraising going on. I have them speak up for themselves and ask their teachers or other staff at their school and tell them the great things that they're learning by being members of Distinguished Gentlemen. And another involvement of mine, like Paul Toria said, is I speak to my sons about what they learned, and then I tie it into things at home. I see something that's not going so well, I'll talk about character and their expectations from Distinguished Gentlemen and their gentleman's creed. So I kind of like, you know, try to tie it into daily life with them.
Very good. And at least, you know, when I think about what we are pouring into the girls, it is daily. It is when they leave the club meeting for a couple hours, life is on the outside of that. Are we giving them what they need to be successful? You know, and same when the mentors, you know, pour into my son, you know, that same thing. And, you know, that at least in my case, my child is so different with everybody else than he is with me. But it is very good to hear those positive things, because I have to do a double take. I'm like, who? Oh, okay. But it is good to know that he's hearing something, taking it away, and remembering something. So thank you for that. How about you, Hezekiah? Because we did hear a little bit from you. So you do mentor. And that came through that. But how do you stay involved with your child's participation? Because you do have the two.
Outside of actually being there to the club meetings, one of the biggest things we do is we talk. The times going to the meetings, we talk about, hey, you know, what are we going to do? Make sure that they know to participate. And coming home, we always talk about, what'd you learn? Always ask them how everybody's doing. Did they interact with their peers? Because that's their 1 or 2 times a month. They get to see somebody and make sure that their friends are okay. And I also make sure that I keep the mentors, and I say mentors, so I'll cover everybody, involved in their lives outside of going to the meetings. If Michael's doing a show somewhere, when she does a fashion show or something, I make sure I tell Miss Monica. When she was playing basketball, I make sure I put that out there so that you guys can come and get to see her. Also make sure I tell Resna when Matthew's doing something outside of the meetings, because I want that to be a big part of them. Just so they know, like you said, it's not a club meeting and we see you once or twice a month and go. When I'm there at the meetings, I try to be present, but not overbearing. I always want them to know I'm in the room, I'm in the building, I'm in the space, but this is your time. However, when you look, I want you to be able to see your dad is there. You know, not only as your dad, but also if you need me to be something else, I can be there for that. So I try to make sure I'm around, but not overbearing. I try to make sure that they know that it's a part of their life, but it's a part of what we do together. And also, we try to do it together. Even my wife this year has done a few of the events with the Queen's Bee. So we're trying to make sure it's a family thing, and more so than it's just a them thing. We make sure it's an everybody thing.
And that is very good. There is no shame in being involved, to be around, so your kids know you're there. You see what's going on. You are behind, so not to impede on what's going on and how they act and interact. I'm always there. But that's good though. That is good because they see, and that's that support. I know mom and dad is there. I know they're there. I might not be able to see them, but I know they're around. And so that is definitely very good. I know I had the opportunity to go to one of Michael's volleyball games, I believe it was. I didn't realize how excited and passionate I get about, or basketball. I can't remember which one it was.
It was basketball.
Basketball, because I did do a volleyball. But yeah, I didn't realize, how passionate I got and what little bit I learned, and it is very fun. It is very fun to see them on the outside of that club meeting in an activity that they're doing to be able to support them, not only them, but to support parents as well, with us being there. So we certainly appreciate hearing when any of your children have something going on, so we can go out there and be a part of that as well. So thank you for that. Nicole, how do you stay involved in your children's participation in the program?
Just to piggyback off of a lot of what everybody's already said, obviously asking about what's been going on in the meetings, asking them about their involvement, what did they learn, how do they feel about different things. But my biggest thing for this particular year was because I know that they needed a little bit more than just, I think we have to learn as parents that sometimes kids take things better from other people than they do from you. And that's still not an insult. And I'm okay with that because they still listen to the parents as well. But to have that influence and to kind of step back a little bit and let them get comfortable, especially if they need to be able to come out of their shell a little bit. And that's what I've seen happen is watching them be able to get acclimated to the group, with their mentors and different things. And then slowly implementing myself into the mix. And so my goal is to, as time goes on, to be able to be more involved, because right now I'm not one of the volunteers, and I do step in and try to, drop off snacks and different things like that. But being able to see how they've grown, it's allowed me to now know, as the time is moving forward, I'm clearing out my schedule, being prepared to be more a part of the group, because now they're more comfortable, and I can still be in the background, but be more involved, because my schedule is crazy, but I still want to be able to help people just the way that you guys have been helpful to my children.
And we appreciate that. We definitely appreciate that. And being there day one with Kayla, we had our girls talk on Monday, and I had to stop and do a double take because this one here, I was like, wow. So she's coming out of her shell. You said it. She's coming out. She's comfortable. And we do give all of our young men and women that opportunity to do that, but bringing them together and to talk and to interact so they can do that. I know we had the opportunity on Monday to do the name game because we know each other, but we don't know each other. And so we had a small group on Monday, and I was like, you know what? I need for you to toss. We played a thumb ball game, but when you toss the ball, I want you to name the person who you're passing it to. And it was rather funny because you got these looks of like, I'm like, okay, do you need to phone a friend? Phone the person next to you to get, their name. Oh yeah, it was pretty hilarious, but it was good. And so by the time we walked out of there, everybody knew their name very well. And I will continue to do that just to make sure we keep building on that, and letting all the other girls that we are our group. We are our family. We are sisters. We are here for one another. But I did see Kayla come out of her shell. That was really good. Really good to see. So that was really good. Miss Shayla, for you, the same question. How do you stay involved?
Well, I serve as a board member for Lowcountry Youth Services. So, I get to kind of see some of the behind the scenes things that kind of take place. I'm very opinionated, so I have no problem sharing my opinion, about things that I like or dislike, and so I'll do that quite often. I make sure or try to make sure that we bring our boys to every club meeting. If there's a community service event, we try to make sure that we are there and I'm able to get them there and get them back. If not, I'll call for help and say, hey, can someone help? I also don't mind and have picked up, people, other mentees for the club meeting, and I've taken some home at times. And that gives me an opportunity to kind of get to know some of the kids that our boys are hanging out with, and just kind of hear from them, like, their perspective and what's been going on in the club meetings. And so, that's kind of how I'm involved, or how I try to stay involved. I do try to limit, like, I don't like to go into the club meetings with the guys. I just like them to have their time. I'm the only female in my house, so I'm happy to drop them off and let them go in their club meetings, but I enjoy just hanging out with some of the other parents. We just kind of have our own little counseling sessions right outside, while the club meetings are going on. And so it's just been really great for me to connect with other parents and just to also kind of know what's going on and what our boys are being exposed to. And hopefully they're bringing good things to the table as well, with the people that they interact with in the club meetings too. So that's kind of how I stay involved.
Very good. Yes. And you just have strong ideas. You just have very strong ideas and bring them forth. And that is okay. We all have those strong ideas and suggestions on how it's okay. It's really good. It's really good. It is the family away from family. It is the village that we have. Like Nicole said, I need the mentor to tell my son what we tell him, and maybe he'll respond and hear it differently and be like, oh, my parents said the same thing and we didn't talk to the mentors either, right? Yep. And so that's one thing that I know I was looking for, somebody who is just going to keep it real. Keep it real. Life is difficult. Keep it real. What we're saying is what they're saying. I'm not just pulling it out of the air. I'm not. And one thing that I can too say, for our viewers in this Lowcountry Youth Services, because our kids come how they come with their families, come with their stuff. We come bumps along the way, issues along the way. And just to know that there is that support. For me as the parent, the mentor with the support with anything, we will be there for you if you need us to, whatever is happening. I know my child has called, and talked through some things. So just to know that there is somebody else available, but also for me as that parent to know that I've spoken with several of you parents too. And I'm like, I'm lost. I don't know how to do this. Oh my goodness. And I'm not happy to hear your struggles, but I'm happy to know I'm not alone. Mm-hmm. And I know I have somebody to talk to and share with. What did you do? What can I do? And so we share this together. And so not only while the boys and girls are doing their thing, this is a good time for parents to visit, to be behind the scenes, to work, but just to have each other and that support. And that's really why I do love the Lowcountry Youth Services. Every child does win and the parents win too. So yes, and I'll let you have it next.
Yeah. I mean, I think you make a great point, and that's exactly what we want to create, the village where we feel like everyone wins. Of course, the focus is on the child, but as parents, you got to feel invested that we're doing things that are positioning your child to be successful. And that's a part of winning, a big part of winning, especially for families. So with that said, what areas that would you say you've seen your child grow in the last year or since your involvement? Like, what have you seen them do, accomplish, become more comfortable with doing in the time that they've been in the program? And I will start with Nicole. I'm not sure if you're able to speak.
I'm at work and I'm
teaching a class actually, so
Oh, okay.
but I'm still, you're fine. They understand. Um, Again, I know I'm being redundant with it, but coming out of their shells and um being more open. They're pretty open for the most part, but at the time when specifically my daughter joined and my son, there was a need. Just because there's a two-parent household and we are, um, kids need that village. And I know that's a motto here. They need that. They need more than just their parents. And at the time when we came in, it was definitely needed. I've seen them grow. I've seen them be able to flourish, and not just because their age groups are different within the groups, um, and being able to bond with other children, because for the most part they can be kind of shy, but being able to see how they interact with the others, especially at the outings and different things, and seeing different people from different backgrounds, it's been able to help them just flourish, really be able to flourish. It's good to know that they have more than just us to talk to, and someone else understands. It's not always on a discipline level of how things have to go. Kids learn differently and they understand differently. And to see and hear, I think Ronnie specifically touched based on some things that he had heard in group and what to do, what not to do in regards to being out there in the community world. Like, they learn from one another. The kids are learning and they're able to help one another based off of their stories. Um, they're thriving.
Okay.
They're thriving. Yeah.
That's a great answer, and I think that it's a big part of what we try to do. Like someone mentioned earlier, having someone that they can go to talk to, that they have trust and confidence in, is a big deal. I did that with my son. He came through the program as well, but his godfather was that guy. Like, the godfather don't come in and ask, "Are you doing drugs? Do you know people doing drugs? What about them girls?" Like, he the one that's gonna come in and ask the questions that my son may not have felt comfortable talking to me about, but he would talk to him, right? And we're trying to create this village where these kids feel comfortable. And I'll be very honest, with me being around for a while, I have heard some things from the kids from the past and current in this program. So it's definitely one of those things that I think is needed. They got to have that space that they can feel comfortable talking without getting chastised. So Hezekiah, I pass it to you as well. Like, what have you seen in your children? What have you seen them? How have you seen them grow in the program?
I think the biggest thing, definitely Matthew. I've seen the leadership grow in him. I've seen him turn it on. I've seen him turn it off. He knows, he adapts well to the situation. When we're out places, when we go on the outings, he's always the person. He always manages to be in my group. I don't know if it's by design or not, but he knows how I operate. He knows that, listen, you guys have to do this because my dad is thinking this way, and this is why we're doing it. He's real good at breaking it down to the kids on the level that I can't. And just to watch him take charge, and hey, he knows we do buddy systems. He knows what to expect. He knows how to explain it to the other children. So it's not like I always think I'm the mean person of the mentors. I always look like I'm the mean mentor, but he has managed to break it down to the other children that, no, this is why he's doing it. And I love to see him explain me to other people because it helps me when I'm in the room. And just Michael, watching her around the older young ladies, it has installed her confidence to move forward, because she's 10 years old. And I think there may be another girl younger than her, but everybody else is already teenager or close to teenager, and is giving her something to look forward to so much. At 10 years old, she's already a preteen, in her mind. She's already, just looking forward to those things. She can't wait to be where some of your daughters are at, or some of the other girls are at. And that's just great to see her, because in our house is my wife and Michael, and then it's me and my two sons. So she doesn't have another girl to play with. And so when she gets there, she's around, quote unquote, her peers. And I get to watch her open up and watch her be the young lady that I want her to become, because of the young lady she's around. So it's just a great thing to watch my kids blossom, bloom, and flourish where they're at, and watch it spread around. So that's the good things about having them in the program.
Awesome. Iron sharpen irons, man. We're trying to, each one teach one and let them teach each other. Paula Torrey, what about you? How have you seen Zachary grow in the program?
Well, as some of you probably know, Zachary has no problem talking to adults forever. It never stops. However, when it comes to kids his age, he's just more of like, if that makes sense. So that's the one thing I've seen, that he might not speak, but he finds a way to just stand there and listen. He might add in a tidbit of here and there. So I just want him to understand the exact same way he can walk up to a grown behind man and woman and have a conversation about their day. He can do that with kids his age. So thank you all for starting to pull that out of him, if that makes sense.
Yes.
There's many things I tell him, would you please leave Mr. Ken alone? Go away, leave him alone. So yes.
Zachary's my guy. He's my guy. He's always full of information. His mind is always going. It's amazing, and I love to see it. Like that level of, being inquisitive is gonna take him somewhere. Watch what I tell you. Algeria, what about you?
I'll start with Kyrie. Kyrie, I've seen my son grow socially. I like to think that he's quiet and reserved. Then I would ask his mentors, and they're like, no, he speaks. He talks to the kids. I'm like, oh, for so long, I've only thought he just was in a shell. So now I'm very happy to know that. Not only that, he didn't like to dress up like button downs and slacks. It's a norm or expectation in DGC when you go certain places. So now when I tell him when we're going somewhere to put that on, he's okay with it. So that's a parent win for me. My youngest son, he has always been very extroverted, but I've seen him grow with his peers, boys around his age, because he's in that 8-year-old group. So he's always usually around his brother, who is 12 going on 13, and his friends. But now I'm seeing him interacting with boys his age. And I think that's one of the reasons he loved DGC, because in the elementary group, he gets to go and connect with those boys. Another area I've seen him grow in is just mannerisms when he introduces himself to another person, eye contact and the firm handshake, which I want to count was taught through the program. So those are some things that make me happy as a mom to see my boys growing because of the things they've learned from there.
Yeah. Kyrie's my guy as well. He can be quiet, but I mean, honestly, when it's time for him to speak up and engage, he always has a very interesting perspective of how he sees things. So it always stokes kind of the conversation a little bit further. So I'm definitely glad to have him on the team. Shayla, what about you?
Well, I will speak to something recent. I mean, we've watched both of our sons grow in the program, and our son Alden can be a little much at times, but you all have taken that and turned it into leadership skills, and so I love to see that. How you just kind of take him and are molding him into a leader. He's always got something to say, and he's always volunteering for everything, even before he knows what is being asked of him. But you all take that and you've encouraged him in it, and just are trying to take that arrow and shoot it in the direction of being a leader. So I appreciate that. But one of the things I really liked was recently our son Joel, who is a senior this year, participated in a Life After High School, which was about 3 sessions. And it was really kind of focused on now what it was almost like a get real. It was like a get real session, but for Life After High School. Like, this is happening. It's happening whether you want it to happen or not. What are your plans? What types of things are you putting in place? And so it was really good to see him come in and sit down and watch as McKendrick was presenting the information to the young men. And, they had questions and just kind of began to kind of help them to think about some of the things that they needed to be asking their guidance counselors at school, or, whatever the case may be. And so for Joel, who, is a very social child, but when it comes to adult things and talking with adults and, that sort of thing, that was kind of a little bit more of a struggle for him. And so getting some practice in the Life After High School sessions, learning about things that he needs for the professional world and for college. Those were things that I think are invaluable. The last session, looking at budgets, looking at, if you're going to move out, let's kind of look at how much this is going to cost, was very eye-opening for him. So, going into, he recently had an interview for an apprenticeship, and he took some of the very skills that were taught in the Life After High School sessions and used those in his interview, use those, in, whatever it is that they had him to do. And so we're waiting to hear back on whether or not he's been accepted into this program. But it was just very good for him to have had, some additional foundation. I mean, like you're saying, one of you guys said, we tell them, I think it was Algeria, we tell them, we say all this stuff, but it's nice to hear it from someone else, that reinforces kind of what we're teaching at home. So I think learning those leadership skills and growing in that area, and learning how to talk and articulate to adults, I mean, that's been really good for them.
Yep, and like I said before, I mean, I think sometimes you got to be careful to not be too upset, because then many times you can be like, I just told this hard-head joker the same thing a week ago, and now you want to listen to somebody else outside of my house. But as long as you have a level of trust in the work that we're doing and the messages that we're trying to give, then that makes all the difference in the world. Like I said, my son had his godfather, and I used to be the same way. And similar to what, Shayla, you talked about, talking to other parents and having that, group session where I can tell my son one thing and he don't listen to me, but then he go listen to somebody else. But I'm not going to go tell him that. I want to make sure he's getting the information that's needed. That's, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. So, I definitely have focused on Alden. And again, I said in one of the other sessions, we got to let kids be out their authentic self and figure out how to best maximize whatever those strengths are. And we're not trying to take any of that away from any child at all. We'll try to use that energy any way that we can. So thank you. And we definitely appreciate, allowing all of your kids to come through the program, Shayla. Miss Avis, I see you joined a little bit late, but we're just talking about the influence that we as an organization and mentors have had on your child. Can you speak to that? I see you're on mute right now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm off mute. Well, yes, I can, because I was in the room, but I don't know. I guess it wasn't time yet. Well, very recently, I can say that you guys kept me grounded for Josh. I thought that I was going to lose it, but I will say this. When I tell you that DGC has brought Josh a long way, he has come a long way. And sometimes when things are going on with him, he comes to you before even I do. And I'll let you guys know what's going on with him and how best to help him. He has truly grown over the last couple of years. I think he's grown a whole lot. And what more can I say than I think DGC is phenomenal, awesome. As a matter of fact, this morning we were at somewhere and a young lady wanted to know how could she get her young child involved, because instantly, to let you guys know that it goes beyond DGC, Josh immediately went to assist my Saras in doing something we were doing this morning. I mean, he didn't ask, they didn't have to ask him. He told the young lady, she said, I got this. They were putting up cheers and he said, oh, I got it. And they stepped back and just let him go do what he needed to do. So I want you to know that what you all are pouring in doesn't just stay there. It spreads abroad.
And I mean, and at that, we're kind of at our time here. I do want to say, for one, people who are listening live or who will hear this afterwards, this is why we need you to donate. This work continues over and over and over again. And I would never sit here and say we're a perfect organization. I'll never sit here and say we got all perfect kids. All kids go through something. They do. Whether they're talking to, these parents, the parents that are listening, or to mentors, we're trying to create a safe space for them to come to and have an ear that they can, that they can reach for and talk to, that would give them sound advice, and allow them to a good place where they feel comfortable. I've talked to a lot of kids about the issues that have been going on in the program this year and previous years as well. I'm glad that I can be there for them. I'm glad that there's a level of trust, not only with me, but for other mentors as well, such as Hezekiah, Tanisha, and many, many others who are supporting the organization. So I've seen each of your children grow. I've seen Josh, I've seen Sarek, I've seen Joel and Alden. I'm getting to know Ronnie, Caleb more. Matthew is just becoming a natural leader, just like Kyrie is as well. So I'm very happy to hear that you enjoy the organization, you trust the organization, and I pray that each of you will continue to bring your child back until they graduate out. And we're starting to see our mentees come back as junior mentors now. So it's good to see that the cycle will hopefully continue. And I'm thankful that each of you has allowed us to be part of your lives. Tanisha, anything you want to add before we close out this session?
I think everybody touched on it all. It's a great group. I've been looking for this group for a very long time. I love what it does for our kids who need that and more, for the parents, for us all to come together. Parents on here who are not volunteers or not mentors, there is always room. We need mentors. Those listening, mentors, we cannot have too many.
And Hezekiah, you are a mentor, you are a parent, you volunteer. I'll give you kind of the last words to close us out for the parent session.
So to say anything, I will say this. This is a wonderful group. And as I talk to everybody and everybody's listening, we always say they're so proud of what we do. They're so proud of what we're giving back. We're now coming to you, asking you to help us give back. No organization can run on strictly love. No organizations run on strictly volunteers. We're doing something for his children, and I'm not going to go and I'm going to take the step to compare us to St. Jude. No child has to pay for any of the things that we do. The lunches, the trips, the things that we do for these children, it's free. The parents are alleviated of that. So we need the donation. $5, $1, $20. Put your money where your mouth is. If you're proud of me or anybody on this panel, we're asking you to put your money where your mouth is and help us so we can continue to push forward. You don't want a program like this to end and then you say there's no program for the children. Let this be a program for the children for a very long time.
Well said. On that note, parents, we love you. We thank you. Thank you for trusting us with your kids. And we look forward to continuing to do great things and seeing your young ones thrive and grow into the great leaders that we know that they will become. So thank you again. We'll let you get back to your day. And Tanisha and I will carry on to the next session. So thank you, and we'll see y'all later. All right, Tanisha, what you think? How much money do you think we raised on this one?
Ooh. As one of my girls did on Monday. Well, I don't know. Let's see the numbers.
I don't know. We're going to have to get Raz back on and show us what these numbers look like. I told him every time my face is on the screen, I'm saying we getting more and more participation. So I don't know where we at now. Hopefully.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm here for the check-in. Here we go. All right. So we've raised a total. We're now we're almost at 100 donations, y'all. So we're at 99. So let's get to the 100th donation. Let's go ahead and get that in for the first of all. Let's get that 100th donation in. And we're at $8,680. All right. And if you add that in with the $5,000 match, that's $13,680. So I want to say that's $570 y'all raised during that drive, during that call. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. And I wanted to also, sort of chime in and just say what an amazing job the parents did of speaking towards the work. The parents and then the members before it, and then the mentors before that. They've done such an amazing job of telling the story of LYS and why, what we do here is so important. And, as I said in the beginning of the video of today's stream, a lot of times the focus about this work is about the mentors that are involved. And what we hope that we're showing through this is that it's about so much more than us as the mentors. Yes, we are a part of it, but without having the support of the families, we can't do it. Without the support of, the young people allowing us to mentor them, it doesn't happen. So just thank y'all. We don't get to pick our kids. We don't get to pick our families. They pick us. And the fact that they pick us and they choose us and they trust us the way that they do means everything. So Ken and Tanisha, y'all do an amazing job. I'm going to go back to the background and let y'all cook.
All right. This is awesome. So we're getting ready to go into some of the alumni. So do you got any video that?
I got a video. I got you.
Yeah,
run a video for you.
Video real quick. Show the people what we're doing around here.
All right, let's get a video loaded up. I'm gonna take Ken and Tanisha off real quick. How y'all doing? How you doing? We're getting this video loaded up. Let's see what we're gonna take y'all this time. Let's do some of our getting to know you videos. Let's see which one we're gonna start with. Let's start with some shorts. Okay, let's do this one. We actually did this video earlier, but I'm gonna repeat it because I like this video a lot. Stop, present, bing. Yep, y'all get to hear me talk through. Oh, yeah. Y'all can't see that. I'm sitting there thinking y'all can hear it. Let's try that again.
That would affect positive change in the community. As one of the founding members, it was great to be on the grassroots of help starting an organization that would affect positive change in the community. And being a part of that process, I had a child along the way. It did me a lot of service to be able to bring my son to be a part of the organization that I had a hand in creating. And to see the program continue to flourish, it really does my heart joy.
As I look back, I know now that this was a part of my journey because of the joy that I get out of this. The joy that I see my girls with a smile on their face and how excited they are to see each other and the mentors. And so, and also to see the girls develop over time because of coming here. So I know for a fact that I was meant to be here.
It's like another home that you are welcome to as soon as you walk in. And the people are loving and they're caring. They always want to know what's going on in your life.
It's exciting. Every month that we meet, it's just something to be cherished, really, because I'll definitely be taking the stuff that I've learned here throughout the rest of my life. Yeah.
Here at Lowcountry Youth Services, our vision is that every child wins. And one way that we try to make sure that we're doing that is by providing positive mentorship experiences for our young people. Young people need to be matched with mentors, positive people in which they can see themselves and see a positive future for themselves. We also want to provide positive outgoing experiences, opportunities for them to go out and see the world that they otherwise may not get an opportunity to do. And then also providing those positive job skills. You want to make sure that they're ready for the workforce as soon as they leave high school or college, whatever the case may be. But we do want to make sure that they not only see themselves as a member of the society, but a member of the larger world in a positive capacity.
All right, Ken, you ready?
Yes,
There you go.
sir. Yep.
All right, cool. With that being said, I will hand it back off to our hosts, Ken and Tanisha.
All right. Tanisha, how you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Let's see what we can do this hour.
Yeah. So this hour will be new to you. Like, these are alumni primarily from DGC.
All right.
So it'll be great for you to like start plugging away at some questions, based on what they're doing today. So please don't be afraid to jump in.
Okay.
I tried to get some recent alumni and also some that have been part of the program from a while back. So, and then I also had surprise guests who actually asked to be a part of the alumni panel today as well. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started and bring in some of our guests for the alumni panel. This ought to be very interesting. So we have with us Mr. Zaven and Trey, both alumni of DGC, both doing great things. Happy y'all could join us. How's it going, fellas?
Good.
That's what's up. All right, Trey. Oh, I can't hear you. Oh no. No, go out and try to come back in and see if that fixes the sound. See if you can exit out and come back in. And special guest appearance by Mr. Ricardo Perry. Mr. Perry, can you hear us? Can you speak? Make sure we can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
And we can hear you as well. All right, we're going to give Trey a second to come back in and see if we can get alumni Trey Washington on the screen with us. Let's give him a second. Hopefully everybody is doing well. If you are listening to us live right now, donate. We have over $12,000, $8, $9, $10, $11, $12, $13,000 that we have received so far. We definitely wanted to collect as much as we could between now and end of the month, with a primary focus on today as the LYS-A-Thon. But the fundraising will continue until the end of this month. So for those that are not able to donate today, there's still time after today. But we do want to put a huge emphasis on today because we've been on since the break of dawn, and we got a few more hours to go before we shut the door. So Trey, can you hear me? Can we hear you?
Can y'all hear me?
Test
Yes.
All right.
We
How y'all
can
doing?
hear
How y'all
you.
doing? I'm doing
Awesome,
good.
awesome,
Hey,
awesome.
listen, Trey need to get that bass out his voice.
Hey. Hey, I just show you, you've been missing too long, Mr.
Yeah, he sound like a grown man.
Yeah.
It's not just the sound. He's grown. All right. So with that, Zave and Trey, thank y'all for joining. We'll let you introduce yourself. When were you in DGC and kind of, what you got going on now? So Zaven, we'll start with you.
So I joined DGC, I want to say, I can't remember. I'm pretty sure freshman year of high school.
Okay.
I'm in college now, studying for kinesiology, becoming a physical therapist. And everything is going well right now. I can't complain.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. All right. Trey, what about you?
I started DGC. Well, first of all, my name is Trayvon Washington. I started DGC, I want to say I was 6th grade going into 7th grade. I don't really remember the exact year, but I was in DGC until all the way up until I graduated high school. Right now I do YouTube. I'm a content creator, so I make videos, do content, and things of that nature.
Awesome. Mr. Perry, would you like to take an opportunity to introduce yourself to those that may be listening and don't know who you are?
Sure, Ricardo Perry here. I've been with DGC since 2008.
Woo, long time.
Yeah, very long time. Really excited about the work that Lowcountry Youth Services has been doing and the many programs that have been created and the lives that are being impacted. Currently, I'm working for an organization called Friends of the Children. I'm their national program director. Still in the same field of mentoring and equipping this next generation to be the best that they can be. Excited to be here.
Awesome. We're glad to have you on board as well. We'll definitely speak to you about some of the impact that you had while you were in DGC and some of the young men that you stayed connected with over the years. But before getting into that discussion, I want to talk to both Zaven and Trey just about, thinking back on your times in DGC. What were some of the things that you think were the most impactful? So Zaven, I'll start with you. What were some of the things that we did, that places that we went, people that you met, anything? What was the most impactful, or what's the thing that comes to your mind immediately?
Definitely the trips. The trips were very impactful. Had a lot of fun, a lot of influential talks. It was just a all around great environment. And if I can come back, I would, just to have that trip again, and then just the lessons in general. They were just amazing.
Any trip stand out more than the other?
Nah, they was all good. I can't really pick one on.
Okay.
It was all
I
really
actually
good.
remember a college trip that I saw a picture of you on. I think we went to Furman College back in the day. I've just been looking at old pictures because we're trying something new this year, and it's causing all of us to dig through the archives of old pictures. So I've been seeing a bunch of old pictures of you and Trey. I'm like, oh my goodness. I start to feel like y'all the reason why I got some of this gray hair, to be honest with you. But
yeah.
But it's all good. It's been worth it. Trey, what about you? Anything you can think of that immediately comes to mind of impact from the organization?
I can definitely start with the community service. The community service was definitely a main part of growth that a lot of the young men inside the organization had, because it taught us structure, it taught us discipline, and it taught us to actually, Saturday mornings when we getting off from school, thinking that we was gonna lay in, sleep in. No, we up 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, helping community runs, helping charity events. So it definitely grew a type of discipline. Okay, giving back to the community. Okay, I'm going to school Monday through Friday, Saturdays. And it wasn't one of those things where we dreaded. It was one of those things that me and my brother actually looked forward to. Okay, Saturday, 8 o'clock, we're going to help the Mount Pleasant run. So that was definitely one of the things that was impactful. The trips was definitely impactful because it rewarded us for the work. So it wasn't like, okay, we doing all these community services for no reason. It was like, okay, y'all doing this. We appreciate y'all work. So now we're going to reward y'all for it. And then, like you said, the talks. I remember one trip. It was the Myrtle Beach trip. We went to Myrtle Beach one year, and we did this new thing where it was some part of the lobby, and we all went there. We eat pizza, and then we did like this group talk, this group men talk, and we basically just expressed a lot of feelings that, things that we never spoke about. A lot of young men came up and spoke about things that was going on at home that they didn't know how to speak about, things with their mom, things with their girlfriend, things with their sisters, and it taught me how to express myself at a very young age. So those are definitely the three things that impacted me the most about being inside the organization.
Was there anything like what did we do that made stuff like community service fun or okay or made, like, again, like you mentioned, like there's stuff that we do on Saturday mornings at 7 o'clock in the morning, right? So it's kind of like there's a ton of other things you could be doing,
right?
So what made it so like okay for us to even be like, hey, we got community service 7 o'clock the next morning, and everybody just okay with it?
It was more so the brotherhood that we grew upon each other inside the young men inside the organization, because it was one of those things where, all right, we're linking up and we having our after school tutor lessons at the clubhouse or whatever that nature was. So we knew, like, going throughout the week, like, all right, y'all know we got to do this on Saturday. All right, we know, all right, Saturday morning we're gonna do this. But it was one of those things where it wasn't really like a community service to us. Like, us being 12, 13, it was one of those things like, all right, we about to get out the house. We know we about to see this person. We finna see that person. We finna see this person that go to this school. We finna see our brother who go to this school. So, and with one thing about the organization, it was a lot of different schools involved. So we had kids from Hanahan. I went to Stahl. It was kids from Somerville, kids from Fort. So these are kids that we grew relationships with, grew bonds with, that we didn't see every day. So the Saturdays when we had the community service, that was our hangout. Like, that was, okay, I get to see my homeboy that I ain't see since our last community service. So, and it stole a lot of, I'm pretty sure everybody that I grew up with inside the organization, I still keep a heavy conversation and a heavy bond with to this day. So that's definitely one of the, it was more like a brotherhood. It wasn't like, okay, y'all getting up at 7 in the morning to do this. It's, okay, we finna come together and we finna give back to the community so we can reap what we need to do. So when it came down to donations and our fundraisers, we giving back to the community and they gave back to us. So it was definitely, it didn't felt like a community service. It felt like, more of a brotherhood thing, more of a family thing.
Right. That's awesome. And so with that, I mean, Ricardo, I know, you kind of our guest for the day. You won't be able to spend the entire hour with us, but this feels like what you wanted to instill in DGC from its inception. So to hear Trey talk about it, to hear Zaven and, the progress that he's making with his life, talk a little bit about like how that makes you feel. And do you feel like, the organization has been left in good hands with the work that's being done?
Yeah, the idea is we wanted to create leaders, right? And not just create, but develop more the leadership skills in our young men. Hold on one second.
Look at that. Look at Ricardo, the next leader right there in his lap.
Mm-hmm.
So we wanted to develop the leadership skills, the character traits in our young men, but we wanted them to know that as much as they were receiving, that they had to give back, right? And so to hear Trey talk about how they, actually enjoy the service project, not just because they were giving back, but the opportunity to be with their brothers, that was like the main thing. Community was a big thing. And, when we talk about protective factors for our young people, being connected, feeling belonged, having that community are all protective factors, right? These are things that help them grow and help them be resilient in life. And so, literally when DGC started, it was to create this brotherhood of young men setting standards, right? Like we would say, this is how young men are supposed to carry themselves. Leaders full of character, full of integrity, doing the right thing and serving their community. And this is what has happened with the organization all along. And to answer the question, absolutely. This is what I continue to see when I see the post on social media and I interact with, some of the young men that's currently a part of the organization outside of, DGC events. I hear that they're still learning leadership. They're still learning character development, and they're still serving their community. So, absolutely, you guys are doing phenomenal work.
Appreciate that. Yeah, we're trying to carry the torch and stay true to who we have been from the beginning, right? I think back to the times when we had to sharpen our own pencil, when you and I actually had to help start another mentoring program. So we were like, oh, well, maybe we need to start writing stuff down and getting more organized and developing work instructions. And
I remember that. Yeah. In fact, I just recently saw some pictures of that.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's definitely been a great journey. And I think that, Trey and Zaven are kind of a reflection of the things that we put in place that allowed them to be successful along this journey. So I do want to, and Tanisha, please jump in at any point if you have a question that you wanted to ask.
Will do. Look, I'm soaking all this in and listening to these two young men who've gone through. And I know there's hope, right? I know there's hope for my young man, as we go through this, just to look at them and the experiences that they have received. We're 3 years into the program. He's learned a lot. He's excited. I just asked him maybe about a week ago, do you want to return? And the answer was yes. So, and I say that because the first year he had no choice. We started with Young Men Rise in the middle school. And then we were going to be immediately into the program. So the first year I'm like, look, you're going to try it. We're going to see. Come next year, I will let you make that decision. And so he's like, I'll do it again. I'm like, you sure? Okay. Now that we're into this year and I asked him again, he's like, yes. I mean, there's no waiver, right? There's just no waiver on, yes, I'm going to do it. So it has been very impactful. And it lets me know as a mother trying to find something positive for my child, to see you two and what you were doing. Look, I can't remember what, Xavier, what you said you're going to school for, but it's great. Like, that's awesome. Trey, look, I'm going to tell my son about you because he wants to do what you're doing.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
Of course, there's work that has to be done. So I'm going to share with my son, you too, as his positive role model now of what he has to do, in this group is awesome. So really with that, why would you recommend LYS mentoring program for future participants, for future boys and girls?
I'm gonna go first on this one.
Go ahead.
I would honestly, like I said, I would honestly recommend it for the younger generation because with growing up in a society that we do now, it's very easy to get misled. It's very easy to follow down a path of destruction, follow down a path of things that you think is okay because you see everybody else is doing it and it's not. And growing up with a single mom, that was definitely one of the main things that she tried to instill in us. Like, okay, I see what y'all growing up, y'all will see one way of life, but that's not the way that it's supposed to be. And so with LYS and DGC, it showed me a different way. It showed me and my brother the right way, the stranger's way of how to grow up, how to be a man, how to go through things. Because again, as a man, as a young man, going through emotions, going through puberty, going through a lot of things, it's a lot of things that they don't allow you to cope with. It's a lot of things that they don't allow you to deal with. It's a lot of things that they don't allow you to actually understand. And so with DGC, they give with older men who look at you as one of theirs, brother, son, whatever the case may be, they give you a positive direction to go down. It's not, okay, well, I don't care what you got going on. No, they actually invested. Like anything I ever told OP or Mr. Dunn about any school event, any practice, any football game, anything, they were there. There was no excuses. And so I would always recommend to the younger generation, if they don't have nobody to look up to, no one to talk to, or someone to just be there, because a lot of kids get discouraged when they just don't have someone there. So I recommend it to the younger generation, because no matter what, they'll always be there for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna add on to that because I feel like it's a great place for people with what is it called? Social anxiety. Yeah, because I've seen people grow from the first day to now. They way more energetic when they meet with other people. My cousin, he wasn't as open to everybody else as he was with me, but now that I see him there, he's growing, he's having friends, he's being real talkative, and I just love to see that from other generations other than myself. And I just feel like it's an all around great place. They've always got your back no matter what.
So
just an all around great conversation.
For you, Zaven, just continue down that thread. What makes you the person you are now because of what you went through with DGC or outside of DGC? Like, what has helped mold you into who you are today? Like, what things that have happened that helped mold you into who you are today?
Definitely talks about we had talked about income, how to be a man, stuff like that. Those structural talks, those really helped me from then to now, and I can express that to other people as well. And I see them growing in the same way I grew, just without them being in the group like I was. I can see that they're having that connection that I had when I was with DGC.
Okay, Trey, what about you?
Most definitely, like I said, the things that we did inside the event, inside the organization, the community services, the meetings, the tutoring sessions, the one-on-ones, the conversations, everything of those nature, it taught me a different way of life. Because like I said, I come from a single parent, so I'm not going to say that my father wasn't there, but it was times in my life and my childhood that he wasn't. And so with having the mentors that I had at DGC, from the older mentors to the younger mentors to the junior mentors, it was always someone there for me to talk to, whether it was just to talk about something else, whether it was to talk about what I was going through, whether it was just to talk about something to get my mind off what I was feeling. There was always someone there that I could have called to pick up and help me or get through what I do. And now it's still like that. Like I can still call anybody from DGC for anything, and you feel me, the hand is still there. So I definitely feel as if though just the mentors that I went across and I've dealt with, just being there made me who I am today, because a lot of things would have been way harder and probably would have been way different turnout if I didn't have the structure and the leadership that I had from y'all.
That's awesome, man. And again, that's part of what we want to instill in you. And it looks different for everyone. And that's the thing about it, right? Like, no one's gonna come out. We ain't some cookie cutter factory, you know what I'm saying, just producing widgets of people. Like, no, leadership looks different depending on who's wearing the hat, right? Mm-hmm. Entrepreneurship looks different depending on what road you take. So all of it looks different. Education looks different. But just because you don't go to college doesn't mean you're not educated. Just because, you know what I'm saying, you come from a single parent household versus a two parent doesn't mean you can't be a millionaire. Right. Like, the point that we have continued to hammer home is there's always options, and you should always have a plan. Like, seriously, like, make a plan, work your plan. And from there, you just, if there's things that have to be done again, it's okay. Like, I read this quote that says, fail early, fail often. Like, go ahead and get all these failures out of the way so you can find out what success looks like later. Right? Things like, because it's going to happen. It's not like you're going to go through life and not have some kind of failures, right? So, so Ricardo, back to you. You stay connected with a good bit of kids in the program. And even listening to Trey and the things he's doing, Zaven in college studying kinesiology. Is I said it right?
Yeah, you got it.
Man, doing big things.
That sounds like it's challenging. Is it?
Yeah, it is. It is definitely challenging.
Well, I love that you're doing that.
Yes, thank you.
So, Ricardo, can you talk a little bit about like some of the experiences that you know about some of the other graduates of DGC? Because I know you try to stay in touch with folks similar as me.
Yeah. You know, again, when we talk about the purpose of DGC, you know, LYS program, building that brotherhood and camaraderie, you know, Trey had mentioned even beyond the program, he still has relationships with his peers that he went through the program with, and likewise myself. So, you know, while I am not in the meetings and directly associated or tied to DGC on a daily basis, and even the young men that were once in the program, like we literally still conversate often throughout the month. In fact, you know, people ask if I still mentor. I often say the last kid I mentor graduated last year. Brandon Moore, you might have remember him. He graduated last year from Fort. But you know, young men like him or Antoine Hoskins or even my younger brother Amonte. Y'all remember Amonte? Yeah, Trey remember Amonte.
Yeah, I remember Amonte.
But, you know, young men like them, you know, Antoine and Trey, not Trey, Amonte, they're currently working at Bowen, right? Brandon, he's currently in college for accounting or something to do with money. You think about Isaiah Singleton, he's currently a lieutenant in the military. And you got, you know, y'all know Anthony. You got Anthony here, full-fledged mentor. Like he's really giving it back, right? And so, you know, again, this is what now, was it easy? Absolutely not, right? I'm not going to sit here and tell you that working with our youth is a piece of cake. It's not a piece of cake. However, we understand the concept of sowing seeds, right? So we implant those seeds and water those seeds, and then at some point, what happens is God comes along and He increase and bring fruit to the seeds that were planted. And so, you know, when we look at our young men and not, you know, this is just really a slight encouragement to parents when you're talking to your kids and it seems like, you know, things are going in one ear and out the other. The reality is they are listening. They hear you, right? They may not show it. And it may be about 5 years down the road where you finally see the fruit of your labor. But I can confidently say that after being in this field of work for the last, you know, 15 years, I've seen the fruit of the labor, right? And so this is one of the reasons why I'm able to keep going, even when it becomes very challenging. There's hope. Like I know, you know what, Trey, he might be hard-headed at age 15, age 14. Anthony, he might have this huge attitude, age 13, age 14. This is truth now. I'm talking truth about Trey, Anthony, like it is true. But you can't tell me today that they are phenomenal adult men. Like they are phenomenal individuals, phenomenal human beings. Because again, they had this support system, this network of people that was in their circle, like Trey mentioned, who they can call on when they needed somebody. So, you know, and a lot of times we had to back off, right? We had to take a step back so they can live and learn, right? Do the things that they wanted to do because they were being hard-headed and they wanted to do their own thing, go their own way. We get it. We've been there, right? But guess what? They knew when it was time for them to come back, McKendrick was going to be there for them. Rajon was going to be there for them. Ricard OP was going to be there for them. Chavez was going to be there for them. No matter what, we was standing in the gap and waiting for them to return. This is the work that we do. And so, you know, this is a fundraiser event. So when I'm like, we're asking, you know, for funds to keep this model, to keep this work going, that's a gimme, right? People that's listening should be like, oh, it's a no-brainer. I'm going to give to this organization because there are young men and young women that's highly benefiting from the work that's being done.
Facts.
Yep. Absolutely agree. Anthony, you joined a little bit late, so we'll let you introduce yourself and just talk about, you know, your history in the program and why you came back to be a mentor. So if you would kind of introduce yourself to the people.
Hey everyone, I'm Anthony Rivera. I've been in the DGC program since I was in 5th grade, so I'm 25 now. So it's been quite a while since I've been part of the program. One of the reasons why I came back is to give what I was receiving with all the mentors like OP, Mr. Dunn, Mr. Wood. They put a lot of time in to help me get through middle school and high school. And even in my adult life, I still call on them. And I just want to give the same thing back to every kid to make sure they have the opportunity to get to where they need to be in life.
Awesome. Yep. And we definitely appreciate you. Like we were talking earlier, leadership and success looks different depending on, who wears the hat. And we appreciate your support coming back and mentoring the organization. Man Talks. So this was something that we actually incorporated in a more structured way in the program. Trey kind of mentioned it earlier, but talk about how important it is to have a safe environment that you're not going to be judged to just talk, right? And to just have a place where you can just let it go. Because I can tell you, I've been part of some of these man talks and it has brought people to tears. So just talk about how important that is. We'll start with you, Anthony.
I think it's really important because there's some conversations that some people might not want to have, and they're holding it in. And no matter what it is, being able to count on your brother, a mentor, or just a group of people that's going to listen to you and hear you out and not judge you for what you got to say or how you're feeling, I think that's really important on somebody's mental health, so they can just let it all out and know that they're not going to be judged about it, and that they can go on and know that they have somebody to count on to be there for them.
Yep. And that's like invaluable. Like I don't think people understand. There's a lot of conversations that happens now about mental health, and a large part of it is just having someone to talk to. Like when you carry the burden thinking you're the only one, then it makes the world seem really small. When you think you're the only one that's having this problem, if I get a hangnail on my finger every day and I feel like I'm the only one that gets this hangnail, and because of this, I want to just chop off my finger, until you find out, oh, wait, everybody gets hangnails? Like this is common? Like, oh, it's common to have frustration with women or with girls. It's common to have disagreements with parents. It's common that I struggle with some of my grades. Like when you know that you're not the only one, and then you have a space that you can actually use to talk about it, that lifts a humongous burden off your shoulders. So Zaven, were you part of any man talks in the past? And were those, how valuable were those to you?
They were definitely valuable, not only for me, but just to hear what everybody else had to say, because those are things that even I wouldn't have known, even if I was close to them or not. I feel like everybody should have that man talk. It was a place to be vulnerable and just to let down your guard, because nowadays in society, men are supposed to be held to this regard where, oh, you gotta be tough all the time, 24/7. You can't let a female or anybody see that you're down. You always gotta have that hard shell on you. And DGC was a way to break down that shell and just let yourself be vulnerable and just let everybody know how you really felt in that situation and at that time.
Trey, what do you have to add?
Just to piggyback on what you said, Mr. Dunn, is one of those things where we feel as if though men have a superhero feeling where we feel like we got to be perfect all the time. And so the man talks definitely made us feel like okay, hearing my brother break down and cry about a situation that I'm going through as well makes me understand that I'm not the only one, that I'm human just as well as my brother. You feel me? So if something's going on and I want to cry, that doesn't make me less of a man. That doesn't make me less of a person. So that was the main thing that it taught me. It's just always bringing us back to that reality of, okay, no one is bigger than the next. So that was definitely one of those things to piggyback off what you said.
Yeah. And I think that's important because we try to create an environment where you just put your ego aside, right? Like there's no reason to bring your ego into this room because no one is so much greater than the next person. And the reality is, if you look to your left and right, these are your brothers. Like this is what we want to instill. Like the last thing we want is to see any of our young men be a statistic for something foolish, right? So I definitely appreciate this conversation around the man talk and the vulnerability and importance of it. I'm just going to shift gears a little bit and just talk a little bit about just what's that takeaway, that skill that you felt like you were able to peel back from DGC that you feel is valuable to you today. Like, what's that one skill? Ricardo, I'll let you jump in for a second.
Yeah, so I actually unmuted because I have to hop off.
Okay,
in a second. But I just want to say, Anthony, Trey, Xavier, like I genuinely appreciate what you all bring to the table, right? As young men in this generation. Not just young men, but let's just be honest. As Black young men in this generation, the reality is the world can become somewhat very heavy at time. And what you're communicating here is that it's okay, young man, to be vulnerable. It's okay, young man, to express those feelings and emotions, right? Because most of us adult men, Ken and our age, the way we grew up was you weren't really allowed to express emotions and really be the vulnerable self, your vulnerable self that you needed to be in time. You weren't allowed to do that. If we started to cry, we were told to man up, right? Stop that crying. And this is something that I had to work on even with my own son, right? Because, there were times where he would become vulnerable or emotional. And I'm like, I can't just be like, shut it up. No, I have to let them express that. And so I really appreciate that, that you are communicating that. And then I hope that other young men, as they hear this, they too know that, it's okay for me to be vulnerable in a safe space, right? And that's the other part, right? We don't want to open ourselves up in environments where it's toxic, right? Where if we open ourselves up, we could be causing more harm than good by allowing those that are not looking out for our best interests to come into our into our vulnerabilities. So I appreciate that. I love you, brothers. I do have to hop. Ken, I appreciate you. Rajon, I know you're listening. I appreciate you. You all have all my heart, all my love. Continue to do this great work. And when it's all said and done, we're going to make, lasting impressions on this world before we leave, for sure.
Absolutely. Appreciate your words, sir. And thank you for jumping on with us for a little bit of your Saturday afternoon.
Take care.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right. So as we're getting close to getting ready to close out. So I'd asked earlier, what kind of skill do you think you took away from DGC that you'll always have kind of in your, I always say, mental toolbox, right? Like there's things that you have with you that either how to act in a certain surrounding, what to say, a certain, I don't know what skill it might be, but what is it that you take away that you feel like DGC did a great job of helping you with?
I guess I'll go first.
Okay.
So I feel like it was a communicative aspect. It really helps along with me going to college and taking classes that help me, or I need to speak at a proper and professional tone for what I want to do. So it's helped me in that regard, and also just having that mindset to where I could think of how the other person is feeling in a certain situation. So I'm not just thinking logical for myself, but also for the other person and how they may feel in that certain time, and also building on that so we both can meet in agreement. So I feel like that was very valuable for the time I was in DGC, and also just having what else? just those talks and then having those cars out down those one day, that really helped me as well, learning about cars, because now I'm starting to learn more about cars, having to do my own thing. So I feel like that was a great experience that everybody should have.
Okay, awesome. Trey, what about you?
Discipline. I'm gonna go with the discipline route. The community services and all of the things that we had to do around the organization definitely taught me a different type of discipline that I know that my mom wouldn't have been able to teach me the right way. So y'all definitely gave me the right structured way of discipline. And again, communication. Going to the community services in different cities, Mount Pleasant, Somerville, Hanahan, you had to adjust to the languages and the accents and the cultures that those people in the city, so definitely the communication part and the discipline.
All right. Anthony, what about you?
I think I have to go discipline too, because when I was in middle school, I was in a lot of trouble. I stayed in trouble, and at some points I was just like, it ain't getting better. Like this is the route that it's gonna go, and this is just gonna be how it's gonna be for me. But when I joined in 5th grade, I started seeing that doesn't have to be the case. I can make a difference, and I can change. And growing up is just y'all instill the discipline in me, and then leadership. I have to put leadership as well. Still to this day, leadership is one of the main things. I used to stay in the back seat, didn't like my voice to be spoken. I just went with the flow. But now y'all are instilled to this day and teaching me like how to be a better leader. So if I had to say, it would probably be discipline and leadership.
Okay. I love it. I mean, I think about like Xavier, you're talking about like learning about cars. Ironically, next month is our car maintenance session that we'll be doing that we started maybe a year or two back. That we'll be having again, being led by Mr. Jerome. So just some entry level conversations and activities around, knowing your way around a vehicle. And then the communication piece, honestly, just to hear y'all talk today, like y'all are very articulate, y'all are very precise. I would put you in front of anybody on any day. And the reality is, I'm glad to know that a large piece of that came from DGC and us challenging you. Ricardo spoke earlier about some fruit you don't see immediately. And you need to take that into consideration in your own lives. Like there's going to be times where you plant a seed and you may not see the fruit of that labor until much later. But it does come full circle. So always keep that into consideration and having discipline. I mean, the reality is, man, like the structure that we created within the program, it almost just puts you into that mindset of this is who we are, right? This is how we act. This is how we behave. And that level of structure just breeds discipline, because we know we're going to have to get up at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, right? We know we're going to find ways to support our community. We know that we're going to go to a club meeting and get a lesson. So all those things are important. And I'm thankful that, these are lessons that you've been able to take with you. Again, I know, Tanisha, you're kind of absorbing all this, and I don't want to take anything away. So if you got something, let me know.
I do actually have a follow-up to this question in terms of where you guys are at now in your life, what you've learned and where you are now. Is there something, and maybe not, that DGC could have prepared you for, right? Is there something that you might have wished you had that you didn't, that you learned along the way, and like, oh, that would have been good if they taught us that? Because I'm a forward thinker, and this is all good. And I'm with the girls group that we have. And I think about like, what more can we pour into you guys? You've experienced now, right? Afterwards. But is there something that maybe we can remind them, let them know, something new that you didn't get that you wish you had? If that
Let me go first. The car maintenance.
Okay.
The car maintenance.
The car maintenance. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely I learned how to drive a little bit later down in my high school years. So you know, and I was always scared to drive, so it was never nothing I wanted to do. But knowing things like it, I know if they prepared me for driving, I know it would have been way easier. So that's the only thing I can say. Other than that, they prepared me for everything that I went through.
All right. Appreciate that, Trey. What about you, Xavier? Anything that you think we could do in addition to better? Any thoughts?
Nah, by the time I joined, y'all was in y'all prime. Y'all still are. Like, y'all hit everything. There's nothing I can complain about, nothing like that.
And I know Anthony, oh man, we've added so much since
He the OG member, you feel me? He the OG member.
To be honest, I think with me, I learned so much from everything. They did a really good job with me. They were patient. They were patient with me. So I don't think especially with the past, like we've added so much. Mr. Lewis has added so much. Everybody's added so much since I joined the club. They're on the right path. So I think as time goes on, they're going to just continue to add to be more successful and more creative with the youth, with the kids. So I mean, I think I think they're on the right path. So they're going to get there, and they're going to make sure the kids is in the right hands, because if I know for kids like me and other kids that would join when I was in the club, if we can become successful from the stage where we were at,
yeah,
they know what to do with us.
Right.
Very good. Well, good to hear, because I'm all about making sure we meet your guys' needs and where you are, and then the generations coming up behind you. And as I have 3 children, they're boys, and so soaking in everything that you have said today allows me as that parent to make sure I give my boys that space, that time, that safe place, what they need to grow up and be successful, like you 3, and you, Mr. Dunn, as well, successful, as well. But I don't want to have any misillusions on what my boys need, because we growing up in that generation, be a man up. Like, what does that mean? I don't know. That's just what we've heard, we've seen, and we tell our males to do that. But what really does that mean? So, making sure that they have that safe place, that time. If they're sad, it's okay to be sad. Can we talk about it? If not, let me find another male positive figure that can do that. Because I'm mom, I'm a girl, I can only do so much, right? I can only do so much. And so let me get out of my way. I need help. Let me get out of my way. And Trey, your mom did that. She put you where you needed to be. And that's excellent, because I can't teach a way of a male. I can't, right? I just can't. And I'm okay with that. I'm strong enough to be okay with that, right? But I do need to make sure I'm pushing my boys where they need to be to get that success in the trying times, that safe place to be able to talk, to open up. We all have feelings. We all have emotions, and it is okay. That makes us no less of a person. And until our society can understand that a little bit, we do have our groups like Lowcountry Youth Services to get you guys in there. You guys have won, and you're winning, and you're still winning. Every child wins. So when you came where you were to give you that time, that patience, Anthony, you said they were patient with you. That's what we do at LYS with all of our kids that come through. And not only do the children come, but families come, parents come. We are that whole inclusive group, but we do want to make sure we're pouring into you guys. And you've done fabulous. I can't wait to see where you guys go and what happens to you next, and what and who and what you can pour into as well. So thank you so much. But I love just listening to everything and soaking it in. I know my place.
You're in the right place. You're in the right place.
Listen, so as we get ready to wrap up, you did touch on something that made me think about just kind of influence, and knowing that someone's always watching, right? So I'll just close by asking y'all this. You know, I said before, y'all are all leaders in your own space. And people are watching. Someone is watching. So who are you being a leader for? Who is it that you know is watching that you want to continue to do good for? Who is that person that, like, man, I'm doing this to make sure that so and so sees me, they know I'm gonna do good, and I'm gonna continue to make good decisions. Who is that? Zaven, who is that for you?
Do they have to be in the group or just
No.
just
Anybody.
everybody? All right. So my brother, for one, I know he looks up to me. My mom told me he be telling everybody at school, I got a big brother. He's 19. He's in college. Da, 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 da. So I know I'm that figure for him, and I want to be that person that he can lay and always open his heart to. And other than that, just my other college mates, they've always come to me, ask what should I do about this situation, because I've always been the one that always had that solution, and they was always comfortable coming to me and telling me what was wrong in their situation. So I feel like those people, I'm the one, not to hold them accountable, but I feel like they really look up to me, and I should just keep up that presentation that I should.
Okay. Trey, what about you?
Personally, my two little brothers look up to me in different ways. They look up to me for different reasons. So I just want to be making sure that I'm giving them enough examples and enough leadership to do the right thing. Whatever it is that they want to do in life, it's up to them. But I just want them to, whatever it is, it's the right way. And then for solely, I just want to, I just want to be able to aspire someone younger than me or someone older than me. I just want to be able to inspire the next person. You feel me? So whether it be from my YouTube, whether it be from my involvement with the organization, whether it be my involvement with the sports that I've had involvement with, I just want to be able to inspire someone to do something that they didn't have the courage to do yesterday.
Gotcha. All right. Anthony, what about you?
I think I'm gonna have to go with my little brother. He is the reason why I got into mentoring. I didn't really think that mentoring was for me until me and him had a conversation. I think when he was in middle school, and I seen how influential I was on his life. Like he was doing some of the things that I was doing, and I didn't want him to do the wrong thing. So I was making sure I was always on my toes and doing the right thing, and so he can have somebody that he can look up to and follow.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. I appreciate those answers from everybody. We're right at 3:00, so it's time to wrap up. But I just wanted you to kind of put that in the atmosphere, right? Because the reality is somebody is watching you and looking up to you and maybe even wanting to be you or be like you. So keep that in mind when you're navigating through your day, through your week, just to make sure you're doing the right thing all the time. And now you know, just like I know, that someone is looking up to you. So with that, we'll shut it down for today's panel with our alumni. Oh, we got another update. Did I get another like $5,000?
No, you did not get another $5,000, Ken. I just wanted to sort of just chime in, just because this conversation is one, and Ricardo sort of alluded to it earlier. He said it very actually well earlier. But this is one of those fruit type of conversations. Like, there's my homeboy Sam always says, you have seed type organizations, you have fruit type organizations. And some people they need, some organizations, they operate and they provide seeds. So, you see the benefits of what they did long term. And some are fruit organizations. And you think about like a clothing giveaway. Someone needs clothes, you walk to a thing, you get clothes right now. Mentorship is a seed kind of thing. Each of you started working with us at a very young age, and now you are all amazing men that I'm very proud to say that I had some small role in helping to develop, and that this organization has some small role in helping you become the people that you are. I just want to continue to encourage you guys. You guys are amazing. I wanted to tell a quick story about Trey. Trey may not even remember this, but I remember one year we were in our retreat in Myrtle Beach, and there was a kid who was like, we were having one of our man talks. We were at the Sheraton hotel in Myrtle Beach, and we had pretty much went to that lobby area, and we sat down in the lobby area, and one kid was talking about the fact that he was afraid that his mom was about to leave. She was leaving to go to basic training. She joined the reserves, and I remember Trey, the TNT. They encouraged that young man in a way that was so specific and so heartfelt. So it was like, yo, one, I didn't even know you had that in you. I didn't know you had that button on you, bruh. And you just pulled it out and was like, nah, like you counseled that young man because you had that personal experience. You had the opportunity. Your mom was a merchant seaman. So you had the opportunity to talk about your mom leaving and sort of the ways you and your brothers had learned to navigate that and to encourage that young man and make that young man feel like it's not the worst thing in the world and he needed to be strong for his mom. I was in awe of you that day. I just want you to know that you impacted me that day. So each of y'all, I have a story like that. You, Anthony, with Kayvon, you already know. I've told you. If y'all don't know, Kayvon is one of the top football players in the state, and Anthony is the wind beneath his wings. Anthony follows that young man everywhere. If he has a college that he needs to go on to, if there's someplace he needs to go, Anthony is that guy. Like he is Timothy. Like there's not a whole lot of people I put over Anthony. I'm sorry. He one of mine. That's just what we do. And Zaven, dude, you are growing. Dog, you are growing. You right there. You already see you got Nick right there watching you. He watching you all the time. You said he talks about what you got coming up, what you're doing. He's watching you. So I want you to always remember that impact that you're making on him. And I know that in everything you do, studying kinesiology, that's not easy. You could have chose basket weaving 101 or something like that, but you didn't. You said, I'm going to choose kinesiology, one, because it's in the space that I want to be in, and I know my little brother's watching. So just, fellas, I just want to applaud y'all. I want to applaud y'all for being great men and continue to be great men. And y'all know the next thing I'm going to say, I better see you at a meeting soon. Don't play with me. Don't make me come find you.
Hey,
because y'all know what I do.
Just give me the work. Hey, give me the date. You know I'm near. Give me the date. You know I'm near.
Say less. I love y'all, man. Thank y'all so much for joining.
Hey, Liz, that's real right there. Look at that.
I noticed. I still got the shirt. Y'all noticed. I can finally fit it. That's a backstory before I head out. I got this shirt. My first induction ceremony. My first annual induction ceremony. We got this shirt, and I could not fit it. I could not fit it back then. Like when I was 12, 13, this shirt was too big. Now I can finally wear it proudly. So I definitely put it on just to show off for y'all today.
I love it. The fact that you still got that joint shows the impact and passion that you have for the organization, man. So, hey, I appreciate you. Love you, Trey. Love you, Anthony. Love you, Zaven. Appreciate y'all supporting today. We'll let you get back, and we'll be in touch.
Donate.
Donate. Y'all heard the alumni. Y'all want to see more great leaders like this?
Y'all downplay the impact y'all have on our lives. It's not a small role. It's
not. It's not.
I'm gonna tell Rajan this every single time because he keeps saying small role. It's not a small role. It's a huge role because most of us will not be here if it wasn't for Mr. Duns, the Rajans, the OPs. It's not a small role. It's a huge role.
It's definitely a huge role. You can't definitely downplay that. You can't. And I'm just thinking back. I'm a
wait.
I got my glasses on. I'm cool. Y'all can't see me. Y'all can't see my face.
Okay. I'm gonna just piggyback off what Ant said. It's definitely not a small role. It takes a lot of time away from y'all personal lives to be there for us. You know, we can't downplay or take away from the fact that y'all are humans too. Y'all have your own families that y'all have to take care of, and y'all have to put time in. And the fact that y'all are strong men in your families, and y'all still have the time for every kid that come in the organization, it speaks for itself. It speaks for itself. It speaks for itself. I don't even have to say no more, but it's definitely not a small role. It's very, very big, very big, very big.
Appreciate that, bro.
I love y'all and everything y'all do for me.
Love y'all.
Love y'all too, man.
Love y'all. Appreciate y'all, man. I'll see y'all next time.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'm gonna play a video because I need to wipe my face. So give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah.
set this video
Try not
up.
to cry. I was trying not to be that girl over here and be emotional.
I think there's only one video I can even play right now after that one there. So I'm gonna just roll that beautiful bean footage, and it goes a little something like, it's not about HubSpot CRM.
Wow. Roll video.
Part of a brotherhood of positive men.
I'm a gentleman. I am a part of a brotherhood of positive men.
I am a gentleman. I am a part of a brotherhood of positive men.
I am a gentleman. I am a part of a brotherhood of positive men. I'm true to my God, my community, and myself. I have intelligence, class, and dignity. I will set and achieve my goals. I will carry myself in a way that reflects my morals and values. I respect my brothers, elders, ladies, and myself. I am the future. I am a distinguished gentleman. I am a gentleman. I am a part of a brotherhood of positive men. I am true to my God, my community, and myself. I have intelligence, class, and dignity. I will set and achieve my goals. I will carry myself in a way that reflects my morals and values. I will respect my brothers, elders, ladies, and myself. I am the future. I am a distinguished gentleman.
All right. Let me stop that video because now the commercial's playing in my ear. All right. That was an amazing panel. Yeah. All the feels.
Yeah.
They got you too. Dang, Mr. J, they got you too. Dang. Yeah, there's Mr. Jerome. Got me feeling like a punk again. I listen, all of us, man. We're just buckets of water up here. I just want to start just Ken and Tanisha, you guys did an amazing job of facilitating those discussions. Thank y'all so much. Just to give a track update before we move on to the next guest panel. Let me share my screen. I'm gonna get right to them because they're right there waiting in the wings, and I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for being so patient. We are currently at 105 donations, so we're over 100. And we have 13,750, and I did add in the match.
Oh, cool.
So that's in and out. So we are at how much percent of this? I can't do the percentages right now. I don't know why, but we have that much. Right. We're still short by roughly 10,000 and $10,250. All right, so we can still get there. We still have between the end of the day today and the rest of the month to get there. If you haven't already donated, you still have an opportunity to do so. I also know that some people don't like to do online payments and stuff. So if you would like to send a check, I can put the address in the comment section. You'll use P.O. Box 62216, and that's North Charleston, South Carolina. 29419. But thank you, Ken, Tanisha. Any thoughts before you guys sign off?
I think it's been, these last several panels have been really good. I'm always excited to hear really from all of them, like hear from the current members, the guys and the girls on how they feel about the program, how things are going, their excitement about coming back each year, to hear from the alumni who've been through it all, and look back and just can easily identify ways and moments that changed, their lives, right? Like there's things that they will carry with them forever. And those things they'll pass down to, the next generation. So the parent panel was great as well. The mentors and the passion they have, I think it was just been, the last several hours has been full of, highs and emotions and kind of validation of the work that's being done. So I think it's been really good. What are your thoughts, Tanisha?
I agree. That last one's very powerful. And as a parent, with young children, there is that hope. There is that hope that, what little nugget I may have said, his mentors are saying, when they go and graduate and pass over, they do wonderful things, remembering what was given to them. So look, it's very helpful. Sometimes, parenting, I'm still looking for that manual, still looking for that book that I misplaced. But to see those young men, what they're doing, the influence that they have on those close to them and those around them, there's definitely hope. So parents out there, mothers out there, there is hope. And I tell myself that there is always hope. They're listening, they're watching. We just got to make sure that we're putting them in places where they have that strong male leadership that's not afraid to have those man talks to emotions are real. We're not above anything, and it's real. And so I think it's great. So I appreciate LYS more than y'all know. It's fabulous. And I'm not going to cry. So we're good.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank y'all so much. I'm going to get to the next panel, but you guys are great. Y'all are elites for the day. I got it from here. Thank y'all for holding me down.
Yep, not a problem.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. All right. So we have two more panels today. So I'm back in the driver's seat. Shout out to Ken and Tanisha and Alana for holding us down in the meeting between times so I could get some lunch and I could sort of drive from behind the scenes. But we're about to get back into this community, man, back into this work. So as we mentioned, one thing that we try to do as Lowcountry Youth Services is to establish that mentorship is much more than meets the eye. It's bringing the village into one unified space where we can have these important conversations and provide these young people with tangible results, things to pretty much make the community real to them. And so the way we do that, not only here, but across the state, is through our partnerships with our partners across the state. So I'm going to bring on some people that we've been able to partner with over the last few years. And I'm going to bring them on. Rashonda Olden, she is the director of the 4-H Pink Need Leadership Program, which is a part of Clemson University. We have Nadia, whose last name I can never, ever pronounce, but she's with Planned Parenthood. and as well as SHAPE, and she'll talk about what that means. We have Yolanda McCrae, who is one of our partners with South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control, or DHEC. I'm so glad I'm nailing that name now. For a while, that was a struggle for me. And then Ms. Pamela Parr, whose camera may or may not be working. So, Ms. Parr, if you can go out. All right, you just want to be on in the blank? I mean, I'll keep you on if you want to do that.
Just keep me on if I can get the picture up. That'd be great.
That works. All right, cool. I love it because we can hear you. We can hear you clearly, so that works. All right, okay. So we are here to have a discussion about community collaboration because nothing happens in a vacuum. No work happens here in a vacuum, and you need partners to do this work. Earlier, we had a conversation with our foundational partners, and that was one of the key pieces that we talked about was, making sure that you're not trying to do all the work on your own. You're reaching out outside of your organization to find out sort of, what exists. So I want to just go around the room and just allow you guys to introduce themselves. I'm going to start with Rashonda because she's right next to me. Please introduce yourself and your organization.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rashonda Olden. I'm sorry if I look a little wet-eyed. They got me on that last panel. I had to go to the restroom and get myself together. But I have the privilege and the honor of serving as the South Carolina 4-H Pink Need Leadership Program Director, which is a leadership program that helps middle and high school students all across the state of South Carolina increase their leadership and civic engagement awareness. So one of the things that we do get to do is partner with what I consider our affiliate partners all across the state of South Carolina to expand the reach of Clemson University, which is a land-grant institution. And part of the land-grant mission is to provide outreach services in the youth development field. So partnering with LYS allows us to do that, and I'm excited to be here today.
Thank you so much, Rashonda. Appreciate you. Next up, Nadia.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for the introduction. My last name is Klinsevich. I didn't even write it down, so don't even worry. No one has to learn my last name. But I work with the Teen Connections program. We're affiliated with Planned Parenthood, and we do comprehensive sexual health education for parents, teens. We worked with Lowcountry Youth Services with doing workshops for mentors as well, and it's been a really, really awesome year so far. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Nadia. Appreciate you. All right, Miss Yolanda.
Hey, I'm Yolanda McCray with Department of Health Environmental Control, and we partner with Lowcountry Youth Services to implement teen pregnancy prevention programs in schools. They also do community activities and condom access points, and they're one of our strong partners. So glad to be here today.
All right, appreciate you. Thank you, Ms. Yolanda. And then Ms. Parr.
Hi there. I'm with the Lowcountry Pixies, and I've been involved with this group for probably 4 years now, and I absolutely love the young people. They are wonderful. And we have within the group of Queens Being a couple of people that I have to tell you, give them 5 years, and these are our future community leaders. And I'm
Yeah.
proud. But what I started doing was coming in to do presentations on menstruation, educational kinds of things, having the girls participate in volunteering to set up packs, period packs, so that they could distribute them to schools and homeless shelters and that kind of thing. They love doing it. And I hope to be able to continue to do this in the future.
Nice. Thank you so much, Ms. Pam. And as she mentioned, she's having some issues with the camera, so we're just going to let her operate and rock because we want to have this discussion. Y'all listen to podcasts without video all the time, so it shouldn't be a problem. All right, cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the ball rolling. I want to thank you all again just for the work that you do with Lowcountry Youth Services, because what you do allows us to sort of operate. So I want to start. Let's start with your organization. So when your organization is looking for a partner, so what is your organization looking for when it's trying to find somebody to collaborate with?
I can chime in on that. So we're looking for an organization that has a role already in their community, working with young people, that are passionate about working with young people, and that we see that could continue this work, well beyond, this funding. And when we were first told about Lowcountry Youth Services, everybody that voted to have this organization be a part of it said, that's exactly what we're looking for. They're already making an impact with young people. They can continue this work, well beyond this grant with DHEC, and that they are passionate about what they do. And that's what we look for when we're looking for potential partners to implement these pregnancy prevention programs.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll chime in. Earlier on the last panel, you all started talking about the fruit and how this was a fruit organization. And for me, with the young people, I am super passionate about youth development, youth leadership. And so I'm looking for people who carry that same DNA of authentic youth development, focusing on relationships. It is just from the last panel, it's key that you guys are central on focusing on those relationships. It's important. That is a part of the impact when it comes to serving the community. You have to focus on building those relationships. And so we look for organizations that have those strong relationships within the community and that have some fruit behind their tree. Like, it's good that you are I think we all can list about 10, 12, 20 nonprofit organization that has good intentions sometimes, but sometimes we miss that fruit behind those programs. So just seeing you all and seeing that you guys were well established in the community, as well as being willing to partner with us. Sometimes when we're looking for partners, it is almost looking for a handout instead of an actual collaboration. And one of my favorite things about working with the LYS team is you guys put your hands in the dirt too. It's not like, hey, we have these resources, we want to give them to you. Your team is right there with us, working alongside of us in order to impact more youth. So those are some of the things that we look for in programming.
For sure. Thank you so much. And I'm going to come back to that, Rashonda was talking about the leadership roundup that we did here in North Charleston. But absolutely. Nadia.
Yeah, I have pretty similar sentiments where when I look for a partnering organization, I want to see trusted adults that really care who is in the space with their teens. And sometimes you have organizations that are looking for that glorified babysitter. And something that I really typically when I'm running programs with teens, I won't do a class for less than 5 or so students. So we started recruiting for Queens Bean to put together an evidence-based curriculum class, and it ended up being fewer than that threshold. But I truly, truly believe in Lowcountry Youth Services' ability to put together a really powerful program, and I know that we'll be able to build throughout the year. So I'm willing to invest in this program, knowing that they really have it together and they really do care about who is in the space with their teens. Coming from a trauma-informed lens, I think that they really have a great structure that is something that everyone should just want to be a part of, because they're going in a really good direction, the way I see it.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Parr, what do you guys look for when you're looking for a partner?
Well, primarily somebody who is interested in the thing that we provide, which is the menstrual supplies. That is our primary thing. However, as the years went by, we have had so many requests for some education for all kinds of age groups, because people don't understand, especially the teens. They are filled with so much misinformation. So I was happy to come in and begin doing some educational things. Like I said before, I think that the work that we're doing is not only important for the girls that come to the educational events, but for the mentors and the parents who makes all the difference in the world. And I really enjoy working with Monica and Tanisha. It has been a great collaboration, and I look forward to being able to do more with the group in the future.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And again, each of you, provides. We do a different type of thing with each of y'all, which is really unique, right? Because when you think about what a mentorship program is, when most people think about it, and I was mentioning this earlier with the foundations, they think it's, you tell a kid to put on a tie. I remember when we first started, like, people would just send us ties. I'm like, what am I supposed to do with these ties? I can't employ staff with these ties. I can't we can't eat these ties. I can't give ties out of club meetings to feed the kids who come in. Like, we actually need resources. And they're like, no, you just need ties. You give kids ties. You teach them to tie a tie. They can tell them, give them a belt so they can put up their pants. Let's give them a suit so they can put a suit on. But what are we doing for the inside? So that's why our organization started looking outside of just those staples that people think of when they think of mentorship, even like just the conversation. The conversations are key, but you have to understand it. But once you open that door of trust, there's so many other opportunities. We have to really empower these young people to really own their lives and own their legacy. So I sort of want to talk about how each of you, your organizations do that. I'm gonna come to you first, Nadia, just because I know the work you do with Planned Parenthood and sexual reproductive health. Can you talk a little bit more about the programming that you guys actually offer?
Yeah, so we do a couple different things, and we worked with Lowcountry Youth Services in a couple different ways. So typically our main thing is going to be evidence-based curriculums with teens. So it's going to be like an 8-session series. So it's 8 weeks. At the end of the sessions, the teens graduate and earn $100 for participating. The sessions cover everything from family planning to healthy relationships to social emotional skill building. I know that's something that Rajan and I have talked about a lot, where and it's something that I really appreciate about their program, is that sexual health is more than just learning the anatomy and physiology. It's about learning power and agency. So there's really no better partnership than a mentor agency with a sexual health and reproductive agency, talking about prevention work, because it's about whether at the end of the day, and sorry for bringing everybody into this room talking about sexual health if you weren't ready for it. But at the end of the day, if you're negotiating condom use, if you don't have that power and that agency and feel like you have the self-esteem to say what you want to say, then what do you have? So it's been a really cool partnership. And I think that Rajan really believes in that message of building those social emotional skill building. And that's how this is really well-rounded, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, absolutely, absolutely. And then just because we're already on the sexual reproductive health angle, Yolanda, your work with SCDHEC with the condom access points and the prep work. Can you sort of talk a little bit more about what that project's about?
Yeah, so we fund partners, Lowcountry Youth, to implement teen pregnancy prevention programs, but it's a huge community focus piece. So one of the requirements that they have to have work in a community work group, because we know anything dealing with adolescents' health, that you have to work with a group of people. So they're tasked with coming together with a community work group to address anything with adolescent health, anything that's dealing with alcohol, tobacco, drug use, anything that would impact a young person. So they're tasked with this huge community piece, also with condom access points. So this is a comprehensive program. So they have to provide condom access points and can refer the young people to where they can have access to condoms. Next thing, all of our grantees, Lowcountry Youth, they're tasked with doing community events, parent engagement events, getting out, trying to engage the community, engage young people, getting more young people in their program, talking about sexual reproductive health, talk about making good decisions, preparing them for college, financial literacy. Also, they're tasked with having a referral network. Any of us know that work with young people, they are going to be other things that they need. They may need food resources. They may be looking to go to college. You can help with that. They may need clothing. They may just need additional help beyond the mentoring. They may need to be connected with a counselor. So Lowcountry Youth Services also has to have a referral network in place where they can refer the kids, work with different organizations. But one big piece of this grant is the community piece, because we know it takes a community to make an impact on these young people. So they do such a great job with that. That's why I say they're one of our strong organizations, because they already were in the community, well established, had access to the kids, and do a great job. Also, there's a lot of data, that we have to collect. And we just started with a new system, and they were like one of our first ones, because Razan contacted me. He's like, hey, what do we need to do to get this together and get it going? So keeping up with that data and being able to report what they're doing, how they're doing is crucial too, with the organizations we work with.
Yeah, thank you so much for saying that, Yolanda, because that's one key piece of collaboration. And Rashonda, you talked about this earlier, and I'm coming to you next, about the fact that a lot of times people say they want to collaborate, and what they really mean is they want you to do stuff. Oh, I want to collaborate with you. I want you to come in and do this. I want you to give me money, or I want you to give me resources. I want you to do these things. And it's never, well, what can I bring to the table? So when Lowcountry Youth Services comes to the table, whether it be through a grant partner or through just a community partner with no funds being exchanged at all, is we want to make sure that we're pulling our weight. And because that's how you build a relationship long-term. And that's why, to be honest with you, there's a lot of people that will reach out and be like, hey, I want to collaborate with you, that I turn down personally. Because I'm not dragging you along. Either we're working together or we're not working at all. And you're definitely about to drag me along, because y'all know how I operate. So just coming to Rashonda next, because we did collaborate on the leadership roundup, which she's been doing an amazing job of implementing across the state of South Carolina. We were literally at the Men of Color Summit last year and decided to go to dinner. And we were sitting down at dinner, and I take my iPad with me everywhere. Everybody who knows me knows if I'm somewhere, I have my iPad, my notes in it. And so we're sitting down. I'm like, she's telling me about what she does. So I want you to talk about what you do. And I'm like, she's like, well, we're doing this event, the leadership roundup, and we'll be here, and we're in Columbia. And I'm like, hold up, this needs to come to Charleston. And she was like, are you serious? I'm like, yes, this needs to come to Charleston. We need it in Charleston. Like, what do we need to do? And when I tell you, we sat down and we mapped out that entire event from start to finish, sitting at that table. And it was not just, oh, Rashonda, the thing that y'all are doing in Charleston, we want you to come to Charleston. It was like, no. What do we need to do? How can we partner? That's the difference between asking you to do something for me and partnering with you. So Rashonda, if you could talk about the leadership roundup, but also just the Pinckney Scholars Program in general. The Pinckney Leadership Program in general.
Yeah, and so one part Rajon left out is he said we should bring it to Charleston, and I immediately thought about capacity, and I said absolutely not. We should not, because we don't have the capacity. And he said, no, we'll be there. And I said, because I'm accustomed to people saying, we'll be there, we'll do it. And I'm like, yeah, no, we won't. He said, no, we will provide the manpower. And that is exactly what they did. And with our leadership roundup, one thing I want to say, Nadia and Yolanda, and also Miss Pam, you talked about bringing this conversation to this platform and how, you're sorry about it. But the realities are our kids are being subjective to these subjects every single day. And sometimes our parents, our adult guardians are not prepared to have those conversations. So the work that you all are doing, if they get on Instagram or Facebook or Snapchat or Twitter or TikTok, they are being subjected to sexual, emotional, all of those things. So I'm super appreciative of you guys and what you guys do. And it reminds me of a quote I heard: master of everything, expert of none. That is the importance of collaborations. That is why I might not be able to talk about sexual relations and condoms and all that stuff the way that Nadia and Miss Yolanda can, but I can partner with them. And that's what we were able to do with our leadership roundup. A part of leadership for us, for the 4-H Penny Leadership Program, is not just talking to kids in regards to, okay, a leader is someone who has a tie on. A leader is someone who knows how to shake hands. We want to look at the holistic leader. And so that means, what is the well-being of a leader? What are the characteristics of a leader? Where should your mind be? What are your gifts? What are your strengths? And those are the things that we talk about at our leadership roundup events. I always talk about professional development. And as adults, we have these professional development conferences all the time where we get dressed up and we go for a couple of days. And then we have a new generation entering into the workforce. And we've never done that with them. If there is a conference, we do a little box lunch. Most of the time, that's what we can afford. And so we're giving them what we have. But what if we started prepping our students in advance for what a professional environment looks like? What if we challenge them to come in your best dress, whatever that is, and show up for yourself, show up in excellence for yourself? And so that is what we do with our leadership roundup events across the state. And Rajan and the whole team, we got there at 6:00. They were there at 6:00. I had to go. My dad retired. I needed to go. And I said, guys, I gotta go. Like, my daddy doesn't let us celebrate him. I gotta run to Columbia. Everything was handled. Nothing was missing. I told LYS I would love to have some legislators there, local legislators there. They had every branch of legislation there. That is just something that their team exudes, and that's excellence for us. That's one of our values. That's one of Clemson University's values, is excellence, the spirit of excellence. And LYS exudes that. They not only exude that, but they embody that in every program that they do. So when it comes to partnership and collaborating, it's an easy, y'all want to do something again, let's do it. I'm always willing and ready to partner with them because they show up in every little thing, not every big thing, every little thing. And that's what matters to me. And that's what matters to our program.
Awesome. Thank you for saying that, for sure. And we're definitely gonna talk more about the other Pinckney stuff that you do as well, because there's a lot that y'all do, even with the leadership roundup. Ms. Parr, we do the Period Pixie Project with you, formerly known as the Period Packing Parties. But I know that y'all use a lot. Y'all use a lot of alliteration. The P thing, like Period Packing Parties, Period Pixie Project, and then the Period Pixie Project Pep Rallies. Guess we couldn't find a P to go for rally. So, okay. But can you talk sort of about the way you guys are coordinated with the Queens to carry those out?
Everything is, Monica does most of the legwork. She contacts me. She tells me what she wants for the girls. We talk about it. We meet a couple of times, usually virtually, and decide what it is that she's wanting to make sure that's imparted to them. They always have the opportunity to do some volunteer services while we're together, and they usually like that. And speaking of which, Rajan, I'm going to be coming for you because I think this is something that the Young Gentlemen's Club should be involved in. They have
Okay,
been.
say less.
Yeah, in the past, you've been involved with your guys have come over and helped with cleanup and that kind of thing. I think they need to be right there in the classes.
Say less. Hey, listen, I'm an easy sell because all I'm gonna do is tell you to talk to Ken.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you get the guys on board and they start carrying around in their backpack where nobody can see it, a couple of pads, a couple of tampons, and they make it known to the other women in the school that they have these items and that they're an ally. My God, they will be the most popular boys there. You know?
That's all it took for me to be popular? Man, you should have told me that when I was in high school.
Yeah. No, we've heard this from so many guys that they really enjoy being able to be a resource for their friends.
Yes, ma'am.
So
yes, ma'am.
that's an important thing. And there's a couple of other things coming on the horizon. You know, I'd like to look at some other things for us to be doing that are a little off the menstruation pathway. But there are things that we could be teaching these girls. I think that, you know, we've all heard about these kids need to be taught how to sew a hem. They need to know how to fix their car. Not, you know, put in a new transmission, but at least change the oil. They need to know a ton of stuff. I would love to develop a curriculum. Not that I would necessarily teach it, but I could help develop the curriculum and find teachers to come in and do these as a series. And that's something that for Lowcountry Youth, we could do with both sets. So anyway, that's kind of like where my mind is going.
Yeah, I love that, and I'll tell you, Miss Parr, like that is stuff that we are engaged in. So if you're looking to build a curriculum around that, talk about community collaboration, let's partner up and see how we can make that happen, because that's something we definitely emphasize. We actually are doing our third year. So every year we have a different every month we have a different topic that we're covering. We have a header for each month under our college under our core competencies, and one of them is automotive maintenance that we do every single May. So we're gonna have in our parking lot like 10 cars with their hoods up, where kids are going around and learning how to change oil, learn how to check oil, change oil, how to change a tire. We have them changing tires. Of course, it's not child labor. You are welcome. You know, Nadia, you know, you're welcome to everything, all the things. Yeah, so like that's what it's all about. So if that's something you're looking at sort of codifying and cementing, like let's talk about it. Let's make that happen. I want to come back to Rashonda really quickly. Just because we did talk about the leadership roundup and what you guys do with that. Can you talk a little bit about, because another part of collaboration is exposure to opportunities that we would not otherwise know about, and you guys have the Pinckney Leadership Conference that you do over the course of the summer, and you have the summit that you do in Aiken as well. So you have the one that happens in Clemson on Clemson University, and then you have the one that happens in Aiken, and we have kids going to both of those this summer. So can you talk a little bit about that, and sort of how that came to be, and sort of what your goal is with that event?
Yeah, so one, I forgot to mention that our program has historical ties to the Charleston community. The 4-H Pinckney Leadership Program was created in honor of Senator Clemente Pinckney, who was one of the Emanuel 9 victims. And so 4-H meant a lot to him just because of the exposure that it provides you. So what Rajon was talking about is our summer programs, which are our introductory programs. So we have a 4-H Pinckney Leadership Conference, which is hosted on the campus of Clemson University. We hold that twice a year. And then we also have the 4-H Pinckney Leadership Camp, which is for middle school students, where I call it, we take leadership outdoors. So we go to a traditional camp facility. It's my one time of the year that I go sleep in cabins with spiders voluntarily. And so, but it's a really good time where we take your rock wall and we start talking about communication, and why on a rock wall is communication important. We go to a teams course and we talk about collaboration, and why is collaboration as a leader important. And during this time, one of my favorite favorite parts about it is most summers we hire back college students who serve as our camp counselors. And every year they're like, okay, our theme today is collaboration. What is the lesson on? And I'm like, the lesson is on you. So what does collaboration mean to you as a leader? And so it even gives those college students the opportunity to showcase what they know about a leadership and collaboration in their form. Again, going back, for us, it's very important. In 4-H, we talk a lot about belonging, but talking about belonging is one thing, but actually creating environments where everybody feels like they belong, that's a whole different thing. In order to do that, we allow everyone to show up as their unique self. So it's a reason why I don't want to tell you what collaboration is in leadership, because if you talk to different people, if you talk to a construction worker and you ask him why is collaboration important as a leader, he's going to tell you something different. As a youth development professional, I'm going to tell you something different. If you go to a bank, the bank manager is going to tell you different. So encouraging students to know, one, leadership shows up in different ways, in different forms. Some of the young men that were on the panel before, they talked about that. Some of them went to college after high school. Some of them didn't and picked up a trade. All of these things are unique and all of these things are acceptable. And it's something that our students really struggle with today with the increase of social media. I was having a talk with one of my best friends, and even for us as an adult, I know better. I know I shouldn't be comparing myself to the things that I see on social media, but yet sometimes I fall victim to that.
Yeah.
And so just imagine growing up with that all the time, constantly comparing yourself to someone else's, what we all now call highlight reels. And even though everybody's just showing off their best thing, it's still something that you struggle with. And that goes back to, Nadia, what you're talking about, that social emotional piece of our youth, and where they are struggling to manage those emotions, and how even in leadership, emotional intelligence is so important. It's so important. We see it now with our political climate. We see it now every day on social media. God forbid you say something that someone else doesn't like, and now we're not modeling. So we as adults are not modeling that behavior correctly. So creating environments where our youth can show up, they can be culturally competent. That was something, I had the opportunity to be a page for Senator Pinckney when he was a senator, when I was in college. And in his passing, I remember going to the State House and I'm crying, other people are crying, and I'm noticing that the people that are crying, that are grieving for him, were on two sides of a party. You had Democrats and you had Republican. One thing that he was able to do was he was for people. And so how can we create environments for our students to be for each other, to understand that we may not agree on everything, but I can still respect you as an individual. I can respect your thoughts. And so that is what our 4-H Pinckney Leadership Program does. At the heart of everything, similar to LYS, is relationships. We believe relationships over programs. And so we put our heart in everything that we do. Excellence is our standard. And so I do a lot of holding kids accountable in the summer and throughout our program. And I think Rajan would agree that it shows up in the programs that we do for them and the collaborations that we seek.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Coming to you, Nadia. You, in addition to, like we talked about, community collaboration, not only do you cannot collaborate with us, but you collaborate with other organizations through your SHAPE initiative. Can you talk a little bit about what that is and sort of how that's improving the lives of young people in the Tri-County area?
Yeah, so a little bit about the SHAPE initiative. SHAPE is a coalition of all the organizations that work in sexual health in the Lowcountry. So we have people from DHEC, we have people from Ryan White Wellness Center, we have Home Meadow Community Care, MUSC. So we all meet on a monthly basis, and a lot of us are educators, other people are clinicians, and it's basically serving to bridge the gap between the community and the people that serve them. So your doctor, when you see them, how did your experience go, and how can we make it better, or how can we get you there if you're nervous to go? So that's what we do with SHAPE Tri-County. And I know that Lowcountry Youth Services has started building kind of a separate coalition And it's been really cool to see how important the cross communication is, even between our own organizations, even though we all work in sexual health. I know Yolanda works for DHEC in sexual health, and this is my first time, being on a panel or speaking with her kind of like face to face. So the power of bringing people together, which Lowcountry Youth Services does a good job of doing, is so important. There are people, last week we were in a meeting, or maybe 2 weeks ago, we were in a meeting and someone was like, "Hey, Nadia, what is this program that you have? And how can it help me out with my kids?" So it's not just these teens that they're serving, it's really teens throughout the whole Lowcountry, of just bringing people together and hearing about their programming. Yeah. Things like this are so important. Like, as soon as I sit in the meeting with these people and I'm hearing all these great things, I'm like, oh, we can do this now, we can do this now, we can do this now. And it's just really cool, that kind of collaboration.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you mentioned the community work groups. That's definitely something that we're proud about starting to get rolling. We've been sort of trying to figure out how to make it happen, because there already are so many, collaborative groups happening. We didn't want to be another thing on top of that. But what happened when we actually were able to be in that room is that people in the room were like, "Oh, I didn't know you were here. I didn't know you were here." And so now we're able to sort of cross-feed one another and support one another's events, which I'd imagine was DHEC's goal in the beginning when they thought of that. So Yolanda, can you sort of talk about why that was so important to DHEC to include that in the requirement for that grant, and sort of how the fruit that you've seen come from that?
I'm sure, because each organization can bring something different to the table, and any type you're working with, any type social issue or anything, one person or one organization can't do it alone. Like, each organization has certain types of strengths that they bring, or resources or connections that they bring. So that was an important piece of this grant, and choosing an organization that we feel could work with other organizations. Like y'all mentioned earlier, like, nobody you'd have to drag along. Like, you have a set of skills and resources that each one of us could benefit from. So that was a huge thing. Also, to bring awareness, like certain things you may be observing, like you do one-on-one direct contact with the youth. We don't. We just fund partners. So you may see a trend in, I'm just throwing something out, vaping or whatever, or you may see a trend in, things they're looking at online or whatever, and then you could bring those things to our forefront, and we may start looking for other funding opportunities. That's where there's a great need, with working in community groups. Like, you can partner together on funding, apply for a grant together. So I always think working with community work groups and working with the community, it helps you achieve your goal. You can't do this alone. And one thing that I like about your organization, because I did an observation yesterday of Miss Wilson, and she did a great job, in the school. And she was coming in there not as just, well, here's this, here's what you have to do. It's kind of like she was partnering with the kids and saying, this is your life, here we're trying to help you make good choices and good things. So I always think it's great to do community work, and not beyond what I think, that was just a part of the grant. Like, you have to work at this together to solve issues in the community. One organization, one person, it can't be a standalone. It has to be a collaborative effort. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's why I'm motto is "We are the village." Like, we are the village. Like, it's not. Lowcountry Youth Services is one part of a much larger infrastructure, and one of the partners that we were able to work with, that we've just done a MOU with, is the Naval Information Warfare Center, or NIWIC, which used to be SPAWAR, on the Naval Weapons Station. Like that, they're coming in, they're doing STEM initiatives. So they're coming in, they're teaching our kids, they're doing STEM activities every single month. We're working on a partnership with a bank that they're going to be coming in doing financial literacy work. For a long time, it was like, oh, well, let's do STEM training. Oh, let's do financial literacy. Now we're trying to figure out how to do all of these things. They're like, hold on, whoa. We don't do all of that, but they do. Sexual reproductive health, they do. Oh, so either we're going to get funded to do it or hire somebody to do it, or we're going to outsource and find a community partner that can do it. And when we take that approach, we can get so much more done, which is why conversations like this are so important, because it's extremely important that as the organization that is saying, hey, we want your support, that when we're asking y'all, that we're also saying we're going to do our due diligence as well. And Ms. Parr, you mentioned sort of working with Monica in terms of the period Pixie Project and the things that you guys have coming up. But is there anything else about the Pixie Project that you guys are sort of working on that we should be made aware of?
Well, I think that one of the things that's important to us at this point is making sure that people know, especially the young girls, that there are alternatives to period supplies. There are menstrual cups. There are, all kinds of things that are out there. And we need to figure out on our end how we come up with the funds to provide some of the girls, because it would save them so much money in the long run.
Yeah.
But yes, there are things that we have on the plate for the future. You did say something earlier about where we got all the P's. That's thanks to the Secretary of State of the great state of South Carolina. When you apply for a 501(c) status, you have to prove that your name is different than anybody else's and that you can't be confused with somebody. And that's where all these came from. And we had to go through a couple of names before they decided that they would approve one. So we are Pixies, and I'm proud of it.
Nice. I love it. I love it. The Period Pixie Project, alliteration. As a former educator, it just makes me very happy to say the word alliteration and be able to use it, because people be like, well, the stuff you learn in school, you never use again. But if you know that Period Pixie Project is alliteration because the first letter is a consonant, it's the same consonant repeatedly, you learned something that you used it. Congratulations. Anyway, we're starting to wrap up. We're starting to wrap up. So I wanted to sort of go around and just sort of get you guys sort of final thoughts on today's discussion, and if there's anything that you want anybody to know that we haven't already discussed. And I'll start with Parr, because we started with her last time.
Okay, I think that today has been very interesting. I've certainly learned a lot. I had not had an opportunity to meet any of you except for Rashawn. And, these are things that going forward, we can certainly knit ourselves together so that we can offer the best for each other. That's where I see this. Yes, it takes a village, but that village has to be working in concert. So yeah. I'm happy to see that we're doing that. And thank you for taking the initiative.
Thank you. And I look forward to continuing to work with you. And we will get our boys involved in it. I can't promise you they'll have sanitary napkins in their book backpacks, but we will do the best we can to get them as close to that as we possibly can. Maybe like I'll just show up to school and just like give them sanitary napkins to put in their backpacks to carry around school. And that'll start the process.
Yeah, that's what I generally do is put them a little bag and we stock it with some candy, some pads, whatever. And then they've got those things and they put them in the bottom of their backpack. Nobody ever needs to know that they're there.
So I'm married. But if I was a single guy, and I was to go to like a workplace and have I'm trying to think of my guys that may be watching this. You may be trying to find your lady of the future. Should he keep pads on him? So just no. That's Nadia says yes.
I typically go to my female coworkers to say, hey, you got anything? So I don't see myself going to my male coworker and being like, hey, can you hook me up?
I was trying to help the homies.
Just me. I don't know.
Work environment is a little bit better or different from the school.
Okay. All right. Well, fellas, don't do that then. They may think you're a creep.
The younger guys are much more open to this than the older guys.
Okay, cool. All right, so we will not do that. Thank you, Ms. Parr. Nadia.
Last couple of thoughts. I just Rashonda brought something up that really resonated with me, talking about how even as adults, a lot of the times we're still not on our healing journeys. And that comes up a lot, not only in our classes, but also as parents or as mentors when kids come to us with these questions that make us so nervous. We're like, oh, I don't want to talk about this with my teen, or things like that. And I think Lowcountry Youth Services has done a really great job of stepping up in working with mentors and working with parents to get these conversations going at home. And that doesn't just mean learning about how to talk about sex with your kids. It's about looking at your own traumas and your own experiences. And you're like, why do I feel this way? Why am I so nervous to talk about this? And what do I really want out of this? So do I really want them to not do this thing, or do I want them to be safe and make good decisions? And I think that we've had some really powerful trainings. They've done a great job of bringing parents to the table and bringing in not only the teens, but also the parents. Just like Yolanda said, is they just have a great understanding of what it means to be part of a community. And that was my final thought. I just thought it was really cool. Everyone kind of brought up these bits and pieces, and it all just came together and really rang true to the work that y'all do. So thank you so much for always doing the work.
Before you get off, I want you to talk about the condom event.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay. June 5th, Park Circle Pride, we have Project Condom. It is a runway style fashion show where the outfits are made entirely out of condoms. It's just a really fun night to break down the stigma of talking about sexual health and reproduction. So we have open team registrations. If you're interested in registering a team, you can send me an email. Hopefully Rashawn can somehow use his tech wizardry to get my email in a chat somewhere or something. But the registration is still open until the last day of April. If you want to make a team and design a gown, or just come and watch the fun. It's an awesome day, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, me and Ken went last year. It was a cool event. What'd you say, Ms. Farr?
I said that sounds great, Nadia.
Come through.
Yeah,
it's going to be bigger and better every year.
It's a cool event. It's a very cool event. I definitely plan. You said June 5th, right?
June 5th, yep.
All right, I plan on being there. I'll be back from my trip, so cool. All right, Miss Yolanda, any final thoughts, anything you got coming up that you want us to know about?
Final thoughts. This was great coming together. It's always great to, shine the light on great organizations to help you in your fundraising, because we know money makes the world go round. So organizations need funds to keep doing what they're doing, and beyond our grant or other things, you need funds because you're helping young people. So just encourage everybody just to take a look around in the world and the things you see going on. So when you have a great organization doing good work, making an impact on a young person, meaning they're making an impact in that community, and these children are our future. So just take it from there. So doing great work, doing great things. And I'm going to personally, donate today. So, because I just don't put my money in anything. I like to give to organizations and things that I believe in, and I see their passion. I know the work. I've observed both Razan and Miss Wilson, and they do great work. I came to the award ceremony last year, and when I saw how excited those kids were to get those awards and to be recognized and getting emotional, I was like, my God, I just thought that was just such a great thing. So my final things were just keep doing the good work that you're doing, and anybody that's looking at this, invest in something good, because look at the world, and we need positive things because they're impacting youth and they're impacting communities. So and sometimes a lot of negative could be put on all negative things happen in the community, but look at this good work that they're doing. So that's my final thoughts.
Oh, thank you so much. I love that. Thank y'all so much for taking the time to be here this afternoon now. Shoot, I've been sitting at this desk since 8. So for being here with us today. We actually only have one more panel to go for today, and then we'll be done. But I want to thank each and every one of you. Again, this work does not happen at the level that it does without the type of partners that we have. So I hope that every time we get a win, you feel a bit of the victory as well. And I hope that because anytime I see y'all winning, I definitely feel like a winner just because I'm attached to y'all. Everything attached to me wins, and everything attached to y'all wins. So hooray. Thank y'all, and I will see you all very soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank y'all. Donate,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Yeah, we will.
Donate.
Bye.
Oh, I didn't say Rashonda last thoughts, did I? Sorry, Rashonda. And she's gone. All right, bye. Rashonda, if you're still watching and you want to come back and give your final thoughts, please do. Ms. Paul, I'll get you out of here so you don't got to stick around. I got you.
Okay, thank
Rashonda, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I didn't do your final thoughts. You know I love you. Please come back in if you want to give your final thoughts. I do have a couple minutes before my final panel. I just didn't want to hold y'all. All right, so listen, we have one more panel to go. And that is our board of directors. So I'm looking for, I'm gonna go ahead and resend them the link and just let them know we are ready to get rolling. And while we do that, I'm gonna start with this video here. So let's share my screen. Hey Toya, I see you. Share my screen. And let's do this video here. Let's talk with the ladies.
Queens being is a lifestyle. It is an intentionality of getting to know thyself so you'll be able to live out your God-given purpose.
Your God, your plan, and your relationships. I wrote down the plan. I found the scripture in the Bible, Habakkuk 2, it says, write the vision down and make it plain so that those who read it may run with you.
Greater is he in you than he is in the world. Meaning you was born to be great. Everything around you is great. If it wasn't for our leadership community, we won't have this great group of kids born into our community to be the next leaders.
I love this program. I love what you all are doing with these young men and women. And I'm just so proud to have been asked by Rajan to come back. And I hope I continue to get invited.
Maya Angelou once said, I have learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you make them feel. I hope that all the mentees tonight feel loved and supported, worthy, confident, strong, safe, and fearless. Lowcountry Youth Services can say and do a lot for you, but feeling like you are the most important person is the ultimate goal, and tonight this is for you.
As people come in, I'm going to ask that we scoot closer to create our circle. Girls on the Rise is a strength-based in-school mentorship program that focuses on developing young girls within the capacities of respect, self-confidence, and self-awareness. Being in communities of Black and Brown girls where there isn't a lot of support and mentorship that's willing to develop personal strengths, for me, that's my why.
All right. So, before we get into our board panel, I just might see my board members starting to come into the green room. I wanted to do just a recap of today so far. So we have been doing our fundraising thing today, and you guys have really been amazing. I am so grateful. We are not yet at our goal, but I like our chances of getting there. So we currently have $13,950 raised, which definitely is not anything to sneeze at. Again, special thank you to our anonymous, the donor match, who decided to do a $5,000 match for the funds for this event. Again, if for those who may be wondering, like, okay, what are they using the money on? You know, where the money going? They may be asking that question, right? And it is that time of day, so I am getting a little loopy. That's all right. But you know, maybe ask yourself, where is this money? This money that y'all asking for? Why y'all need money like that? Well, we provide amazing opportunities to our young people, not just in terms of when we talk about, you know, the mentorship and the stuff that we've talked about today. All of that stuff costs, right? But there are certain things we talked about, some of our grant partners and the foundation partners. There are certain things that specific grants cannot be used for. So these types of fundraisers and drives are what's called unrestricted funding. And with unrestricted funding, we can cover some stuff that like you can't cover in like a grant from DHEC. You know, we can't take the kids, you know, to Frankie's Fun Park on DHEC money. We can't take them to Chicago on DHEC money. We can't go to Carowinds on DHEC money. I keep using DHEC because they're one of our funders. Coast Community Foundation, same thing. There are certain things that it's tied to. Sisters of Charity, certain things that money is tied to, even though, but I said it to say that when people do, and not just our organization, but organizations like ours, when they're doing these types of fundraisers, it's so they have the unrestricted funding that they can use in the ways that they see fit as an organization to better fit the organization. So that's why this is so important. We are doing our end of the year retreat this year. Because of some financial hardships that happened throughout this year, we weren't able to do as big of a retreat as we've normally done. You know, we've done Chicago, we've done Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Orlando, Charlotte over the last, since I've been here in 2016. And, you know, this year here, we're going to do something much smaller. But every dollar that's put into this is actually going directly towards providing those opportunities in terms of the retreats and that kind of thing. So that I want to make sure I was very clear about that. So, yeah, we have reached 55% of our goal. We have $13,950 of the $25,000. So that puts us $1,050. I'm sorry, $11,050 away from it. Again, loopy, don't mind me. $50 away from our goal. And if you want to donate, the link is right here. Let me go back up and find it so y'all can see. Go right here. Well, actually, you can scan this QR code right here where I'm pointing at. There's a QR code right there you can scan, and it sends you straight to the site to donate. Once you get in there, you're just going to press donate, or you can scroll to the bottom and select one of the kids to donate. Right now, I want to look at the leaderboard. I do see, I want to say Carlin is over. Yeah, Carlin's over $1,100 raised by himself. So shout out to Carlin for killing it. Mr. J is at $3,005. Mr. J is just Mr. J. Like, we don't have the kids competing against the adults, okay, y'all? So don't think we got the kids out here set up a failure. They are competing for prizes as well, and for trophies at our end of the year ceremony. If you have not been to one of our award ceremonies before, that was one of the clips that I actually showed. That's one of the clips I actually showed so that the people could see sort of what the award ceremony is going to be like. We actually have our award ceremony this year on June 8th, which is going to take place at Royal Missionary Baptist Church, and it's going to be amazing. So with that being said, I want to go ahead and open the floor to my board because I see them in the green room and they're ready to come on. So we've done several panels today. We started out today with the Grant family, the James family, who have a son named Grant. The James family, Serena and Raphael, did an amazing job. Then we had our foundational partners from Coast Community Foundation, Sisters of Charity, Power Ed, MDC, and it was 4 of them. And then we had our mentor panel, then our current members panel, then our parents panel, then our alumni panel, and then we had our community partners panel. And now we are at my board panel. So these are the people that I work for. So if from here going to the rest of it, please only say nice things about me for the rest of this, because these are my bosses, and like they're gonna read this stuff later. So don't be in there trying to bash me and put me on Front Street. I will find you and deal with you in an appropriate manner. All right, with that being said, let's get to my board members. I'm going to start out with our board chair, Danielle Hardy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello.
All right. And we have Mr. Ben Pogue, Esquire. Thank you so much for joining us.
Peace. Pleasure to be here, Rajan. Great job today.
Oh, thank you so much. And as the rest of our board members come in, I'm going to go ahead and add them in. But I'm going to go ahead and get started with you guys because y'all are already here. Please introduce yourselves and sort of what brought you to Lowcountry Youth Services.
Would you like me to start?
Sure, Danielle.
Go for it.
So my name is Danielle Hardy, and I am proud and honored to serve as the chair of the board of directors for Lowcountry Youth Services. I have been with LYS, since it's either 2020 or 2021. That whole time frame's a blur for most people. So some one of those 2 years. And it has been a joy and a pleasure to work with the organization since then. I am not a stakeholder in that. I am a stakeholder in that I'm a member of the community, but I'm not in that. I am not a parent or a teacher or any of the traditional roles that are usually affiliated with LYS. But the sheer volume and magnitude and impact of the work that this organization is doing drew me to it. And when an organization is doing such amazing things and making such a huge contribution to such a vital resource as the youth of our community, you can't help but want to be a part of something like that. And so that is what drew me to the work, and it has made it an honor to serve.
Nice. Thank you so much. Ben.
Yeah, I want to make sure the camera on. Okay, great. Sorry about that. I turned it on late. I'm Ben Pogue. I'm an attorney. I'm a former meteorologist. I used to do the morning weather over on Channel 2. So now I'm an attorney. I'm a part of the law office of Sean Wilson, and part of our firm's vision for our role in the community is to be really active. So I'm sort of a community advocate as well, and I'm just so proud to be on the board of such an incredible organization. I mean, Rez, you know this, Danielle, you know this. I think we probably share this feeling. I'm just amazed every single day at the job that our mentors do. I'm a huge fan of our organization. There's just nobody like our team of mentors. There's nobody who invests the time and energy, and who doesn't just set aside the time and donate that, but who really invests in the training and education to be a mentor. Our mentor training and education program it offers people master's level education in what it means to be a mentor, and in so many facets of life. So that's one of the things that I'm so proud about our organization for. Our mentors are really experts in psychology, in education, in finances and personal finances, in job opportunities, employment opportunities, in sociology, in mental health, physical health. And our program utilizes science itself, and we run the numbers all the time to make sure that our data confirms that we are absolutely securing great futures and success for our students. It's not just the mentees are getting a little bit of time. We're helping them and their families build really an infrastructure, a science-based infrastructure for lifelong success. So that's one of the reasons that I donated today. I just hit that donate button. I'm super proud to do so, and I hope so many other people do as well. It's the reason that I'm so confident that when we ask for donations from our community, that we're not just serving our mentees, we're serving the entirety of the community, because our mentees graduate from these programs and they do great things and they give back every single time. What we hear from our mentees once they graduate is that they're doing great things. They're supporting not only their family members, but their community. They're passing on the knowledge that they've gained, and they're becoming mentors themselves. it's sort of this multiplying factor, right? A force multiplier. So I can't say enough about how proud I am to be an organization that is a force multiplier for the community, and turns people not just into, well, it really turns people into better human beings, better stewards of their community. And I think our mentors are what impresses me on a daily basis, because they do such an incredible job. It's incredible to watch them work. And the awards program, man, the awards ceremony is just, it's the validation. It's seeing it, in every movement, in every behavior from our mentees, that just confirm how much they grow, how much they've learned, and what great success they've got, not just right now that they've already achieved, but in their future as well. And Danielle and Rajan, thank you guys so much. Who just jumped in? We had another board member just jump in.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Guys, I've got to go. It's my dad's 82nd birthday, so I'm spending. I've devoted my day to my dad, and so I've got to jump off.
Happy birthday!
Yeah,
happy birthday,
Ben. Happy birthday! And of course, I'm repping the LSU Tigers on the gymnastics championship day. So I will catch you guys.
Oh, nice.
Soon. Yeah, absolutely. You guys take care.
Well, thank you so much, Ben, and happy 82nd pops.
Yeah. I'll pass that on to him. Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, and we have our current board treasurer and former board chair, Jamie Beers, who just popped in. She was doing some yard work, so she came in because, again, we don't just do this in a vacuum. This isn't stuff like we don't get to sit life aside and do the community work. No, we do life work. So, Jamie, please introduce yourself and what brought you to the organization.
I'm Jamie Beards. I have been on the board since, it's 5 years this year. I think I'm the oldest board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm an OG to what is now probably the best running board we've had since you and I kind of jumped into the position together. So, thank God. And it says the best is yet to come. I didn't wear that on purpose, but it fits today. I mean, I joined LYS because way back in 2016, when I was still at Hanahan Middle School working, I was very, impressed with the program, all the way back to 2013 when my kids went there. And I got to see it in action from almost infancy inside the schools with Ricardo Perry. And I was, kind of in awe of what the program did to the kids that I only saw just in middle school. And I know it went big, that little once or twice a week meeting that he used to have. And I thought it was amazing that they get dressed up in their bow ties. I want to say it was every Wednesday they had to dress in their bow tie.
Mm-hmm. Just Success Wednesdays.
Yeah, every Wednesdays. And it was just so nice to see those kids who needed a little extra love and attention and support outside of their family life, because sometimes there wasn't family involved with. And so, I told him, if you ever need any help, let me know. And it must have stayed in his head because back, way back when the structure was being redone, I was approached by Perry and I think Sam Bellamy at the time. And, they came to my job that I had just started and were like, this is what we need. And I took the bull by the horns and, slowly restructured and held people accountable at that time, because that's what we really needed to really restart what is now a great board. And very thankful, Danielle, I don't know who Diane is. That's going to be your new name. Danielle stepped into the shoes, step back, and I think it's just only going to get better, and to see where it was to where it is still mind blowing. I like being in the back seat. I don't like driving the ship. I like, knowing what I can do from behind the scenes and everything. And I'm, very, very proud of where this program has gone. So very thankful for everybody involved. And I know I was listening to Ben when I was off to the, in the studio part of it. He's right. These mentors are what bring LYS to life, and the guidance that they have from Ken and Rajan and Monica and Ayana. And it's just such a beautiful program. I wish everybody knew about it, and they slowly are. The word is getting out there. So
Yeah, for sure. And it's definitely, the board definitely has a big role in that. So thank y'all for committing your time, talents, and treasures. It's really important that for a lot of people in the nonprofit sector don't understand how important it is to have a sound board. A lot of they don't, either they don't know or they don't fully appreciate it. To having people on your board that are not only sounding boards for what needs to happen, but are 10 toes down and understand that it's not always gonna be like sunshiny days that you're coming out and you're accepting checks. Sometimes you have to make hard decisions. You got to do tough things, and we definitely have that board. I think we've grown tremendously in our maturity, and when I say we, I mean myself as well. Just as we've grown to understand each other's communication styles, to understand the way we operate, and sort of just to operate so that we can move in the same direction in concert. We've had several phenomenal panels today. I want to say I was fighting tears through 3 of them, and they got to me. They officially got to me in one. And my alumni panel. If y'all didn't hear that, you need to go back and listen to that alumni panel. I want to ask you this, because you both have been with the organization more than 3 years now. I think Danielle, you're right at 3 years. What has been the best part? Like what has been the biggest memory that stood out to you as a board member, being a part of this organization that's sort of been like, okay, this is too much. I can't.
Go ahead, Danielle.
My most
it can't be the same.
My most vivid LYS memory is actually multiple. It's every June at the award ceremony. So leading into the award ceremony, the board is tasked with reviewing the essays and applications for the Gentleman of the Year, and I am now proud to also say the Queen of the Year for Queens being.
Yeah.
Because we're repping our girls as much as we're repping our boys, and we're serving them as much as we're serving our boys. And so we get the Distinguished Gentleman of the Year applications, and then the Queens of the Year applications from our queens being young ladies. And well, this will be the first year that we get the QB essays, but reading those applications and then seeing what the boys, meeting them in person. Now, some of them we know, but the program is anywhere from 80 to 100 children at any given time. So also some of them we don't necessarily know because the mentors and staff know them, but the board maybe hasn't had as much interaction. But we get to meet them and have conversations with them and just talk to them. And seeing some of these young men, and I'm sure the same will be for the young women, and how they have blossomed just in the year that we are doing the awarding for, and how this organization has helped them and how it has grown. And then, so we pick a winner, and then, it goes through several rounds. The mentees get a say in it, and so it's not just one group having a unilateral decision making, but the face or the look on these kids' faces when that is announced. And I don't mean the winner. The winner is always touched.
That's always the part.
Which is we expect that. But the look on the faces of the other two and the joy that they have for their brother that just won that award, there's nothing like it. There is nothing like that. These kids are so invested in the program because the program has made a significant investment in them through the people and their amazing talents and resources, but they're also invested in each other. And that's a byproduct of this amazing program, in that they go through the program together, they go through these experiences together, they get to form these bonds and relationships, and they learn about how to have healthy relationships among each other, among the opposite gender. And so it becomes like this, if not me, I'm so happy that it's my brother. I'm so happy that it's my sister. And they're sometimes more overjoyed than the winner, which is hard to beat because the winner is usually over the moon. So, and the guys in the audience are standing up and giving a standing ovation. I mean, I can't imagine what my life would have been like now. And I had a very solid, 10 toes down group of friends. I still have the exact same friends I had when I was that age. But to be surrounded by that level of support from my peers, I can't imagine what that's going to do for these kids as they move forward and take their rightful place in society and step into their greatness, to know that this is what they're coming from. This is the foundation they're coming from, that they have this dozens of people, their peers, not adults, who are saying, we believe in you and we know you can do it, and so on, which is not, not to disregard that, but to have people your own age and a little older and a little younger who are just as invested in you and just as, excited when something good happens to you and there for you when something not so great happens. That is the memory, and it happens every single year. It wasn't a fluke. It is every single year this happens, and every single year I am touched and blown away, and it reinforces just the importance of this work. And it's a real life example of how what we're doing is impacting these young men and young women in real time, and how this is, and it's evidence of the importance of this work and the criticality of it.
Yeah, and just because you brought that up, it just so happens that we actually had a full recording of last year's award ceremony. And I really want to share this video because it's really hard to explain what happens in that moment. So I wanted to take just a second just to watch the clip of last year's awardee being announced.
Yes, and this is actually the one I had in mind too.
To be able to pass that mantle on to the one of you. And that one person is John Wesley Zachary III.
So all those people standing up, those white shirts, except for the first two, those are all fellow LYS participants that are standing for him.
I'm crying again. Wow.
Like that always sticks with me. That moment always sticks with me. And it's also when nobody can stop crying. Like, like nobody can stop crying. And usually they'll make a speech. That young man was moved so much that he couldn't even make a speech. I'm tearing up again just thinking about that moment. And it's like that every single year. When Patron got it, it was the same. When Zach got it, it was the same. When RJ got it, the first year I was with the organization, and again, y'all know the process. Y'all know, like, as executive director, I have no hand in it. And I remember just being like, wow, like people think that about my son.
Mm-hmm. It's mind blowing. And I'm not going to start crying. I'm trying not to start crying.
I'm trying very hard.
That I feel like I can't even follow that video and say.
Yeah.
I think what's great about that video is, to kind of piggyback on Danielle, is the mentees themselves nominate who they feel basically from their the best person to represent the most change, the most moved mentee. It's not the mentors, it's not the board. Ultimately, we do get those interviews and all that stuff, but in the end, they're like, here is our best, the cream of the crop. You have to make that decision. And every year Danielle and I are like, why are we tasked with this? If we could give every single one of the nominees, the Mentee of the Year award, obviously that doesn't show much, that you can't narrow it down, but everybody is so deserving, but yet the love and the support and the excitement, and he's young, he still has so much more of him. He's not a high schooler, he was middle school, and he really just has so much more potential, and they didn't wait for him to get into that. They gave it to him.
They saw it in him now.
Yeah,
they see his, is there's so much greatness to come, especially from this particular young man, all of our kids, but they see it in them now.
Yeah.
And they're not, and there's no sense of competition. There's no, jealousy. And I know there's, because it's not, idyllic situation. They're kids, they're humans. So there's squabbles, things, and but clearly they figure it out. They work it out, they figure it out, and they're still there supporting each other, which actually to me is family. That's exactly what family is like. And that's exactly what family is like. Building that infrastructure, giving them the gift of learning how to have those relationships and how to navigate through them and how to, be able to, argue with somebody, one day, but still be able to turn around and say, but I still love them. I still want the best for them. And in this opportunity to be able to support them, I'm going to.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And then
no, go ahead.
shows the maturity of the whole group in a general space. You can see it at club meetings, but in that moment, the amount of maturity, growth as a collective is
absolutely.
So, there's no disconnect there at all. No one's off to the side pouting or anything. It's just such a joyous.
I've yet to see it. I've never seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Never.
Yeah, and I would also say, just to add on to that, a couple things. One, often I hear a critique of the work that we do that makes it seem as though like we get to like handpick the children that we work with, and somehow we get like the cream of the crop, the 2-parent home, the straight A students, the perfect. They've never gotten in any trouble. And I think to myself, I'm like, y'all have.
Would you like to clear that up and dispel that?
No, I got you on 1 second. And so like the people. So one thing as an organization that we don't do is we don't stigmatize our children with language. We don't talk about our children from a deficit standpoint. We talk about our children as winners. If they're not winners yet, they'll be winners soon. And that's really what it's all about. So even with this award, that young man and the young men that have won that award over time were not perfect kids. They were kids who over the course of the year showed tremendous growth. And the kids in the organization said, let's lift this young person up and make them our example for this year. And what I will say, because I've been in environments with parents before, and we know how parents can be sometimes when it comes to, well, why did my child get this? Why my child should have, and I've never, they may say it outside of me, but they've never said it to me or around me. Nobody's ever come to me and complained about the selection for that award. One, because they know I have nothing to do with it. And my hand's not on the steering wheel. It's literally a democracy. And then the final 3 go up to the board for that final vote. But I've never had a parent try to minimize someone else winning that award. And I'm so proud of my parents.
Yes.
I'm so proud of the investment that they've made emotionally into this organization. They make it worth it. Because I promise you, like, I would not be dealing with a whole lot of that nonsense. But I'm so glad we lifted up that moment. Danielle, I know you wanted to sort of allude to the stuff as well.
So we are for everybody who has an interest in a need, and everybody has a need for mentoring. And we are laying the seeds now for them as young people to understand that even in adulthood, you are going to need a mentor. You might be called upon to mentor. There is no one who cannot benefit from that kind of interaction. Whether you have 2 parents, 1 parent, no parents, 6 parents, it does not matter. We are here. What we have is valuable across the board. We also do not create mentoring as a punishment. It is not something you get because you aren't something else. You're not doing well in school. You're not doing this. You're not doing that. You have baby. No. This is actually, and we work very hard to ensure that it almost becomes like a reward. We were in a meeting earlier this week, and Rejana, had mentioned that, or it might have been Ken, excuse me, that when it comes time for these service projects, we're normally volunteering. And I say that as a teenager who volunteered a lot, college applications. And was, you know, a lot of it I wanted to do, but then there was some of it was like, it is 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning. Why am I out here on the Cooper River Bridge, the old one, handing out the cups of water to be able to put it on my college application? Our kids conversely are like excited and ready and wanting, they're just as happy and excited to be there in that moment being of service as they are when they are going on the retreats or when they are in the club meetings. And so it's not a punishment, it's not punitive in any way. This is something that is there to only make them better, to only serve these kids. It's also being a mentor is for everybody. And one of the things I love about this program's model is that they're not, you know, mentors with big M, with a capital M. This is any and everybody who has something to offer, who is living a positive life, who maybe has been through some things, but has now taken that and is able to use it to engage and inspire and be able to talk eye level to eye level with these kids, with these young men, these young women, and say, yes, I've been where there's nothing new under the sun. I've been where you are. I've been, and that's in a good way and a bad way. I know where you're going if these certain things don't change, and I've been there, and here's how we can help you to not head down that path. And to be able to relate to them as just people and not from a, you know, up here, down here scenario, but just as a human, as a person, and be able to relate to them. They also don't just get one mentor, they get a group of mentors. So, you know, when life be life and maybe somebody has to move away or, you know, something has happened, they're still surrounded and they're still wrapped around by their group of mentors. And so I want to dispel that myth that we are either handpicking the best kids, because no, we are not. We have had award ceremonies where like the gentleman of the year got up there and made a speech and talked about some of his very real shortcomings that year that are in real time. But also how this program is helping him and his mentors are helping him and his brothers are helping him to be better and to do better. It is also not the cream of the crop mentors in that now they're world class. Our people are world class, and we do vet. By the way, we vet under all appropriate auspices to make sure that everyone is safe and everybody who's around these kids is exactly who should be around them. However, we are not discounting anybody because of, you know, oh, you're not in this profession or you're not, you know, this at this income level or whatever. If you have something positive to offer these kids and you're living a positive life, we want you around here. We want you to mentor because these are the people who can relate to them the best. And so to Ben's point earlier, we do have a world-class group of mentors, but it's not, you know, big, important capital M mentors. This is just anybody who has the heart and the spirit and the willingness to give of themselves.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
I love that. I love that. Jamie, anything to add on to that?
You know, I was outside of what Danielle said about the award for the mentee, I mean, you have to look at the mentor award too. I mean, that's voted on from the kids and fellow mentors too. And, you know, it's not about how much time you give. It's not about like adding up the points of being the number one mentor that everybody loves. It's the mentor that made the most difference in almost everybody's, I mean, pretty much all of the mentees' lives that year. And so I think that just goes to show the investment of time. I mean, the amount of time that these mentors give unpaid and free is just a beautiful thing. And they all have, for the most part that I know, full-time jobs. They work for themselves. They're working 3 jobs. I'm not even sure.
A lot of them are parents
and a lot
of spouses and
exactly. And you know, they still have real life happening, and then they still devote 2 hours, even more, to a Saturday on multiple things, whether it's the Cooper River Run, whatever. So
easy for you to say.
I know, my brain is a little hot right now. So, but you know, it's just, they stop and they give and they continue to give and they never expect anything back. And even if they do, it doesn't have to be that award. It's the continuation of those kids also returning on a weekly basis. And that to me is a reward for everybody. The continuation. I'm sure, you know, life happens, they move away, but I don't feel we've had any dropouts, you know, that are anything to amount to. If we may have one or two, it might be scheduling, whatever. The commitment is too much, whatever. But in the end, what we start with and what we end with are pretty consistently the same. And about a program.
And the return, and those who return year over year.
Until they graduate. And then we hope we get them back as a mentor or an alumni that wants to also give back, which I think we're starting to see that momentum come back. You may be released back into the world, but they're coming back to show I can still be a part of this program in some capacity. And that says a lot. And it's only the beginning. And it's really just, you know, while it's an established program, it's really the beginning of the alumni really coming back and giving back and becoming mentors and all that stuff. And it is such a beautiful cycle that it's just every June you just get rejuvenated. And then there's this lull until it starts again. And we start the process of getting those new kids, which is the other thing to kind of dispute that whole, we pick the cream of the crop. I've been to the meeting where you get to apply and we do the interviews, and there are walks of life walking through that door. They're not the red carpet, you know, even though they are deserving of the red carpet, they're not coming in with, you know, the Beamers and the Mercedes and living the high life, you know, and going to the best.
They don't present a resume.
They don't.
No, they don't.
We don't ask.
We don't ask because they don't have exactly.
We don't ask like they're children.
A hard word to spell sometimes. I mean, honestly, they come in as themselves. The parents are coming in as themselves. They give up, you know, an hour or two of that day for the interview. You know, we get signups, but then we get walk-ins, you know, and the problem is, you know, we're at capacity, but man, we need it. We are never fighting for kids to be part of our program. And it's a beautiful thing. And now with even the girls being part of it, that was something in the works. And it was a dream 5 years ago. And then now we're in our second, third year. And, you know, it's only growing. Like that program will be as established in 5 years as the, you know, DGC LYS was, you know, when it was. It's going to be just as beautiful as it is now, as it's starting, as it will then. It's never going to go back to what it was because people see the benefits, they see the growth, they see the happiness, and the outcome is always positive. So it's just a blessing. June is always the best month. That one night, beautiful night. So it's, you know, it's my favorite night of the year.
It is a really amazing. I will tell you this. June is like the award ceremony is the award ceremony. Like it don't get better than that. But I will tell you this. Y'all have never been on a retreat. So
now,
like the retreats,
Chicago,
like if
we weren't invited, Danielle and I.
I know. But the retreat, I'll tell you this. I find that in the retreats, I get to know so much more about the kids than I do the rest of the year. Because it's the time you're like every other time it's okay, a couple hours and then they're gone, and a couple hours and then they're gone. The retreats, we have them for 96 hours. Like I would say the 5-day one, but I can't. That's 120 hours. And for 120 hours, we have these kids, and like you really get you find out what they're scared of, you find out what they're afraid of, you find out, you know, what they like to do. I remember we were in a park, and we were in a park in Chicago. It wasn't Millennium Park; it's the one right in front of the Riverwalk, and we were all just like sitting and talking, and what the boys just start like clamoring, right? Geez, fix that. Clamoring. And so it just so happens that a young lady was across the park. And they were like, oh, like all of them like, oh, you see that girl over there? And one of the boys is like, I'll go talk to her. And so we're like, Okay, so he get like you sort of got to see who was like the sort of leader of the pack, if you will, and then like the ones who like sort of like and that guy for the rest of the trip was a magician to everybody else on the trip. Like they just thought that he hung the moon after that point. It was like, but that's the stuff you get to see when you spend, like, that's why. So like the retreats where people may say, like I've heard, people say, well, what's the benefit to taking these kids on these trips? Well, there's a lot to it. One, just getting outside of your local area and seeing that there's a much bigger world. But when you get people outside of their comfort zone, you get to see so much of them, and you get to expose them to so much more than what they already know. And when somebody's out of their comfort zone, they're also more willing to share and open up. And we, again, those relationships I've been able to build. We had Trey and Zaven and Anthony on earlier, who have all been on retreats with us. Those young men, I've gotten to see their growth from the experience we had on retreats. So I just, like, that for me, like the award ceremony and then the retreats are like the two biggest opportunities for me when it comes to that stuff.
They also deserve it. There shouldn't be any justification for why they get to go on this on a big trip. They deserve it. They put the work in. First of all, there's a commitment of time that these kids have to make. Not the parents do too, and all the adults. And we expect that. We're the grown-ups. We expect that we have to make commitments of time. But this is probably for a lot of them one of the first instances outside of school where somebody is saying, you have to invest your time. That some time is one of the most important resources you have. Some say the most important resource you have. And when you're a kid, that's pretty much the only resource you have because you're a kid. But we're asking you to make this investment in something that's going to benefit you. And then they do. And we are very clear about the requirement of that and what that's going to mean, and consistency and showing up and honoring your commitments and being a man or a woman of your word. And what does that look like consistently? So they deserve it because they have put in the work. But then also, we don't operate from a place of lack in Lowcountry Youth Services. We are about abundance, and our kids deserve a world-class experience. Yeah. And I would dare say nobody is asking, Upward Bound, why they go on, trips like that, or, other types of programs. I know personally of organizations that take their kids on big trips. And sometimes it's a college trip. Sometimes it's, there's an educational component, but whatever, there's usually some big out of your area, trip that they get to go on. And our kids deserve that just as much. They may not be the kids who can go on the annual class trip, or, if schools are still doing that, I might be dating myself a bit, but, but for whatever reason, this may be their opportunity. And this may be the first time they have set foot on an airplane out of the state of South Carolina, out of Charleston, in a lot of cases. And we want to give them that exposure because this is a world-class program. And that's where the support of our donors is so critically important, because you're not just, giving towards a concept. You're giving, or, something in theory. This is realistic things that are happening. This is, our operating, and a part of our operations is ensuring that our kids have these experiences that make this program beneficial, but also worthwhile for them. That there's, and we're not bribing them to come do this. They want to do this, as evidenced by the fact that we're not going to be able to do it this year for various reasons. And they're still here, and they're still dedicated, and they're still devoted. But we want to continue with the precedent that we have set, that this is a world-class organization and a world-class program, and these kids are going to get a world-class experience.
For sure. We're down to like our last 10 minutes. So I want to ask y'all this question here. What do people not know? Or what do people, because y'all seen us from the inside, y'all know us from the inside, y'all the board. What do people not know about this organization that you'd like us to know?
Well, at the moment, they probably don't know we don't have an official home anymore. I mean, if we're going to be very real and transparent on why the funds are absolutely needed at this point, we don't have a home base anymore. And right now we are solely relying on the kindness of Millermont College to give us their space. And, that alone says a lot too. When we lost our home base, we didn't lose people. We did not lose people. And I wasn't there that day to help do the move out, but people came, they helped, and they, you know, and Father's Place, my apologies. So we have 2 home bases right now that are not really our home. We had a home, and, you know, we are relying on 2 other community places to hold our programs. And to me, not skipping a beat. They showed up, they moved us into Father's Place, they've moved us into the Miller Mock College space, you know, until that goes away. You know, that's temporary. And, you know, it's, you know, the importance of the funding and the LYS-A-Thon in, you know, the grand scheme of things is to find our home base. We need a home. Right. And not only when we obtain that, what that will do. I mean, we know, the 3 of us know, and, you know, the board and the mentees and the mentors, what that gave us and what that did for the time we had it. It was, you know, we didn't have to think about anything. And now it's such a strategic plan every week to figure out where everybody's going. I mean, my phone, the band, you know, text messages, and I don't have to respond to them, but I'll look and I'll have 25 missed band messages about where everybody's meeting, what's going on. If we had a home base, the most important thing that we could do is just only grow so much more and be grounded. But what speaks volumes, as always, is that no one left. They still showed up, and that is beautiful. So I think that just speaks volumes to the commitment of our parents, to the mentees, to the mentors, and, you know, just everybody involved in LYS, that, you know, we didn't crumble under that, and we could have. And that really, I mean, that losing that was only the tip of the iceberg. And that iceberg is, even though that's the tip, the iceberg was bigger on the bottom, and we became the bottom of the iceberg and floated to the top. And he was such a beautiful, and then to see the people, you know, pull through the Miller Mock connection that Monica put us in, and the Father's Place connection. I mean, they stepped up. So, you know, that to me, we need a home. We need your funds. That's what we need. So I'll give the last 5 minutes.
So the thing I think that people don't recognize or realize, 2 things. First of all, is the organization's resilience, and that is because where our priorities lie. And so it's been alluded to several times that 2024 for our club year just proved to be very challenging. And it wasn't for a lack of foresight. It wasn't for a lack of effort. It was just things that were external that happened several levels above us, because of how we're tied into, and, you know, the entities that we are tangentially affiliated with. Things happened, but we're an incredibly resilient organization. But from the newest member on up to the you know, our mentors, through our staff, I can't speak highly enough of them for a million reasons. These people are absolutely amazing. To our board, and brought in new board, it actually brought in the majority of the board during that time. And so the commitment is very real. And so we're a very resilient organization, but we don't want to always have to be resilient. We don't want to always have to, we want to live our organizational soft life. And so
and we please.
We don't want to be as tough as we've had and scrappy as we've had to be, because the need is still there.
I'm sick of being a strong Black woman.
Sir. And so we want to we want to make sure that in the end, the things that need to get done. And so part of that is to tell our story and to bring it to the forefront and to talk about very transparently what it is that it takes to make an organization of this magnitude and of this level of impact successful. And that is where our donors come in. That is where our supporters come in. We can't do it without you, frankly. And so that's the first thing. And we pivot very well. We do. We pivot very, very well, because again, what needs to happen is going to happen. And we are intentional about that. And so we want, when it was time to find a new home, we had to find 2 new homes because again, we need spaces that met our needs. And so we had to do what we had to do to figure out how that was going to work. And it wasn't an easy process. There were a lot of, I imagine for Ray John, very sleepless nights of trying to figure out how is this going to work? What is this going to look like? After the why me, Lord, then it was, what is this going to do? How are we going to make this work? And so I want people to know that we are a very resilient organization, but even the strongest need help and need support. And that is where, this day-long illustration of who we are and what we do and the different assets of the who we are. That's what this is for. It's to give you a glimpse of what Lowcountry Youth Services does. It's to give you a glimpse of what the back end of Lowcountry Youth Services looks like, the people that you may never see, i.e. the board of directors. Most nonprofits, the board is a very silent group. You may never know who that is because that's the way it's designed. We don't want you to necessarily know. We want to definitely be ambassadors, and we are, but we're not the star of the show. Our program participants are. They're the stars here. They're the focus here. And that's the other thing that I want people to remember. Even if they know it, maybe they need a little reminder, is that at the core of what we're doing, at the crux of it, it is an investment in our community's greatest resource. And that sounds hokey and it sounds cliched, but it is the absolute truth that a community that is not investing in its young people is a community that's doomed to fail. And I say that as a product of Charleston County School District, as a product of Maryville, a product of Charleston, South Carolina, in whom an investment was made. Mm-hmm. And so you can't ignore that. And, take it how you will. There are so many other instances where they're ignored, right? Mm-hmm. Or where they should be the priority, but, other aspirations are the priority, other entities are the priority, other stuff gets in the way and becomes a priority instead of the kids where they should be. But that's not what Lowcountry Youth Services does. At the core, we are making an investment in our community's greatest resource, and we need the community to rally around and make sure that they are understanding that, but also helping with that. And so, and we're not any different from any nonprofit, by the way. Please don't think Lowcountry Youth Services is out here hat in hand, because everybody in some way, shape, or form, every nonprofit, your favorite nonprofits, all your faves, do raise money in as well. They might have a gala that you buy a ticket for. They might have a luncheon, but they do it too. And so we're here to rally that community support and show why it's so important.
All right. Well, thank you so much. This video is about to end on Facebook. So just hold 1 second and we're going to wrap this up. We're going to have to stop and restart the Facebook video. YouTube continues, but Facebook stops. So I just want to make sure that you guys weren't weirded out. And I didn't want it to be cut out while Danielle was talking.
Technology.
And Facebook. It's gotta know it. That's all. Make sure. Let's see, is it still live? Because I double checked it because I want to make sure. And I know Toya's watching, so she would message me and say, "Y'all are not live anymore." Let me see. Yep, there it is. I know my technology.
You are all over the place.
I know my technology. All right, so stream continues. Try in the stream. Okay, cool. So starting the stream. YouTube is still going. Hey, YouTube, thank y'all for watching. Y'all still on? 5 people on from YouTube. Hey, YouTube, what's going on?
We'll take it. Hello, YouTube. Hi, YouTube family.
Listen, I'm trying to restart it on the Facebook side, and I had to do this 1 year before. But I can't remember how I did it
afterwards.
All right, so what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna clip this part up and then put it on Facebook as a conclusion. All right, that's what I'm gonna do. All right, thank y'all so much for being on. Just in closing, did y'all have any closing thoughts before we wrapped up?
I think Jamie might have froze for a second. So there she is. She's back. Jamie,
any closing thoughts, Jamie?
Oh. Did she freeze again?
All right. Danielle, any closing thoughts?
Okay. whether you've been with us all day or you just came in or you've been in and out, you got a chance to see Lowcountry Youth Services. You got a chance to see the amazing work we're doing. We're very proud of what we have accomplished. We know that there is more to come. That, like Jamie Shirt says, the best is yet to come. And we want you to be a part of the best coming. We want our community to see the fruits of this labor, and to see how beneficial this is to, again, the greatest jewels that we have in this community, which is our children. And so that's where the support is going. We are transparent. We're an organization that prides itself on transparency. That is, as the board of directors chair, I can assure you, we pride ourselves on our transparency. We're very clear about our story. We're very clear about our origins, and we're very clear about where we intend to go. But we also are very clear about what it's going to take to get us there. And, magic isn't cheap, and it is not free. And so we are wanting to make that magic, but we are wanting to make sure we've got the proper support, and our community partners, our donors, our LYS family out here, in the cyber world that's watching us and been with us today. That's where you all come in. So thank you all so much for those who have donated. Thank you to those who are in the process now and are so moved by my beautiful face that you are clicking donate as we speak. Thank you to those who are going to do it. And just know that your investment is going to have a magnificent and great return.
Word. Thank you so much, Danielle. You have definitely been an amazing support. I've definitely enjoyed having you as the new board chair, and just the things that you're bringing to the table, and just, the voice that you bring in your experience. So if I haven't told you before, I really do appreciate you and the things that we're going to do, that we're continuing to do together here at Lowcountry Youth Services. So thank you. Your time, efforts are not unnoticed or unvalued. So thank you for who you are and what you've been to the organization. And same for Jamie.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, Jamie I was glad to take the baton. I was glad to be the Robin to her Batman, and then take the baton. And, now it's like we like the Avengers of mentoring around these parts. Like we just assembling and coveting and, making stuff happen, and, snapping and, making these kids into the best versions of themselves, or helping them to become the best versions of themselves. And thank you, Rajon, for your leadership. I feel like a lot of us are growing in this together, and we are in this work together. And it is a very interesting experience going through that together, but also seeing, while there's growth, there's also the stuff, and when you know the thing, and that you know the thing, and, just being able to do that, and for I will say, if nobody ever tells you this, for your fearlessness, that you will walk into any room of any group of people and tell this story and tell people why it's so important, and do it authentically. I love us in LYS that we don't pretend. We are very much we are who we are.
We are who we are.
We are who we are, and we are unapologetically that. And so, it's like a breath of fresh air, because in other capacities with other nonprofits, you do get to see, there's the mantle of nonprofiting and being the CEO or executive director, and you can see them assume the posture of that, and which is great. And in some environments, it's very much called for. And I don't want to take anything away from anybody who does or has to do that, but it is refreshing to be able to be unapologetically and authentically, representing the organization as yourself. And so, and being unafraid to do it in any room. So, kudos to you for that willingness to always tell the LYS story, no matter who or how intimidating the room might seem or feel. They're gonna get the same LYS song and dance, because that's what we do.
That's what we do. That is what we do. Thank you so much, Danielle. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up.
Yes, sir.
But I appreciate you. Thank you for joining us. And that's been our board chair, Danielle Hardy, who's just an amazing human being. Google her. She's dope. Appreciate you.
I like to think so. Thank you. All right, Rez.
All right. Okay, so we have gone through 8 hours and 6 minutes. Thank you, Facebook, for coming back. I know we had so Facebook, if y'all don't know, Facebook allows for 8 hours of programming. So those of you who say there's no way he's been on for 8 hours, Facebook literally cuts you off at 8 hours. So that 8 hours, yo, like that's what we did. Now over 8 hours, what were we able to do? So remember I told you when we came on, we started out with $5,020. That's what we started out at, right? $5,020. And go back to the beginning. So make sure I'm not lying to y'all. Sorry. We started out at 9:03 a.m. with $5,215. So it is now, we've been on for 8 hours and 6 minutes, 5:06 p.m. And I am proud to say that our total right now is $14,200. That's where we are now. $14,200. Now, of course, it's short of our goal. It's short of our goal, but you don't throw it away because you didn't get to your goal. Why? Because we still have until April 30th to get to our goal, which is $25,000. That $25,000 is going to go a long way within our organization. And just to be, completely transparent, for a long time, our organization was 100% volunteer organization. And so, we nickel and dimed it all the way through. And that when you're nickel and diming it, it sort of shows in the type of programming you're able to offer. But I will tell you that our organization, regardless, has always done the best that we can with what we've had. We've always been able to take whatever seeds that have been given to us and to grow the type of product that we'd be extremely proud of. You've seen today. You've seen our foundational partners. You've seen our families. You've seen our youth. You've seen the young men that have come through our program and become adult men. You've seen our board. You've seen our community partners. You've seen the way the community is invested in our organization. Many of you have watched this video. I haven't looked at the insights yet, but I don't know how many people have tuned in. I want to say at no point during the day we've had more than probably, I want to say we had at its height, we had 15 people watching at one time, which is not a lot, right? To some people. To me, that's a lot. To me, that's a lot. It speaks to the commitment that the community has to this organization. You're not able to raise $14,200 over the course of, what's today, 20 days without having some type of community investment. So I'm going to make this one last call to action. All right. I want, if you have not already, and if you have and you want to go back, please do that too. We'd appreciate it. But if you're not already, go to our website. Let me go back and get the link for y'all. I'm going to put the link in the comment section one more time. All right. It's bit.ly/LYS-A-Thon 24. Click that link. It's going to take you straight to this site. When you get to the site, you have options, right? You can just go ahead and make a donation right there. Sorry. Let me get that right. You can make a donation right there. You have start fundraising or donate. You can make a donation right there. Or you can scroll down. And I do want to shout these people out who made donations today. And select one of our young people and support them. Again, not all the young people have been able to raise funds because, we all have different types of resources, right? We have different types of networks. So maybe there's a kid that you come in and you say, hey, this kid doesn't have any money in theirs. I want to donate some money to theirs so they can have some money in their accounts. Because because every dollar that goes into it matters. Every single dollar matters, right? So go and make a donation. Again, knowing that the seed that you're planting is landing on fertile ground in Lowcountry Youth Services, knowing that every dollar that is spent is spent directly on what we say that it's being spent on, knowing that we have community buy-in, we have community support because we provided community outcomes that have shown to benefit the community. We have 111 donations. We had 111 donations. That's phenomenal, right? Now, you may also say, well, maybe I can't, I really would like to give, but I can't do a whole bunch. Listen, you can donate $5. $5, we can use it. Now, what I would ask is if you're going to donate $5, you have the ability to do $5 a month, right? That's $60 a year. Pretty sure if you think about what you spend $60 a year on, probably not a whole bunch, right? $60 a year. You probably pay more than on the insurance on your phone. It's probably less than $60, probably more than $60 a year. If you have a Netflix account, your Netflix account costs more than $60 a year. If you have, what else? If you go to Starbucks, Starbucks once a week, you spend way more than $60 a year. And I know because I go to Starbucks more than once a week. You might spend $60 on Starbucks in a month, right? But guess what? None of that is making sure that your community is a safer place. None of that's making sure that our youth are being supported and mentored and loved on and appreciated and shown their value. This is something you can invest in, knowing that every seed you plant is going on fertile soil, and will grow and will breed fruit. All right. I just want to take a little bit of time just to thank every single person that made a donation. Like I said, there's 111 donors. So I want to try to get through these donors. Thank you to. Let's look at all. Boom. All right, starting from the top. Carla Jones, thank you. Toya, thank you, baby. I appreciate you. Dr. Charmaine Palmer Roberts, who is also a city councilwoman for North Charleston District 4. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you to our founder, Ricardo Perry. Thank you, Loris Elmore. Thank you, Tyra Johnson. Thank you to Zach. Zach is a former member and alumni and junior mentor. Thank you to Rodney Graham. Appreciate you. Thank you to Dr. Hollis France, who is at the College of Charleston and actually was one of the people that recruited me to teach at that school. Thank you. Thank you to Theodora Watson. Thank you, Andrea Lee Zucker. Thank you. Derek Edwards, DGC mentor. We appreciate you. Karen Pitts, thank you. Patty Lee, thank you. Michael Wilson, that's my guy, 2-5. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. Alice Alexander, thank you. Melissa Hayes, thank you. Katrina Britton, thank you. Shonda Waddle, thank you. Epiphany Tutoring Services, thank you. Herbert Simmons, that's my step pop. Thank you, Hurry. Erica Taylor, thank you. Wanda Lockhart, thank you. Donnie Elmore, thank you. Sandra Y. Robertson, thank you. Brett Wofford, one of my former co-workers, thank you. Ardeen Bugs, thank you. GTG Freight, thank you. Train Productions LLC, thank you. Timothy Lewis, thank you. Mr. Tillman, thank you. Jed DeHaven, thank you. Renee Marangwe, thank you. Miss Gwendolyn Greenwald, thank you. Anonymous again, thank you. Anonymous, thank you. Jaden Charles, former DGC member, you better come back, boy. We miss you. Thank you. Angelo Simmons, thank you. Shakima Chapman, you know how much I love you. I appreciate you so much. Dwayne Mazik, thank you. My auntie Carolyn, thank you. Roderick Cummins, thank you. Anonymous, thank you. Sonia, I want to say Sonia Kirchen, thank you. T. Gatson, thank you. Is that Tamika Gatson? Thank you. Nakia Backman, thank you. Herschel Daly, thank you. Theodine Gray Davis, thank you. Anonymous Sherry Stokes, thank you. Empress Polite, thank you. Anonymous. Nairi Taylor, thank you. Chantel Grant, thank you. Sammy Drayton, thank you. Angela Graham McKeever, thank you. Terry Burns, thank you. Shanae Brown, thank you. Anonymous. Daniel Laurie, Digger Jones, my guy, thank you. Melissa Peterson, thank you. Anika Williams, thank you. Anika Williams, thank you. Anonymous. Justin Holmes, all right, thank you. Cast Iron Food Truck, we appreciate you guys. Thank you. Kenya Shedrick, thank you. Miss Shedrick, Misha Shedrick, thank you. Janice Marion, why is that so hard to say? Thank you. Anonymous. Sheila Bright, thank you. Sean Cleaver, thank you. Courtney Lambert, thank you. Anonymous. Naomi Fawcett, thank you. Sherry Styles Jackson, thank you. Mary Banks, thank you. M. Scott Logistics, that's Monica, y'all. Thank you. Demetrius Gilliard, thank you. Lauren Francis, thank you. Rhonda Taylor, thank you. Nicole Seiler, thank you. Scrolling. Jessica Duncan, thank you. Denise Marcano, Fact Forward, we appreciate you. Thank you. Diana Geeson, thank you. Nikki Green, thank you. Scrolling. Sandra Robertson, thank you. That's 2 times. Appreciate you. Lula Conyers, thank you. Michael Power, Michael Powell Jr., MP. Thank you, Mike P. Appreciate you, my guy. App Springs, thank you for the recurring donation. Kamisha Brown, thank you. Althea Hooks, thank you. Chris Danner, thank you. Yarkana Stanley, thank you. Sandra Meeben, thank you. Cedric Tolliver, my guy, I appreciate you, said. Thank you. John Wesley Zachary III, thank you. Alden Tolliver, thank you, Alden. Zachary Jones, thank you. Rajon Lewis, that's me. Now the first donation of the 111 donations. That total support, we had 108 total donors and 111 donations. I want to refresh it one more time just to make sure I'm not missing anybody. I don't think anything came through. This has been LYS-A-Thon 2024. We have lots of things coming up. We have our mental health workshop happening in May, on I want to say May 18th, right here at our facility, which is 5675 Woodbine Avenue, North Charleston, South Carolina 29405. And we have our award ceremony taking place on June 8th. Y'all saw the clips of the award ceremony. Y'all seen how emotional it can be. You want to be in the building to find out what's going on. And if you're watching this and you're like, I want my child to be a part of something like that. If you heard from our alumni and you say, I want my children to have a story like that to tell about their childhood. If you watch this and you're thinking to yourself, man, I need to be involved as a mentor in something like that. If you're watching this and saying, hey, I would love to serve on a board that operates like that board operates at LYS. We're waiting on you. We're waiting on you. LYS-A-Thon is about raising funds, yes. But this work does not happen because Rajon operates alone. You saw my team. You saw so many members of my team. I see AJ Davis. AJ, come on, man. Thank you, bro. Shout out to Anjanae Davis. I love you, bro. Y'all seen the team. Y'all see what we do. Like, this is not a game to us. It is very serious. Because the truth is that at the heart of everything we do is the knowledge that somebody has to do it. And there are lots of amazing organizations doing amazing work. But I hope that today, over the last 8 hours and 19 minutes now, we've been able to show that we're for real. That we're for real. We're an organization worth investing in. We're an organization that has earned our spot. That has earned our spot. Nobody's given us anything. And we will continue to earn our spot. And we're going to continue to need your support. So if you have it in your heart, do $5, $10, $15, $20 donation, a recurring donation. If you do, $20 a month for 12 months, that's $240 a year. Again, if we just ran through the random things we spend $240 on, I probably spent $240 on candy last year. I probably spent over $240 on candy, which is why I need to get back to the gym, but that's another day. It's been a long day. It's been a great day. I'm gonna go recharge, but my cup is full, and I hope that your cup has been full as well. This has been the 2024 LYS-A-Thon, and with that being said, y'all have a good one. God bless you. Peace.